Why don't we go back to? Why don't we go back to? Never wanted to end it like we did. I guess shit happens for a reason, but it's like something feels different from back then. Why don't we go back to? Why don't we go back to? Honestly, I'm open wide. I don't feel like waking up without you by my side. I still see your silhouette. Why don't we go back to? Why don't we go back to your bedroom? I still see your silhouette. Why don't we go back to? Why don't we go back to your bedroom?
game.
Yoink! And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
China regional finals back once more to try and figure out which one of these teams will get themselves into that all-important DPC placement. Top 2 is where you need to be to get yourself into that position and see how the rest of the tournament, the road to TI, really begins here and now. I'm joined by Black and Beacop, and gentlemen, we've seen a lot of things over the past couple of weeks of action, a lot of major upheavals in the Chinese regional scene. But now I'm kind of glad this is happening because we all had predictions about what the top 4 would look like. Then we had a super topsy-turvy league. We had RNG changing teams up and down. We had that huge gap in between. So now it feels like a bit of a research here, Beacop, so we can actually get an accurate standing of what the top 4 looks like in China right now.
Yeah, the top 4 in China, it's here. It's the finals. Definitely nothing has changed since the last time we've spoken to each other. There hasn't been roster changes. There hasn't been taking on the Kaka curse and hoping that it works out. Otherwise, your team's going to disband in a couple of months. There hasn't been, taking on maybe not God King and not Fly Fly like the rumors had said that maybe they would. And if you don't know who I'm talking about Royal Never Give Up. They've had roster troubles. They're here in the finals because, I don't know. Well, you've got Vici who are just like, yeah, whatever.
I
You don't
actually
need
feel
to
like
do
Vici
that.
would have
That's
beaten
fine.
them at that time.
Yeah, me too. Well, with Irving or without Irving?
Well,
Like if it was with the stand-ins, you
well,
think they would have beat?
But they had one
Flyby.
match free, right? It was just one BO3, but they didn't actually have to use Irving if they didn't want to, I think, right?
I think
there
they
was still
had-
one match
I
free,
thought
I
they
believe.
did.
Yeah,
I thought they did.
they
Well, I
somehow
actually don't know the
shouted
rules
that
set
they
entirely,
had
but
to use Irving.
sometimes the back pain is too much, and
Yeah.
you can't play.
Unfortunately, yes, back pain can
My
be a
back.
bit much, and it did end up impacting Vici in a very negative sense.
That's
However,
why
speaking of
sit straight, Snare. Don't do this.
lol, speaking of back pain, Mr.
Aster.
Black, right?
Game imposter.
Usually we call it the carry role for a reason, right? You have to carry your team to victory, put the entire squad on your back. Now, when RNG did make the initial decision to replace the God King, a lot of it was based on his underlying numbers. Them saying that, your damage to goal ratio isn't really up to scratch. And I did some of the calculations and it was really bad. I think he was like half as good as anybody else in both Div 1 and Div 2. The underlying numbers for Flyby were a little bit better, but unfortunately, he kept dying a lot. I mean, he's an off-lane player, so that's what he's supposed to do. And his damage to gold ratio was very decent, but unfortunately, because he's an off-lane player, his actual gold ratio wasn't that good. However, Ghost, decent underlying numbers, very decent ratio of gold to damage. I think one of the highest in China overall right now. And Black, you are both close enough in region and in skill to participate with this guy in pubs. You've seen him play when you were on Spark Hero Gaming. Do you think he's going to be giving them, I think what you mentioned at some point, the stability that it felt like RNG needed so that they're not relying on softness every other game? Is Ghost that kind of player to do that for you?
So I feel like he's like a little bit in between. I do sincerely think that God King is individually a better player if he's like, on his high. I really don't know what happened to God King during his period in RNG, but it's just like zero confidence. But when God King is the God King that we know, he is a much better player than Ghost is. But at the same time, Ghost is a much better player than Flyby is on that carry position. So for sure, he knows his hard carries in and out. But the biggest criticism I have of him is his style is very one-dimensional. Like he always farms, and then eventually joins the fights when he can after like 2 or 3 core items. Which sometimes you carry, you gotta join those fights early.
You do kind of have to do that. But fortunately, you don't always have to do it. And you know why here, Peacock? For most teams, it's like, yes, you got to do this thing. Because most teams don't have a Somnus, right? For the longest time, Somnus, if you had him in the team, last season he was kind of okay. This season, though, the man has gotten just as good as we've seen God King get bad. For some reason, he's just risen to another level. Right now, averaging the most kills in all DPC leagues, with the exception of 2 players. Those 2 players being Yo Pouch, who's just a god, what can we do? And Parkers, who's playing on the Thunder Awakened team, which is so much better than everyone in South America that you kind of expect those kind of results. But do you think that this gives a bit more license to Somnus to be allowed to carry these games without having to be like, crap, if I don't extra perform, then my carry can't really do it? If as long as you have an okay carry player, does this give a bit more license to Somnus once again to show the same kind of form that he's been on this entire season?
Well, first of all, I'm going to say something very controversial here. Somnus is doing it in a much harder region than the guys above him. I'm just going to say that right there, right now. Just saying. I feel like Somnus, China region. If I had to pick one, bias, super bias. I am the most biased. My name's not BSJ, but I'm more biased than he is. And China's the hardest region. He's getting it done in the hardest region.
Can I
My
chime in on
second
that?
thought. Yeah, go for it.
I also want to say though, Somnus was only successful with Arme in his team. So if a carry player can play the way Arme does, which most of the players can, newsflash, Arme is really good. It just seems to be something about Somnus where like a lot of other carry players just can't seem to perform. I don't know what it is. If it's him like putting pressure on them or if it's just the team dynamic, I really don't know. But yeah, it's I don't know. Somnus is super
Well,
great. It's just something about him doesn't seem to be right, if that makes sense. I can't put my finger on it, but there's something.
it could be playstyle. I'm not really too sure. It does feel like the only time he's had success is with Ame. I want to say, you talk about him having not to have to carry more of the load with Ghost than compared to God King. Just want to remind everybody at home, they were 4-0 with God King. And I also want to remind everybody at home, God King has the fifth least amount of deaths per game at 2.
Mhm.
Which, if you look at that leaderboard, it's Erica, Ame, Monet, Lou, then him, all within about a tenth of a decimal place of each other. So, yeah, maybe God King wasn't exactly the best carry, but you were winning games. And I don't know if you didn't watch IG this whole year, but you don't just change a player just to change a player, because then you lose, then you end in Division 2, and then you don't go to TI after you placed high at TI, and your team is I don't know what's going to happen. I think IG might even lose Fly Fly. They might lose more than Fly Fly. So I don't know. I feel like RNG should be looking at these other teams, and if it's not broken, don't fix it. There was no reason to give up on God King.
I think you have a good point there.
Before
Because
patch, especially.
they went 4-0 with a broken God King. If he recovers and gets back to his actual potential, who knows where the team can go, But they gave up on a player when he was struggling, despite still having results, which is questionable, for sure.
Yeah.
And then they went on a bit of a difficult run afterwards, right? Having Flyby in the team didn't really work out at all. Now you're going to Ghost. I mean, they've had a decent game. They could have had a good showing. I'm not sure if you were on that game, B Cup, when they were playing against eHome, and that game was without Borders Cup, but they've looked okay. They haven't actually looked
Wait,
like
Snap, sorry
resoundingly
to cut you
abysmal.
off. But Flyby was an SAG. I had this discussion with B-Cob. Flyby was an SAG, and Ghost was an SAG as well.
Yep.
What's happening? Why did they take Flyby and not Ghost straight away?
And not Ghost
that screams to
originally,
me trust issues from the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it probably doesn't help, but some of the performances we saw from Flyby, it doesn't help the fact that when they announced him coming into the team, they didn't announce him as he's joining the team. They were very explicit that he's standing in until they can find something better. So, of course, that's going to be leading into a difficult circumstances regarding trust in that situation, regarding confidence as a player. But it's interesting, because you brought up the one guy that also is now part of RNG. They didn't just swap out the God King in favor of Ghost. They've gotten Kaka, the storied four-position player, one of the greatest players of all time. And I know we're spending a lot of time talking about RNG, but that's because normally this is just the PSG panel, so we're going to give them a little bit of a break for now. But given that Kaka's in the team right now as well, and given the fact that the last team you went to immediately became worse without him, Black, are we expecting the opposite situation here, where RNG immediately becomes better having Kaka included in it?
Now, B-Cup and I, we just casted a series of theirs, and I'm sure Kaka can definitely get there again, but right now he looks really, really rusty. And the team as a whole didn't look like they were on the same page, but Kaka in particular, just individually, looked really rusty compared to his previous gameplay level, which is to be expected. He probably took quite a bit of time off without a team and stuff, Got to get back in that environment again.
Yeah, there were a few things that I think that like were little things that you could notice, like more, especially with Kaka too, because he's a very popular Shadow Shaman player, and it was a little thing. A couple times he was using wards very loosely, very freely,
Yeah.
and everybody knows right now Serpent wards you could take
Right.
Roche in a heartbeat, and that's what they should be used on. They won the series. I don't want to take that away from them. But at the same time, it's those little things that like, does Kaka know that wards should just, like it's not like wards should just be placed in the Roche pit, but he was using them to get kills on a 5 position. He was using them to get, the right team fight against both supports. Little things that I think that the Serpent wards weren't exactly necessary for. They save it, go for Roche, and that game's a lot easier for them. It was little things like that. His build was also a little bit older. It wasn't exactly what we see the standard be for builds on the supports that he was playing. So it's interesting to see what he's going to do. And I'm more interested why they didn't take Fly. Like if you're going to take on Kaka,
Maybe he wouldn't leave IG. We don't know that.
Nah,
That's
they're
true.
not happy with
That's
Big Cup.
very
Maybe they
true.
wanted to play more safe lane, so they're like,
No, but I think
Yeah.
contracts in China they
Wow.
play a very big role in all of that. Like, okay, we'll give you Fly if you give us like $1 million. Like, okay, probably can't afford that. But just one more question I had, especially for Bika, but maybe for you too, Snare, if you watched the RNG game. Do you guys think their overall leadership / stability has gotten better with Kaka joining, or is it still the same?
I would think that Kaka's going to be more of the leader than Somnus is, and that might take a load off Somnus.
Yeah.
I think Somnus with Felix and with God King was probably had to be the shot caller, had to be the guy who's making all the calls and leading the entire team and basically game planning for the entire side of RNG. Now you don't have to do that as much. You can let that go to Kaka, especially Kaka, who's going to play these control heroes, these movement or position heroes that are going to be roaming for kills and roaming and starting these fights. I think that him being the shot caller takes a little bit off the mind of Somnus. That might let him play even better than he's been playing. And I think he's been having an amazing season. I think he's had an amazing year, truthfully. And it would be interesting to see if Kaka is going to be the kind of guy who lets him kind of expand and play that much better. So I think so.
I think in that game two, initially I was skeptical about whether or not it's changed. I think game two, game two was the one that they played with Tiny, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yep, yep.
when I saw that game, I kind of had this feeling that the teams overall, like in a grandiose sense of things, they do look a little bit better, even though individually I could still see some of that rust and that sloppiness. I think this is better for all parties concerned, right? In the sense that Kaka's now in a team. He doesn't have to individually carry in terms of the game planning and the game strategy. He can at least collaborate with Somnus on that front. Somnus doesn't just have to rely on himself. He can offload everything to Kaka, at least for some of the early initial stages of the game, before your core player becomes uber important. So I think right now it's about the same, but it probably is going to be a lot better, a lot faster as well, given that Kaka as well is one of these players who every time he gets involved in a team, B-Cop was talking about the Kaka curse. The reason it's a curse is because he becomes an integral pillar of that team in a very short span of time. Then you're just like, wow, everything just seems to flow so well around him. So once we get rid of the ring rust and he's back on form, I'm really expecting this RNG team to fully fulfill some of the lofty heights and ambitions that everybody was imagining they're going to have. Unfortunately, though, gentlemen, we have to talk about their opponent. We have to talk about PSG LGD. We have to talk about what is currently considered one of the best teams in the world. Now, it was interesting to see how they ended off the season. Very apparent that they not necessarily took their foot off the gas, but were willing to experiment a little bit more once it was clear that they were going to place number one in the group. At the same time, though, now that we're in a position here, Black, where only the top 2 slots get those DPC points, and for PSG LGD, this is potentially them qualifying for TI should they come out aces in this particular regional final. What's the team mentality like, do you think? Is it that much of a conversation point for them that, boys, do well here, and then it doesn't actually matter what we do for the rest of the year? TI is all but confirmed at that point.
Yeah, just really quick before that, are they not already pretty much guaranteed winning 2 seasons and then
much.
winning the first? But not 100%, right? But like 90 or something like that, probably, right? Yeah. So, but for sure, it's LGD. Like they always want to be the region's best, so they're gonna try their hardest for sure. I still gotta say, I was a little bit shocked when they got destroyed by Aster like that in 2 games. Like game 1, they looked exactly like I thought they would. Game 2 and 3, they got absolutely destroyed. So I hope that didn't like impact them at all. I don't think it will. Like they're very seasoned players. The pressure doesn't really get to them, so I think they're going to be just fine.
One thing that I'm actually curious about, what do you all think about this? The fact that they have been playing in China for so long, right? Not just them, but every other team in the region haven't actually had international competition practically since TI. Does this actually affect the overall heights that the team can reach? Are we getting to the point already, Beef Up, where ideas are reaching their maximum sell by date within the region and we need some international competition just to refresh things and make it possible to go that extra step further before TI?
It definitely helps to get that international experience, and RNG is going to get a little bit of that later today when they play Boom on an online event, which is good for them. I think you normally a lot of the teams are focusing on what China's doing. So if anybody's missing out, it's the other teams. It's the teams that really focus in on what LGD is doing and what IG was doing in those previous years and what these big teams have done. So I think it is a little bit of a factor when it's going to come down to initial LAN experience or international LAN experience for these teams later on this year, hopefully at the Arlington Major. But I don't really think it's a hard block for them. I do think China comes up with their own ideas that, and you hear on the panel, I can't believe this is happening. Who would have ever thought that they would have picked this? And I think China kind of knocks it out of the park and has these like plan B, C, D, E's that are always kind of ready to go. I think right now LGD's playing really safe. I think they've been playing pretty safe and standard throughout the year, but that's not to say we know that they can bring something different out. Like we've seen it before. They
It's
just
the mark of a good team,
haven't
though,
been
right?
doing. Yeah,
Like you just play
for sure.
standard, stable throughout the season, and you come out on top anyway. That's exactly what makes like a tier one team one of the best teams in the world. So yeah, and that's why they've always been at the top. But just to getting back to the like international point real quick again, I think the biggest thing they're missing out on these Chinese teams. I agree with you that a lot of the teams are actually looking at them, but for the Chinese teams especially, it would be like sort of a confirmation, like if they actually beat all these Western and SEA teams, NA teams, all these teams, then they're like, yeah, our style is actually the best, and we can continue doing what we're doing. Because right now, for how long, 6-7 months or so, there wasn't really any like trial grounds. It's all China. They all think in a very similar fashion. So, is our thing still the best? Are we a little bit outdated? Like they won't know.
Hmm. I'm really looking forward to actually seeing them compete with other teams, but it's going to take a while. Unfortunately, we're still going to have to get past these regional finals, get past the next major, get past our whole third tour, and then only will we see these Chinese teams playing international competition on land at the very least. Speaking of RNG, you just mentioned them, Decop. They're playing against Boom later today. Unfortunately for them, for PSG LGD, we're talking about this of, hey, you're like 90 something percent confirmed for TI. If you come top two, which by the way are the only two positions that get DPC points, only
Yeah.
first two. That's it. So you have to play your best absolute Dota. For PSG LGD, it doesn't really matter that much. However, for RNG, gentlemen, if they lose in the bottom two positions and don't get DPC points, they could easily find themselves legitimately being locked out of qualifying the normal way and have to go through the qualifier route. And for a team like RNG, who have also proven that they're not committed to their rosters, they're willing to take the hit of instability on that front. So there's actually no guarantee if they stop at this particular point in time that the next iteration of this roster, presuming of course that changes, there's no guarantee that actually is what's going to be taking them to success. So Nikop, talk to us about how important it is for RNG to bring their mentality up to the level of PSG LGD as we quickly see the draft opening up right here.
I think there's a lot more on the line, specifically, like you said, for RNG. For the other three teams in general, I think there's a lot more on the line. OGD kind of has the least to play for. They're the only Chinese team that's within the top 12 at the moment, with Aster, RNG, and Extreme kind of looking from the outside in. Those three teams are on the bubble. That's like a common playoff, whatever sport you watch. They're on the bubble. They're right there. And LGD, like you said, kind of need this the least. But for RNG, I think you're going to be giving it your all. It is kind of weird that the top two are the only teams that are getting DPC points out of this. So if you make grand finals, you've got yourself at least 300 points. I would have thought it would be like 450, 300, 250.
I hate
I
that
think like
too.
the last regional finals. So I do think that you've taken top four. You were all going to the major. I think there should be some sort of point matching in some way, shape, or form. I mean, even the last regional final was 250 for first place, 130 for second place, and nothing for third and fourth. I don't know. I kind of think that's whack,
I hope
as the
personally
kids are saying.
that at the major, the points are going to get adjusted somehow, because if China can't get there, this is going to majorly screw up all the standings. Like, if the same points are still going to be allocated to the major, there's going to be a big problem at the end of the year, I think.
Yeah, that's got to change as well. Yeah, second major points have to be changed or shifted down
Like,
to.
changed a lot too, because you're literally having two
Yeah,
regions that are not there.
there's a lot
Well,
happening at the major regarding those points. But gentlemen, we'll talk about it in a little bit. Right now, let's talk about some heroes. Got a draft on our
Okay, let's
hands,
do that.
and we've got some broken heroes on our hands already. For
They're
RNG, they
all
get this
broken.
Ember Spirit. Grimstroke's broken. Keeper of the Light's broken. Abaddon's
Yeah.
broken. Oh, God. On the bright side, though, boys, there's no chance that we're going to see these Medusa and Death Prophet bans. So it's not all bad so far.
Medusa
So-
lost 5% damage on a split shot, though. It doesn't
yeah,
sound
Medusa
like a
still
lot,
gets picked.
but it can be quite annoying, Like, your farm will definitely slow down your team fight damage overall. But Medusa is still very, very strong.
And it's still finding its way into every game I cast.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it's still better than the old split shot, right? Because you get the 12% talent. So even if you take 5% away, it's still 7% better than the old one.
The question I have though is this: usually we do not see PSG LGD open up with two supports in this particular way. So is there a likelihood or a possibility that this Keeper of the Light is actually going to be a core hero for PSG LGD? It's not something that we see generally in China, that this hero is played core, but it could be a potential option. Although,
Yeah.
Black, you've critiqued them a lot on this. Nothing to say. Plays a lot of heroes, but doesn't always play them expertly though.
Yeah. But his Coddle, like, I was on the same boat as you. But when he played the Coddle, I think he did it once. He absolutely demolished the game. Like, his itemization was great too. He went like into a really early BKB. He didn't go for this like risky Dagon 5 E-Blade thing that a lot of people are doing. Just really stable and just playing for the team. I really like the way he played his Coddle. And with this opening, it's pretty much guaranteed already that it should be a mid Coddle, unless they pick
You
like a
think
really
so?
hard lockdown like Puck or so.
I was thinking more so is going to be offlane Abaddon.
Oh, sure. I mean, if they want to adjust that, they can also do that, of course. But like, one of those two heroes will definitely be a core. Or hopefully be a core. Otherwise, I don't know how they're going to catch heroes.
Otherwise, they should hire new analysts. We're not going to be doing a good enough job. We got to get at least one right?
No,
You
but
say
against
Coddle,
Ember,
I'll
you
say
need
Abaddon
stuns.
will be fine. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
You need
we've
a
seen so many
lockdown.
Ember Spirit games, especially Somnus' Ember Spirit, man. Like, if you don't have
good.
stuns against him, he's going to destroy you.
I'm also really
What's,
loving the combination with the Grimstroke. Inkswell carrier is always nice. Just a way for him to always have that aggressive potential. And we still don't have
Yeah.
lockdown. What's left in the pool that gives lockdown? So Pango's banned, Brew's gone as well. We've
Puck's the big
seen
one.
quite a bit of
Sand
pucks
King.
against the
Yeah.
Spirit. Sand King is an option as well. We've obviously seen
Dragon
some Shadow
Knight.
Shamans, DK. Actually, quite a few. And do you all
Yeah.
remember that particular? There was a meta where like there was Spirits and Puck every game, and then almost every game had like Lion, Shadow Shaman, especially in China, just for the
Yeah.
hexes.
Yeah.
Whatever
Lion
happened to that
Shadow
point in
Shaman,
time?
It could still.
Lion became weaker, and
Yeah.
Shadow Shaman's still strong. He's still harassed as well in lane. I'm stealing everything that I think Black and Jenkins have said to me in the last few days when I talk about Shadow Shaman.
You're a
So
Shadow Shaman, yeah.
I'm just repeating. But also, I just want to point out, speaking of Shadow Shaman, respect ban. First ban Shadow Shaman. I mean, that speaks volumes about how well Kaka plays that hero.
That is because he's the second highest base damage in the game as well.
Now you're using my stats. All right.
And you can't just take it as a give and take, man.
Yeah, it is. No, I don't disagree.
But yeah, what is there left for RNG that they really like to play? Honestly, does Kaka probably plays Grimstroke, but again, I don't think he's like a super Kaka hero. He's more like the Phoenix kind of guy, Shaman Lion.
Phoenix, Shamans, Nyx Assassins.
Yeah. Grimstroke is like one of the heroes that I don't think he likes to play. Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
would
so
think.
that'd be a fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
This will be very intriguing. Seeing him on this Hoodwink is what I imagine it will be. Once again, it is going to be more follow up with damage. And that sharpshooter, it always surprises me sometimes how quickly it hurts. And I always like getting more burst damage when the enemy team has a pattern. Don't give them the chance for the burst heal to start catching up. Kill a hero quickly, move on to the next target. this is decent enough, and they have enough stuns to be able to cover the single use of Aphotic Shield. And we still don't have any lockdown from PSG LGD. So now they
they need
are going to be
something.
in a position where they have to get something right now.
Yeah. Also, I want to just comment real quick on the Hoodwink. Grimstroke and Hoodwink can actually kill the Abaddon. Like, if the Phantom is on you and you get broken from the ult, you are dead. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, I'm
Which
just
could
assuming
be
Abaddon's going to
potentially an
be
answer
far
for it.
enough back. But yeah, if it is core Abaddon especially. And now, do you even want to play core Abaddon now
No.
that the enemy team has a break? You're like, no, we're not doing that anymore.
We're good on this front. Thank you, guys. And you could still do it. Like, you can get a Manta style and whatnot, you know? But after seeing NTS Coddle the last time, okay, Doom to deal with the Ember.
Right.
I like it.
The Faith Beyond
Good.
hero right there. Something you can
Yeah.
rise
Yeah.
a lot with. Get them, and also, this is a hero that you can get some degree of initiation with, right? Get the Blink, Centaur Conqueror, Hoof Stomp. It is some lockdown. It's not like the best, but it's something to allow you to get the Doom off. And you know Ember's never going to be buying the Lincoln Sphere anyway, so it's okay. Monkey King for some damage here for Ame. I'm still so concerned about their team fight, right? How do they keep heroes close to actually kill them here on the side of PSG LGD?
Will Wisp. Get that,
Anti-mage.
hopefully. Monkey King used to be Ame's go-to hero, at least last year when we were covering
AM for
China
Ghost.
and SEA.
AM
It was
for Ghost.
a lot of Monkey King. It feels like it might just be AM for Ghost, right? Like that's like the only thing we've seen from him, or
Yeah.
we see from him a lot. Speaking of
Tiny.
the Ember, I wonder if he does go end up getting that Lincoln's. Like that's just so defensive. I'm feeling so bad.
Yeah, it's not fun to do.
Night
Stalker.
Stalker. Okay. Very interesting. Into a Monkey King too. They know this is a Monkey King carry, and Night Stalker does not fare too well against him in lane. Of course, it's
Or-
good later on, but
Coddle mid, Monkey King 4, Abaddon 5, Doom 3.
that could also be the thing. But now against Night Stalker, putting a monkey on post 4 is quite risky.
Yeah,
And also, what other carry can you really pick that has a ton of lockdown? You know, there's Faceless Void, but not the biggest Void fan, honestly, against these kind of heroes.
Okay, hear me out, bro. If you pick Void here, right? Coddle,
Yeah.
bring in the damage. You put Coddle mid. You
Okay.
hyper farm with these null tallies. Nah, it's not gonna work. I'm kidding. I'm just playing.
It can work though. It can work. Like if Void gets farmed enough, he doesn't need chrono damage, right?
But
Like, you
I don't
can
know. It just
quick
feels
your
like the
items and then you're
pace
good
of
to go.
Void feels off to me. Like with the rest of the heroes that they also have in PSG.
It does feel
Medusa
off.
ban.
That's why I think it's just going to be Monkey King carry. Because they're also banning the Ursa, which is very strong against the Monkey King carry. Is one of the only heroes that can actually fight him in the ring.
I'm also starting to look at what heroes you were talking about. Ghost, what can he play here? His Deuce has been banned out. Can't play Ursa. We've mentioned his Tiny. He plays TA as well.
Ooh.
TA gets taken
TA
away though by
wow.
PSG LGD. So safe lane
No
TA
stun
looks
draft.
like this might be. Where's the Doom going? This is mid Doom or off lane Doom? Probably mid Coddle, and then they'll put Doom in
Yeah,
the
mid
off lane,
Coddle,
but
off lane Doom, I'd say, for
no
Monkey.
stun draft. Okay, this is peculiar. Having Monkey King into the Night Stalker as a support, also into Hoodwink. Like it's not that easy to win out the 4-position vision battle in this particular position. So somewhat peculiar to me that this is the option for them. Talk to me about this,
Draw
Jacob. What do you make of them going in this
Juggernaut.
direction with no stuns as we see RNG rounding out the draft with this Juggernaut for Ghost, a hero that he's played only once before, I think. I'll have to make 100% sure.
I just want to say first and foremost, I'm coming for your panel jobs, everybody in every other region. I just called that to the T, except for the Templar Assassin. I didn't have a chance to guess at that. But with the TA, I think it's tempo driving, right? Like what we've seen from LGD is high pace, high tempo in the past. I wonder if that's going to be the game plan here. Get an early Deso Blink, maybe just try to output that damage and see what you can do with the TA. Early Doom, if you can get a Centaur Stomp, Blink in early, I mean, it depends what Doom wants to do, but you are getting a lot of vision and you'll have a lot of mobility from your 4 with Jinkyu on the Monkey King. I think it's going to be high tempo from LGD. And truthfully, I think RNG can combat it. I just don't know if they will be having the execution to do so. That sound right, Black? Did I nail that?
Yeah. I think what they're saying is pretty much spot on. It's the only thing LGD can do. And if RNG can weather the storm, like their late game should, in theory, quite a bit better with the Juggernaut and Ember Spirit course. Because like Coddle is very risky to pick into an Ember Spirit. We have seen it many times where you just get jumped on by the Ember Spirit with BKB on, and especially Inkswell as well,
Mhm.
could potentially backfire this kind of draft. It's very difficult to play.
Very difficult to play indeed, but if there's any team on the planet that is capable of playing at the level high enough required to pull off a draft like this, it is certainly PSG, LGD. RNG on the other side, I'll be honest, gentlemen, I prefer their draft. I think it's a lot more straightforward to play, but of course, they actually have to do it. The team has gone through some upheaval, a new carry player, a new support. Whether this is going to be impacting team cohesion, we do not know just yet, but we're going to be finding out together with this game number 1 of the regional finals. There's DPC points on the line. There's thousands of dollars on the line. But more importantly, there's potentially a ticket to TI standing between both of these teams here. So to figure out who's going to be getting closer to that point, we've got B Cup on the mic. We've got Black on the mic. We've got Dota 2. Gentlemen, take it away. See you after the game.
Thank you very much, Snare, as we get into this paused game here. And we'll see how this goes for both teams. I'm truly interested to see if LGD still kind of have it. I feel like they've never lost it, so I don't doubt them yet. It's more so what we're gonna see from RNG, right?
Yeah, I think so. The only problem I have is that the last 2 games I've seen from LGD, they didn't look great. I gotta say I'm a little bit worried, especially with a high execution draft like this, or like the difficulty level is super high. I would have preferred if they picked something easier, honestly. But we know LGD is able to play these kind of lineups. It's just like, why do you always make things hard for your fans, man? Just play normal games.
Checking in with the fans, no doubt here.
Look at Ami's quick buy.
Let's see what's Ame's quick buy right now. Bottle.
That's a lot of bottles.
Gotta get those sips. Put one up, put one down, pass it around. 98 bottles of bottle on the wall. No real.
Gotta
name
bottle
for
those
it, just-
DDs.
yeah. The ones that always spawn right before Roche.
Yeah, especially on a hero like TA. Ama is setting up the sneak attack. Started Night Stalker, but of course you won't really be able to kill him. But double melt can probably do like 300 damage or so. Wise manning up. He's not manning. Wise manning up. He's not manning up.
Also, Ame got the bounty rune and a lot of damage out on a chalice.
Just
He's
about
not
400,
done
yeah.
yet.
Can you get one more? Wow.
Yeah.
Dude. All right, he's completely out of region already. But we got more tangos coming in.
It's always great to lane up here against Ame. I want them to throw the safe lane Pudge out again.
Same.
that.
Same. I've been playing so much Pudge, and it's actually, I don't know if it's better or worse than before, but it's really fun. Also, this member got buffed. Pick it.
It's better than the blood rot of Bloodseeker with that Ags. That's for sure.
They got buffed, right? Is it actually like usable now, or?
I think it got buffed, but I think the upgraded rod is still better.
I mean, upgraded rod is just broken. The
True.
AoE of that.
It's a trap.
Now that it's paused, I was Pudged today. I got tossed into a team fight into 4 heroes. I had the rod slow talent, so it goes to like 46% slow, and I had the axe as well. So nobody could move, literally. Like 200 movement speed, everybody. They tried to get away, B-Cup, but they couldn't. Just like in Alien vs Predator, man.
You gotta stand still, otherwise you'll get caught.
Have you watched the first Alien movie, like the very first one?
Not recently, but I've watched 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, because like, I've watched like this really first one recently, and it looked so bad, like the graphics and stuff. But it's really old, so you can't really.
It's all practical effects. Or well,
Yeah.
not all. Most of it's practical effects.
But
If
when
you
did
wanna-
the first one release? Like 1900 something?
First one, 1979, maybe. I don't know.
Damn. Yeah. Okay, makes sense then. It's kind of scary how fast technology is advancing, isn't it?
Yeah, and yet people still choose to use practical effects. If you want to see a movie with the best practical effects in all of horror or thriller movies, The Thing is the best practical effects I think I've ever seen.
How about Transformers?
Definitely not practical effects, but sure.
Definitely not. But
Gosh. Wow. So I'm ready to see what Ghost can do.
Same.
Truthfully.
I want to
Like
see him
this-
really be pressured. You know, like how do you perform under pressure? I want to see that, and then I'll give him my mark. You know, I'll give him my grade. You know when it is like Olympics and stuff,
Mhm.
or when you give him like the point
judging?
whatever, out of 10.
10.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So I need him to perform under pressure, and then I'll give him my verdict.
Or if you want to get really into the scoring, you got to give them scoring just like diving or those other ones where it's like you have a multiplier based on difficulty and
Right.
other things. Yeah.
Yeah. And the multiplayer this game should be pretty high because it's LGD, right?
It should be. Hero multiplier jug, not too common, but still pretty strong. Up against LGD, I think the multipliers get in pretty high.
How many times do you think?
4.281.
Wow, that's pretty high. I don't even know if that exists, but I'll
Right
take
now-
your word for it.
Everything very, very quiet.
Yeah, Coddle is very fun mid laner. You just push out the lane all the time. Nothing can ever happen to you. It's great. Oh, CQ though, he is still alive.
Might
Nice.
be fine. Jingu? Keeping him alive.
Ghost dead,
Ghost might
probably.
just be the one who's dead.
No, he's also fine.
Gets under the tower. All of a sudden, you see him without spin. Kind of panicking a little bit.
Yeah, not that strong without spin. I'm personally not the biggest fan of Juggernaut. I gotta be honest about that. Like, it just doesn't feel super strong. You know what I mean?
What do you
Oh,
think?
Chalice
is
is
his
taking
weak
a beating.
points?
He has no boots, but Armor has boots.
Oh.
But too much armor. Too much armor.
Even with the minus armor, too much armor.
How is it even balanced?
Oh, 2-man bushwhack. Easy. Very easy. How's nothing to say doing? 30-3.
Yeah, that's the thing with the Coddle. You really can't pressure him like ever. You just keep blasting and blasting. Do you know the meme where he's like, anyway, I started blasting?
I think I've seen it. It's
Blocking the
Faith
small
Beyond
can
done.
too. Nice.
1 on Devour, 2 on the Scorched Earth. Right. Pretty standard.
Yep.
Got this ultra rare base axe that he's been trying to use here.
Night Stalker is getting nothing, man. He is completely out of the game right now. And they're not letting him get anything either. Again, the Melt Strike. I said the Y might be fine.
So far, we're wrong to call any of the kills just yet.
Yeah,
Everybody's getting
but
close to dying.
we're doing our job. That's important.
True.
Bam, Chalice, get out of my lane. You remember last time we played on the team? You flamed me. I don't know if it actually happened, I'm just saying.
You're starting the rumor mill.
I was just kidding, guys. Never happened. Oh, spin top.
Spin with the Inkswell. It's going to be a decent amount of damage, but again, if he gets the Jingu and then he gets the Boundless Strike, he just
Wait,
heals
doesn't get
up.
the Jingu.
No, not yet. And now he's got it, but he can't stand his ground. Ex Nova with the first blood.
I create.
Yeah.
It's about
What's
5
he
minutes
saying?
in.
Fool me twice, something?
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
Yeah.
Fool me 3 times, and I guess I'm gonna fall for it every single time.
Anyway, I think he was not able to fool them the second time. And
I think-
despite that first blood though, still 1k gold ahead, just because of the bot lane. Like the Night Stalker is really getting nothing. And Night Stalker is one of those heroes that has a really hard time recovering because you don't have any inbuilt farm for us.
It is not like having Devour built in and then going for a Midas. If Faith Beyond does choose to go to that Midas.
I'm sure he does, like everybody does all the time.
Phase Boots Midas.
Yeah. You just get the face boots to lane a bit better and then you go for your scaling item afterwards.
The thing about it here too is like it's nighttime and Ame's not even scared. Ame's level 5, about to hit that level 6. He's fine being in this lane by
Oh,
himself.
nothing to say.
Meanwhile, bottom, I mean mid. Nothing to say, gets caught, bushwhacks there. Nothing to say, getting a little bit low. There's 3 heroes going on
Where's
to
the
this
blast, nothing to say?
bottle. And nothing to say is just gonna drop. They land the Inkswell out onto Y.
I can't
Stroke of
believe he
Fate
didn't
slowing him
blast.
down.
That blast would have healed him by so much.
Gonna be it.
Yeah, he should not have died there. Now again, I really praised his cuddle after that first game, but now I'm unsure again. You know, he always does this to me.
Well, the Kato's kind of fragile, right? You die a couple times in lane and all of a sudden your game slowed down a little bit too much.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the thing, he shouldn't have died there, because that blast would have healed him to probably half health, and then he would have been fine. So I don't know how familiar he actually is on it now. You know what I mean? He always does this to me, man. He's breaking my heart.
You're breaking my heart, Lisa.
My heart. Put the cookie down.
But this time it's nothing to say. Ame's just free to farm here, and that's a little bit scary because I feel like the conversation with TAs is always this. Well, TA could just go back into the jungle, and TA farms so efficiently in the jungle. Oh, well, I'm not going back into the jungle. I guess I'll be fine. And just farm this lane for free.
Yeah, but look at the net worth. Oh, like, the real winner right now is Somnus. He's the highest net worth in the game.
Yeah, so far.
It's also very
So far,
scary,
so
right?
good.
Because he's the hero that can really destroy the TA. I mean,
Trap's
he's
doing
just
a
1v2ing
lot
them.
of damage to Kaka, and he is, oh gosh, the blinding light back into the illuminate.
Anyway, because I started blast. Oh, I love that hero. But I hate playing against it.
That was quite nice. That was like just on the edge of
It was a
just
very
on
nice
the
line,
end
right,
of
for sure.
spirit form.
Yep.
Second later, and he may not have had the blinding light.
Well, someone's going to a Falcon Blade instead of the Orb of Corrosion that we usually see. Very interesting.
Smoked up. Again, trying to put the pressure on Ame, but they've got Y ready to soak this gank. It's not level 6 and not near it yet, but he's happy with taking this time.
Yeah, that's what LGD is so good at. Hey, Ame! What? You know they're all there?
He knew that they were all there, and now he's just in trouble and dead. Oh, okay. I looked away initially until you said, hey, Ame. And
Why gave his life for you? And you're like, yeah, I want to join you.
guess they'll hold hands in the grave.
Yeah. I was about to say, yeah, that's why LGD is so good, cause like their supports are always in these really nice positions. And then Ame dies anyway. He just stood there, I thought he DC'd or something.
Yeah, in a spot that they didn't need to have Ame die in. And you say DC, maybe potentially an issue. I don't know. They did disconnect like 3 heroes a couple times already.
Probably not though. They would have paused for sure. Just a misplay. Even gods can bleed become.
For sure. And with that,
God's
now
going-
all of a sudden he's 5th on the net worth, right? Like, that's not where I expected Ame to be, especially with the open lane he had.
I'd agree. But remember my criticism of Ghost, like that he just knows this one playstyle, which is super hard farm. Like he's going back into Battle Fury again. Against the high tempo here, like TA, you really just want to go like Maelstrom Manta to be able to combat them early. Like he's hoping for his team to just give him all the space in the world, basically. So I'm gonna give him a 3 out of 10 for now.
Kaka. Meld Strike, Trap, all hitting. Here comes Somnus. Here comes Chalice with Ghost. Let a Fist, Searing Chain. Jingyu
Yeah,
in
Jingyu
trouble.
dead.
Jingyu is dead, despite the Jingyu.
That's always what I'm a little bit worried about when I see a support monkey. Like if you don't dominate laning stages, you can really just fall off in the mid game and be a mobile ward.
Which isn't the worst thing in the world, but at the same time, you do want to have a little bit more from your Monkey King, right?
Yeah. Now Cuddle should be able to defend the mid tower. There's a big blast on like 3 heroes, 4 heroes.
And the Blinding Light once again coming back. Primal Spring, or at least looking for it, never made the jump, and now they'll use the Doom on the Somnus, but they gotta follow that up. They need to go for it. Instead, they follow Kaka as a 5-man stack.
Yeah, but that's the problem. No stun drafts, right? We spoke about it. Like, you have all these nice spells, but how do you keep them in place? Blinding Light was already used, and Doom doesn't have the Storm Creep yet.
Ooh,
Ooh,
interesting,
X-Nova.
but now X-Nova trapped down, Soulbind used.
Hey,
Blade
Ghost
Fury
gonna be
there on
careful,
top
maybe.
of Ame. And goes back into the Refraction. They've got the Wukong's command. They'll go to the Omni Slash. That'll bounce
Ghost?
around, but Ghost ends up dying very easily. Somnus now with a Remnant. That's his last Remnant, so if they follow that, he's going to find himself in some trouble, but a good Bushwhack. They'll pop the Borrowed Time. They hit the Balance Strike. They'll go after Somnus. But he will, in fact, jump to that Remnant and get out of this exchange, or at least for now, he'll look like he has. Kaka, Soulbound, or Solarbound.
Huh.
2K lead all of a sudden for LGD, but of course you've got the Doom inflating that. A little bit with the Coddle, too. They want to fight again.
OTA.
They want to go for this. Silverbind's down on the Somnus. They've got the Silence, but the Balance Strike lands on a 2.
Blast.
Blinding Light is on a 3.
The Coddle Blast!
He's hitting everybody with this, and Ghost is down to half health. The Primal Spring right down on top of this team, and now another Illuminate. Bushwhack on a 2. Stroke of Fate lands on both those heroes. Sleight of Fist coming through from Somnus to try and run. Kaka, not much he can do to participate in this, and all of a sudden he's good with the Solar Bind. Go to the Primal Spring, Jingu 1v1 on the Somnus, pops the Jingu, gets the Illuminate, but the Remnant back and away.
Wow, they're really
OGD,
stepping
we
on the
said
gas
pressure.
here.
Yeah, they're stepping on the gas.
I was worried about Armor, but then suddenly the Coddle Blast comes in, plus the Balance Heal, and he's like, alright, I'm back to full health. Man, Coddle is such a strong hero, it's actually insane. I'm so surprised every time I see it.
I'm more so surprised that this is not a China pick at all. Like, it has proven itself a couple of times, and we've just seen it kind of fall really hard on its face in China, but it's only been played a couple of times.
Yeah, but last time LGD played it, they completely destroyed with it as well. And now they seem to be doing the same thing. It even got nerfed a bit and they still first faced it. So can give you an idea of how busted it actually was. Anyway, I want Ghost to really just focus on farming. Like, I always hate it when players itemize in one way, but then they play the other way. Like, he's playing like he had a Maelstrom or like a Diffusal Blade. But he could have had his Battlefield already and just like split push the map. Remember, I had a similar criticism of his anti-mage game.
Yeah.
Oh, they're seeing why. He has ult to pop though. Back to full health. Any help? Nah.
TP Bushwhack, and there is the kill.
No help. They're giving up a mid tower for free. Didn't expect that one.
Surprising.
Yeah.
Especially with the pressure they'd been putting on. Ame, by the way, goes to the Dragonlance, and we'll be going Deso afterwards.
Yeah.
Solar Bind. Chalice in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
And by a lot of trouble, I mean he's already dead, and it's a killing spree for nothing to say. Who has gone to these Boots of Travel, has the Spirit Vessel, and now it's BKB next on the shopping list.
Solar Bind is so bonkers. Oh, I think you're scouting on something. We get stun off, they have a Doom. Why there's no stun right now? It's 3 seconds. Fake alert. If he had one though. Another Solar Bind. Goodbye, X-Nova.
Yeah, Spirit Vessel too. It's just like, oh, I'm getting run down. There's the Illuminate. Omni Slash used, and yeah, it gets Monkey King, but we'll see if that's really worth it, because Kaka burns out. He had the Spirit Vessel on him as well. They're trying to turn this around with Somnus as well as Ghost and Chalice. There's the Illuminate. The Borrowed Time popped again. Y able to soak up this damage, and he'll get out with the Tumbler's Toy. Gotta remember, this is a fight all without Ame, who's inside the jungle just farming up. And, well, getting all the time in the world to get what he wants.
Oh, is there a Solar Bind on Chalice maybe? They don't have wards, no. But yeah, as you said, they were 5k ahead, but even though they traded evenly, like support for support, well, I guess they traded 2 for 1, they still made up like 2k gold. Just because Armor was farming so efficiently. It's gonna be so long until Ghost actually becomes a factor in this game. It's gonna be tough to fight, honestly. Like, Chalice is just so weak. He's going for a Sange first item, but what's that gonna do? Heaven's Halberd, sure, eventually, but yeah, Night Stalker, we said, doesn't recover. Look at his net worth. Monkey King's almost at his net worth.
Which is no surprise with the way Jin-Q plays as well.
Yeah.
Is actually low for him, probably.
You know what I'm really surprised by? Like, Kaka has basically been invisible this game. I haven't actually said his name once.
Yeah. There were, like, he... let me get my thoughts together. He had gotten bullied out of lane, bottom. Him and Chalice were struggling up against just one Templar assassin, and he didn't exactly make moves around the map that opened up kills here or there. And similar to the Night Stalker, I would say, if you're behind on net worth, you're not really going to accomplish too much. Good sharpshooter move to try and get away, but they've got the blinding light. They'll still get the kill on the Kaka, and they'll take him out once again. Nothing to say after the Sleight of Fist. We'll just TP over to mid with those boots of travel.
Yeah, I think it's Roche time now with the Desolator completed. Very, very difficult to fight into. They have the Curse of Avernus as well.
Nothing
pop? No way!
Nothing to stay getting spotted by Chalice.
Oh, the Solar Bite, man! It's so broken.
And you fast? Not anymore. Chalice with the Solar Bite on him. Oh, Doom out on a Somnus! And Ame will get the kill.
Well played, Xingqiu coming in clutch with the stun.
Spirit Vessel again on the Kaka. The Illuminate not fully charged up. There's the Sharpshooter to try and back away.
Solar Bite is too
not
good,
getting any space and not having any life. Soulbind out onto 2 with the BKB being popped here by Faith Beyond. Inkswell pops. BKB still going on for 2 more seconds, and that will be gone from Faith Beyond.
I just want to note really
anything.
quick. The only reason they got the Somnus kill is because Xingqiu went for the very unorthodox Boundless Strike stun duration instead of the Vision talent, which like almost never happens. But he recognizes obviously that they have like almost no stun or catch, so it makes perfect sense. Oh, Wukong setting up, be a good one. Oh, the arena for Solar Bind.
Pretty strong, and Solarbind Illuminate coming through, blowing up X Nova. Chalice
He's still alive.
He was in the mischief, and he's still alive. The Ami Slash bouncing around, and unfortunate for Jin-Q, it hits him, but Ghost ends up dead to Ame. LGD are ripping RNG apart.
Oh, the damage. Oh, it was already in. What? It looked like the attack was still hitting him. Yeah, Roche is already half health as well. Look at the Coddle Blasters healing everybody back to full. Man, this draft is coming together wonderfully, but I gotta say, I feel RNG is really giving it to them. Like, they are running into them repeatedly. You know, that's the only like time LGD can really find these fights. You know, they don't have great catch. They literally just get kills with Solar Binding you all the time because you run into them.
Yeah. LGD, you know, most people say, you know, say mercy as they turn your wrist. But LGD is trying to say,
Solar Bind again? You can't move.
Chalice hit with the blinding light as well, so...
One more vessel?
The power of light, certainly strong.
Dude, Solar Bind is like such a busted spell, it's actually ridiculous.
It might be one of the strongest spells. I think it's so broken.
Yeah, same. Also the magic resistance. Reduction. Oh, X-Nova got solo killed by Xingqiu?
Thank you, yeah.
He's level 12 already, man. He's same level as Somnus almost on Xingqiu.
Maybe even looking to go get Ghost.
There's the Ghost,
there's the Vision. And they've got the Blink Dagger, so they're just going to stick with watching him. There's the Boundless Strike and the Doom and the kill. Xingqiu getting the kill on the Ghost. And yeah, that is Ghost dead for the 3rd time. And this is the adversity we talked about wanting to see him in to see if he could pull it back. But I am not sure that this item build with the Battle Fury has given him that opportunity.
I already made my judgment. I'll let the folks know. I'll make it known after the game.
Yeah, tell the carry Cabal.
Yes. I've sundered this Cabal. They're looking for potentially... He has BKB, there's no way they can kill this guy.
He'll let them...
He has no TP though. Call is TPing in.
Yeah, he's still gonna let them think that they can kill him.
Oh, look at the blinding light.
And the solar bind.
And
Oh,
the damage.
Chalice, no movement speed. Okay, cool. That's always fun. Meanwhile,
it's Nova
Ame
died
just
again.
going after the back lines, and he's starting to wrap around.
It's
You may
Solar Bind
want to
again.
leave because now all of a sudden, Solar Bind, Chalice slowed up, hit with the blinding light. There's the blink as well as the Inferno Blade. They've got the silence, but the chase is on. Chalice
way.
trying to run, and Chalice dead in his grave.
Am I evil for laughing at this? Like, I love seeing this.
Well, it's like LGD are really just playing with them.
Yeah, the solar binds coming up one after another. Oh, it's glorious.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Give mana to... Ah, man. Thank you. Well, he's trying to solo kill Ghost, man. Seek you relax. No way. Oh, look at
Almost
this
getting away with
network.
it too.
He's surpassed Chalice already. He almost has a BKB.
Bottom tier 2 gonna go down.
All I can say is I hope we get a much closer game too. This is not doing anyone justice here, other than LGD.
Well, that's half the players in the game.
Oh, Chalice is just dead again? X-Nova
Oh
too?
my god!
Kaka?
They're blowing up heroes all over the place, and Kaka, well, just getting out. However, there is the Solar Bind. Nothing to say. You may not want to be that close.
He has a BKB, he has a BKB.
Spirit
so he should be
Vessel
fine.
again. It's got Solar Bind in 5 seconds. He's fine. Meanwhile, the
taking
bottom
the
set of
bot
racks
Rex,
are getting
by the way.
taken. Yeah.
It's okay though, Ghost
I'm
almost has
surprised they've
mental
stayed in it this
Yeah,
long
same.
because Kaka is king of calling GG the second he thinks it's over.
But he was also the king of IG, he's not the king of RNG, right?
Might be Somnus's decision.
Yeah. You don't want to make... wasn't Somnus called the Prince or something?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
All these special nicknames. Do you have one in China, a special nickname?
Me? I don't think anybody calls me anything in China. I don't even think they know my name.
I do. The
I'll have to-
broadcasters, at least.
Yeah, I'm known as English commentary.
B-Cop. I'm known as B-Cop, the slayer of cops. Well, 22k gold lead in 23 minutes. 5-man smoke.
Last ditch effort, right?
You can't kill the monkey. You can't kill... They all have BKBs. They have 4 BKBs and an Abaddon.
They're ready. Smoke breaks. Here
Oh,
they
no.
go. Chalice trying to find something, but JQ spotted. He pops the BKB. They kill off X-Nova immediately. They're going to go for more. Somnus on the run. There's the GG call. They see all the BKBs. They're so scared of them.
They can't do anything. They got blasted out of the game. Well, in case you were wondering, B-Cop, is LGD afraid of ghosts? No, they're
No.
not.
Now, as you said, getting blasted again, and RNG are blasting off again as LGD. They basically say, well, go Pikachu, and we're the main characters of this whole storyline.
PSG LGD with that main character energy pull up with a dominant game one performance to just underscore how dominant this game was, right? Initially, it's like, things are okay, you know. Clearly, PSG LGD is getting the better of the laning phase because Chalice is getting nothing from the game. At 14 minutes, it was a 5k gold lead, which is already pretty bad. Like when you have a Juggernaut that went for a Battle Fury, you're playing ostensibly this type of farming game. And then at 15 minutes, you know, that's 5k. At 19, it was 10. At 22 minutes, it was 18. At 24 minutes, it was 24. That was just incredible performance from PSG LGD. But Black, you were mentioning it. Why on earth did RNG literally keep running directly into them? Why? What happened?
I don't know. I don't know. Like the entire itemization of their carry was also to literally run away from them, not into them. Yet Ghost kept joining fight after fight. He died like 3 times. And like if you want to play that way, I think you should play that way, but you cannot itemize like this, you know? And Chalice just had no game whatsoever after the laning phase, so even more so of a reason to go for a fighting item build, because you can't play 3v5. Like CQ almost solo killed Ghost. You know, it's like yeah, what can you say? LGD just completely outclassed them, but like you gotta be on the same page when it comes to the game. If your team wants to run at them, you need to make sure that you can run at them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, speaking of Chalice, because often we would see that he's the one that's going in first. He'd pop the Ascension, move in, get quickly solar bound, then die, and sometimes dragging Somnus into the
Solar
fray as
bind,
well.
man.
But this solar bind spell, as broken as it is, B Corp, right? Chalice, we have also seen this season struggle when he's not playing some of his more familiar heroes, right? Night Stalker, not something that he normally drags out of his arsenal, hasn't played it in a couple of months. But is this an issue now for RNG where, let's compare and contrast on the other side, right? Nothing to say. It's his second professional game all time on this Keeper of the Light. He looks amazing on it. It looks so good. On the other side, though, should RNG really be worried that they actually don't win games if Chalice isn't playing a signature hero?
I mean, that's a hard comparison going from mid to off lane, but I do think that Chalice, certainly you want to give him some comfort. I think Night Stalker is something that he used to play. I don't really think that it was entirely his fault that that lane went horribly. I think that even with Kaka there, they had just given Ame too much, and Ame was able to fight back by himself for the most part. And really, Abaddon, he's giving you a Photic Shield, he's throwing out a Miscoil. It's practically just Ame there anyway. For the most part, it was just Ame there anyway. I think that's got to come with more chemistry between him and Kaka because that's not just on him. I don't think so. But it's also you're playing a hero that doesn't recover, and once that lane went poorly, Night Stalker was getting nothing. That was pretty clear cut from the beginning.
Speaking of heroes that don't recover really well, but can be very influential and very happy if they do start well, this past four Monkey King, we've seen it before from Shin Q Black. 85% win rate for a reason, but he was a god this game. My goodness. It just seemed like because he was another carry. There was a point where I'm watching him and he was solo chasing both Night Stalker and Ember Spirit by himself, bottom lane, and they even get a kill on the Night Stalker. And they're all too afraid to jump him because they're like, well, if we jump him, we probably actually end up dying here. So going into the second game, how good is it for PSG LGD that despite literally only having Boundless Strike as an initiation spell, it seemed to work perfectly. And they still got the information out of the map that you normally want when you're playing this Monkey King.
Yeah, I mean, I do think obviously the way LGD played was perfect, but the way RNG played into this no stun draft is like they gave them every opportunity on a silver platter. Like that is not how you play around no stun drafts, right? Like they run into them head first all the time. Monkey King gets like 4-man Wukong arenas off. Like that's not supposed to happen. You have a Night Stalker too. Like everything just completely fell apart, and it just didn't feel like there was a lot of communication going on. To be honest, X Nova in the back line dies to like one hero, then Chalice in the front line dies by himself, while the other three are like, man, where are they? Where are they? Are they behind us? Or in front of us? Where do we go? And they just couldn't do anything.
Yeah, it really does feel like cohesion was where it started to really fall apart for RNG. Initially, it didn't seem so bad, but I think as we started to see adversity strike them, you were mentioning in the class that you want to see how Ghost is going to respond to pressure being put upon him. And it seems like RNG in general did not respond at all well to the pressure given to them by PSG LGD. However, that's just game one. It's just the first opening salvo. Obviously, things would be a lot easier next time. Please ban Coddle, boys. Do the right thing. Make sure you don't play against this hero. But we'll see whether or not they can actually pull that off. Before we go, though, I just want to give you guys, I was looking into the stats in preparation for the weekend, right? And I was thinking, why does it seem like Shinkyu often feels like a secondary carry player for PSG LGD? Not just because I think he's the best support in the world. It turns out that of all support players and all roles on any hero, he has the highest average kills a game. So it's like, yeah, makes sense why he's always feeling like he's actually a secondary carry for the team. And PSG LGD certainly able to utilize that strength to good fortune. And we'll be seeing if they can do that again for game two. Hopefully not, though, because we want RNG to show what they've got. Before we go, though, gentlemen, Black, one thing that you think RNG can do in between game one and game two to give themselves a better chance here against PSG LGD?
Reset mentally, because in the past they're a team that if they get a bad loss like this, their next game looks really brutal. So I hope it's not a problem that haunts them anymore with Kaka now in the mix as well.
B-Cop, what do you think? How do you feel about this? What do you want to see changing here for them to succeed in this situation?
Maybe a little bit of drafting. Everything. I could just say everything. I feel like everything. is the proper answer. Laning, fighting, beating, drafting, playing against LGD. Yeah, everything. I'm gonna stick with my first answer. Everything.
Build a
Yeah.
time machine, go back and literally change reality itself. We're hoping that RNG can do that and give us a more exciting game number 2. Well, let's take a short break. Let's see if that's going to happen as game number 2 between PSG LGD and Royal Never Give Up. We'll be on in a second. This is Snare, Black, and B Cop, and we'll be with you in just a moment. Or not. We live here now, boys.
Everybody,
We
freeze
live
frame.
here.
Get me out of the basement! Oh no!
Well, since we are still here and we're not going to be going anywhere just yet, we'll be hearing from production what's going to happen on that front. One more question, boys. Let's talk about the fact that in the PSG, we saw one of the things that was a discussion point, Black. You were talking about whether or not they were actually what happened when they got beaten by Team Aster, right? And there was some
Destroyed.
experimentation with those drafts. It turns out that those experiments might actually be for a reason, right? Might be them trying to figure out how to play, for example, a no stun draft. And they did that. And now it's like, okay, we can beat you without stuns. That kind of sucks for the enemy team. We can beat you no matter what we do with the kind of draft we run, right? For PSG LGD, do you think that this is still them part of preparing for the future, given that they don't have to worry about getting to TI, for example? Is it now start to get the team mentally ready all the way for any kind of situation, any kind of scenario, any kind of different play style that they might encounter when they eventually have to play internationally?
The problem with the team is just that they're way too versatile. So now they've proven they can run drafts. They obviously stunt. Well, maybe the next challenge is to pick 0 stunts. In that game, that's the real challenge, right? Like you get 100 out of 100 challenge points, and you can buy this like a dragon or something like that.
B Cup, you were doing it on purpose. The freeze frame, unfortunately, Black got affected by it. Was afflicted in this situation. Obviously, you talk about RNG needing to change everything up, right? And trying to get everything reset, maybe just change reality itself. But another thing they have to consider, right? For a player like Ghost, I mean, it's not fair to him either because he had a very tough game and the game was very difficult at the beginning. However, we have a situation, unfortunately, where you kind of needed him to perform at maximum level in this situation. So, if you're RNG, are you starting to look back fondly on, say, having played with God King or even Flyby, given that Ghost had a very poor performance here in his inaugural DPC game?
I don't think you get that privilege. Truthfully, you don't get to look back and be like, "Oh man, days of God King, you did that. You guys did that. You chose somebody else." You're not allowed to just then be like, "Oh God King, come back to us. We knew we didn't know what we had. We're sorry." Like Ghost, you got to put him in the right position. I gonna be honest. I don't think Ghost is gonna bring this team out of the funk it was in. I don't know if this is
Mm.
gonna be the turnaround, or truthfully, I think this might lead to them going to Division Two,
Oof.
which is a rough statement, controversial. Yes, I know.
Oof.
Going to be very tough to go to Division Two with maybe the teams that are coming up and playing right now. But I just like you're talking about a guy in Ghost who I think needs so many different things to go right for him to succeed. He
Yeah.
plays a very small suit of heroes. He plays a very similar style of gameplay all the time.
Mm.
You're asking for something of a little bit of a one style play in a region that's not going to work in. That you're not going to get away with that. I just don't see it working.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
definitely needs some more experience, like maybe a year or two, because this is not a pub game. But like the way he's playing, he's kind of sort of treating it like a pub game because most of his experience comes from pub games, right? So you can't blame him for that. That's just how it is. So that experience will come with time, and then we'll have to make a judgment after that. But for now, he's very limited, and RNG need to play around that. In the first game, they didn't play around that at all. But if you want to succeed with the current iteration of your lineup, you need to play around that. You need to figure it out.
Speaking of actually like having to figure out and him getting more experience in that regard, what's been happening in China? There used to be a time when it felt like this region was spawning new carry players every other week at a very high level. But for the last like year or so, it's been very stagnant, particularly in that role. And a lot of the new players who have come up who have seemed like the next revelation, people are like, oh my God, Shiro's going to change everything. I've been on the Lu bandwagon since I saw him. But it doesn't always pan out that way. What do you guys think is happening in the region that is causing there to be stagnation in a role that they're normally known for?
I mean, we all know what happened, right? I went to China. I was trained as a carry. I gave my teachings to all the other players. I left China. Now, the players that I gave my teachings to, some of them retired, and you see the result of it. It's all over, B Cup. What do you do now? Bring me back to China is the obvious answer.
Yeah, I mean, or you just stream in China. I feel like that's why we're losing a lot of carries. It's just so lucrative to stream in China. Why?
Or that, yeah, potentially.
I think that's the reason we're losing all these carries. Truthfully,
Hey.
Is that, what?
I'm pointing
What
at
did I
you.
do? Me?
Yeah, you have
Why are you
to
pointing at me?
support my point.
He's telling you to knock the streaming schedule. Quickly check Discord there, Black. I think you're being called to for a quick second on that side. But Big Up, you raise a good point. The fact that we actually have so many of these streaming platforms in China, people actually are very unaware of exactly how lucrative it can be, not just for the legendary players, but even some of the new up and comers. But we also, I mean, it's not like streaming is not as lucrative, of course, in the English speaking part of the world. But is it really so bad? Such that it's actually affecting competitive play to this level. I mean, a lot of the old pros have required, but what about the new kids? Why aren't they getting into the mix as well to take up the vacuum that's been left by the burnings and the like from the past?
Do you want to take this beak or you want me to take it?
Well, why the carries aren't playing? Well, I could give my professional experience.
I mean, it's not
take
just
on this
carries,
one.
though. It's just like shortage. Like right now, it's a carry shortage. But I would say it's just into competitive order right now, to be honest. Right? Like in Division 2, there's just not money at all. Even zero money if you're bottom 2. Just very to get into. So hopefully, I still at some point we're gonna take some money away and support those leagues more because that's one more younger pro players. All of them. Sure, you can say team spirit. Oh, what about that? That's a big exception. You know, it's not the norm at all.
What about you,
Yeah.
Big Up? What do you think? You feel the same way?
I don't know. He lagged a lot for me. I don't know if you could ask me if I feel the same exact way. I'll just go with yeah. I'm just gonna go with yeah. I felt the same way. That's how I feel. That's
Listen, Big Up, you've been casting with Black for so long. I thought you would have had a spiritual connection at this point.
Yeah.
That you could understand him
disappointed in
through
you,
the
man.
lag.
I mean, I do think I know what he said. That Division 2 is not that lucrative, and playing in Division 2 or being stuck under these teams that have such a foothold in the region is just not fun and not paying. That there are other options. There are other options like streaming that is just going to be a more stable financial opportunity for you and a less frustrating and stressful situation overall. You're able to stream and make all this money by being a top player in China, and like why have to struggle to make what $30,000 or whatever from Division 1 if you get there, or if you want to talk Division 2 numbers, it could get worse. Like what was it? Division 2 makes, I don't know, $10,000 or something like that, or whatever for first place. It's 17,000 for first place in Division 2. Like I don't know. I just don't think these teams are gonna like. I just don't think players are really looking for that.
Yeah,
It's not enough money.
you play for 2 months. How much money is there per player in 2 months? Like $K. That's pretty rough, man. Like areas you can't even live without.
Yeah.
I would just hope that the support is going to get spread out a bit more. Like I think that the time of having the need of the biggest prize pool always every year is long gone. Now it's time to look for longevity.
Well, we'll see, hopefully, whether or not the future of Dota can be secured by a better distribution of that TI prize money, which have been a topic of conversation for years. But, gentlemen, and now we move to the draft. We need to talk about these heroes. Of course, that TI prize pool this year is still probably going to be massively inflated. So the teams certainly want to get there, not just for the money, but the pride of being the best Dota team in the world. RNG in this game, they absolutely need to show up. They need to give us a different look, demonstrate that the changes they've made to their roster were done in good faith, were done for the sake of advancing the team. They get to pick up their first pick Shadow Shaman here. Thank God they ban out the Coddle. But at the same time, PSG LGD, they make the immediate decision. They're like, well, we don't think anything was wrong with our opening draft, so we're going to keep it exactly as is. Going back in for the Grimstroke Doom. No first pick Ember Spirit, but B Cop, that leaves the Ember Spirit available in the draft here. So do RNG try to snag that again? Make sure that Somnus has access to this big hero. They're not going to have the Grimstroke behind it, obviously, but did the game go well enough for him that they can decide to dip into that pool once more?
I don't think it did. I don't think it means that they're not going to pick it, but I don't think you want to show it that early again. I like this Mars pick. We talked about it prior to this second game. You need to have Chalice on something he's a little bit more comfortable with, especially if his lane's going to go something similar to the way it did in game number one, and that's exactly what we get here. Um, Mars is probably Chalice's best hero, behind maybe Pangolier, but I do think that Mars is the best.
It certainly is most played hero as well, having enjoyed 75 matches on this with a 56% win rate is definitely not terrible to see. So having him on a hero that he has performed very well at a high level on in the past, a necessity in this situation. I'm also very happy that they got a little bit more, they got the kind of lockdown that is guaranteed, right? In the sense that you can jump in. It doesn't matter how much farm you've gotten in the map, you can still have some degree of impact and effectiveness in the fights. Seemed to be a bit of an issue in game number one that Chalice just had nothing to do, no matter how often he would try it. So very happy to see that they fixed that issue a little bit here. And they've, of course, gotten the comfort pick for the Kaka Shadow Shaman. This does, though, Bcop, leave some issues available where, since they know that Chalice is most likely going to be, or this is going to be the lane pairing, the Shadow Shaman Mars, you can start to now craft your draft almost particularly to try and counter this specific lane, given the success they had doing that last time around.
I want to see what they're going to do against this. I'm interested to see what Ame wants to go to. I think they're going to just save his hero to last and kind of figure out the grand scheme of it all, because this Doom is similar to last pick, right? Or last game, which screams, truthfully, that they're going to want to play fast and loose again. So I wouldn't be surprised by that. They're banning the Monkey King. They don't want to give that away to their Jinkyu, but like we've seen, Jinkyu has a massive hero pool, probably one of the biggest 4-position hero pools there is. So I don't know. I want to get a little bit later into this and kind of get a feel for what they want. They ban out the Ember themselves. Like, they don't want to give it away. They know that LGD have the first pick coming out of this, needing nothing to say hero. Now, why not take it out of his hands and then you get rid of potentially Ame's Monkey King and Terrorblade, or Jinkyu's Monkey King? So both teams kind of focusing on the carry aspect at the moment. Although that CK, I guess it could be safe lane. We've been seeing a lot of off lane CK.
CK, honestly, I really hate playing it. You're a support player, man. You should hate playing against this hero right now. Man, that passive, please do something, Ice Frog. Help us out. Get rid of it. But I'm very curious to see what's going to be the initiation route for PSG LGD here, who they want to combo with this Grimstroke. It's often been Innocence that plays the hero, but Shinkyu can do it as well. We still haven't seen any revelation about what mid matchup's going to look like here. Black, what do you think here? Looking at what RNG needs, I think they could use a little bit more damage. Who would you want to put in the mid lane for Somnus to help them be the killing hero to provision that? Normally, when they play with Mars, they pick up Lina as the backup. Do you think that's an option here?
It could be an option, but it's so hard to really get a good foothold in the game against Doom and Dragon Knight, right? If you ever get caught out of position, you just kind of die. It's hard to play against these heroes. What are Somnus like to play against this? Like, Storm would be a really good one, but that's obviously banned already. Let's see. Puck was going to be an option, but now that you have the Dragon Knight already, that is really good against the puck. Like, I feel LGD is really covering a lot of the bases here for what Somnus likes to play. And maybe that's the recipe to success, like just shut Somnus down in the draft somewhat, and then go from there.
Yeah, I mean, even these other super successful heroes like Queen of Pain and stuff do not really enjoy playing into Doom DK. The only other one that I can now imagine that gives him a little bit of safety, like he plays a lot of Kunka, and they could like get this massive overload on team fight. But even then, I'm not super confident of them wanting to play this Kunka in this game. It would be nice to get a Spirit Vessel carrier though into this Doom DK. It's not going to be the Mars, so it would be nice if that came from the mid lane. This TA pick, though, it's an open question where they're going to play it, but most likely this is going to be the Ghost hero for the safe lane, though. Do we like this, gentlemen?
Maybe not in Ghost's hands.
We have to see.
I don't want to be rude. Like, I don't. From what I know of Ghost and from what I've seen in the past, I don't think TA is exactly the hero for him. That's just my opinion.
I haven't seen him play TA, honestly, so I don't know. We'll have to see. Maybe he'll surprise all of us. But, I mean, their draft overall looks pretty good, right? They got damage, and they got a good amount of lockdown, and they're pretty tanky as well. So, overall, it makes sense, but everything can fall apart so quickly with this double Doom, double Dragon Tail, everything.
Yeah. He, by the way, has played 7 games professionally on TA with a 14% win rate. So I don't know if Ghost really wants to be on this TA. But then you've got a mid TA, and we've talked about it. Yeah, and then we talk about how mid TA is not as good as safe lane TA these days.
Now, what hero could they pick?
For PSG LGD, I would like to see something. I mean, there's two ways they can go about this, right? Either a hero that goes forwards to take the Inkswell with it, or they just try to get something else of disable. I like the fact that they've covered themselves with a lot more stuns in that regard. I actually think they can pick Abaddon here. Abaddon feels pretty decent to me because RNG have very few stuns themselves, and they don't really have that much long ability to fight. So if you get some Abaddon, double down on the sustain. RNG don't have a Vessel buyer right now. You just make yourself impossible to kill, and I don't see RNG killing anybody on PSG LGD easily without Abaddon anyway. So once you add Abaddon to the mix, it becomes impossible.
Yeah, and then you last pick Armor Zero, or you pick Armor Zero now, and this kind of makes me think it's either going to be Doom or Dragon Knight on the support role. Now, Face's Void is a curious one. They like their Void, they really do. But we have also seen their Void fall flat on the face. This is one of the carries where armor looks really hit or miss. So maybe getting some more practice time in.
That's not his fault.
They're still
the hero
betting on
itself
support.
The hero itself is like,
It is. Do you hit a big chrono? Do you jump in and feed, or do you jump in and own? Who knows? Do I get 10 bashes or 1? Who knows? Gaben knows.
Only Lord Gaben knows, But Ame's been doing fairly decently on the hero. It's only like 50% from this season, but overall it's like 80% win rate, something ridiculous like that in all time. However, I imagine that a lot of those drops also had some easier pressure to go into the bubble itself. I mean, we've seen LGD, one of the games that they had with this hero, they didn't play it with that much additional damage into the bubble, and he didn't really care about it. They were still playing aggressively with him early on in the game. And I could still see them in this sort of situation. One of the things we've seen PSG LGD do, especially with Ame, is use his abilities to enable somebody else in the fight. I can imagine a Chrono, say, onto the TA to allow the DK Dragon Knight to clean up other heroes in the fight. So PSG LGD probably know what they're doing, and it is Shaba, so we have to have faith. RNG, though, they ban the Phoenix, Jakiro, and they go for this last pick, Razor. So this is going to be the big hero that Somnus plays where he's not going to die. I think that's probably the idea. They're like, what can he play that will win the lane, not die, and is not susceptible to just getting jumped on by Doom DK and immediately evaporating? I'm okay with this, but it does, again, put us in a situation where RNG can't really fall behind again, because then just things go to hell very quickly.
Yeah, so what support did they pick then? If they want to have a support, Treant Protector looks really good. I don't even want to last pick a support. I'm so unsure. Undying, maybe?
Queen of
so this is support something, yeah. Is support DK or support Void?
Support DK. Support
No,
Doom,
support
I think.
Doom.
Support Doom.
Okay.
Yeah. Four
Support
position
Doom,
Doom for
okay.
Shinkyu. This gives them double combo. When I've seen them play this once before, where Doom played with Grimstroke, and what they did in that game is instead of using the Soul Bind for double Doom, they sort of use the Soul Bind as a slow to say Doom can catch up and throw out the Centaur start. It's kind of really funny. I'm hoping that happens in this game. And of course, this last pick for Queen of Pain in this mid lane, obviously it wasn't really an option for RNG, but this is what's interesting to me. Not that this Queen of Pain came out last, gentlemen, is that Ghost is playing this Razor, so it's going to be
Yeah.
Somnus on the TA in the mid lane playing into this Queen of Pain here. Decop,
Yeah.
how you feel about this change in fortunes for RNG as the draft concludes here?
I mean, that's what I thought it was going to be from the beginning, right? Like, I thought TA just wasn't going to be a ghost hero. It's more Somnus, but well,
Look at Dragon Knight's cosmetics first, before you elaborate on your answer.
I'm looking.
It's super badass. I've never seen a cooler DK. Even Mars too. He looks badass as well. Cosmetic game on point. Sorry, you can continue.
I just think it's not going to go well. Like, Razor, another hero that really doesn't do that great from behind, right? Like, I don't know what he's going to be able to accomplish. Also, Jinkyu on Doom screams Jinkyu being top of the net worth. Like that. Remember that Weaver game he had where he bought like Diffusal and went ham?
He's not gonna go Midas. There's no way he can be the top. Maybe like 5th or so, if they have a really good game. But
He's going
that's the
Midas.
thing with Sinkyu. He always plays the support role well. Still, like he's always in the nice places. So he doesn't just farm all the time. He just farms a lot.
Yeah, he just farms a lot. Is it going to be, is the farming here this kind of greed? So PSG LGD aren't under as much pressure to be as super high tempo as in game one. But Black, tell me something positive about RNG, this sort of anchorage / shells playstyle. Some good news. Does they have the possibility and the ability to actually push PSG LGD into a game 3? Let's assume they're going to play this draft as well as possible. Is it going to happen for us?
Yeah, for sure. Because this game, the roles are reversed, right? It's RNG that are in the driver's seat, and it's up to LGD to really kind of combat that in the early game, because their mid-late game is much stronger than the Radiants. So if RNG can pressure them a lot early mid-game, just like LGD did the last game, they definitely have all the chance in the world to take this to game 3. It's just, it's not RNG's playstyle usually to play like this. So I'm a little bit scared for them.
Let's hope that the adjustments in the booth have been made by RNG, that mentally that they've reset, and of course hope that what B-Cup's advice was, they went back in the past, changed reality itself, and they will be getting a game number 3. If they lose, they drop down to that all too scary lower bracket where you'll be one series away from elimination and one series away from collecting exactly 0 DPC points from the regional finals. To find out if who's going to be dropping down there, will it be RNG with a quick 2-0, or can they get it to a game 3? We've got B-Cop, we've got Black. Gentlemen, tell us what's going to happen. Explain to us this hype, and enjoy yourselves. Have fun. See you after the game.
Thank you very much. Yeah,
Arigatou gozaimasu. Merci beaucoup. What do you think, Biko?
I'm thinking
What do you think about the lane swap, first of all?
Is it? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, okay. I don't
Do
hate
you
it.
like nothing to say not being in the mid, though? I don't hate it either. It's just you're throwing people out of their comfort zone somewhat.
Make it harder. LGD always loves doing that to themselves. Although, didn't they do that in like that Aster series and then they got their butts whooped?
Yeah, do you really want to do that against Somnus, man? Like, I feel like he should eat 5 Beyond alive.
If he doesn't, what does that say about Somnus?
I mean, the matchup isn't super easy for TA, so... Yeah, but let's see. So far, 5 Beyond is actually doing very well. So, I don't want to look mid lane. I'm going to get embarrassed.
I think you were talking about how this RNG lineup kind of has what LGD had in the last game in that early pressure.
Yeah.
But who's to say LGD can't match that, right? Like, obviously,
Yeah.
Ame wants a little bit of farm, and he wants to maybe sit back a little bit more as he gets that farm and waits to get a good chrono. But you get level 6 for nothing to say. You get level 6 with the Elder Dragon form. I think overall, you can kind of fight level 6 if you're given the right opportunity.
You definitely can fight. It's just the early game should be quite a bit stronger for RNG, and they will hit like better mid-game timings with their items and just heroes overall. The fast BKB, the fast Deso. It's just, can they make good use of that or not, right? 'Cause
Right.
LGD are masters at playing the early mid game quickly.
Nothing to say, taking a lot of damage from X Nova.
Yeah, has a healing stuff ready on Syncue though. Should be
Do
handed
you-
over momentarily. Yeah.
Do you
sorry.
build this the same way? The Queen of Pain that we were seeing a couple teams in China go safe lane. Queen of Pain, do you build this Queen of Pain now since you're in a side lane similar to that?
I believe he's just gonna go the same build he would go for the mid, and they're gonna play the same like roles. It's just in different lanes, just to get the better matchups. So I'm just expecting like the Kaya Sanj, BKB, same on Dragon Knight, like a fast blink into BKB, maybe the Fireball for extra chrono damage.
I think the Fireball's a good pickup just against the TA in general, right?
Yeah, it is. But this matchup also has gone through a little bit of a change, right? Like this Quap against Razor, it's not that bad anymore because Plasma Field got buffed a lot, whereas Static Link got nerfed quite a bit. So he's just gonna go heavy into the Plasma Field, and he should be alright against the Quap. In fact, right now he's leading the CS quite a bit.
Yeah, nothing to say, not really getting much out of this lane at the moment.
Yeah.
That being said, mid, Faithion's certainly holding his own.
Ooh, that's not supposed to happen.
First blood. He would love to get a bash here. But
Got
won't.
one. That's not supposed to happen.
No, not at all.
Oh, they're actually aggressing on Ghost, but he has a Fairy Fire and a decently loaded stick. Oh, they're Harpy doing a lot of damage. One more laser could potentially kill Ghost.
Yeah, Ghost is low. Ghost is gone. Nothing to say getting the kill, and they trade the Doom.
Never says that too, maybe? He has a stun in one.
Yeah, he got him. Double kill.
Level 4 on the Ogre now.
You get that early level 6.
Yeah, unfortunately the Razor died there. You really don't want to die in that lane because it can snowball out of control somewhat. So Syncue. How comfortable is he on that 4 Doom too? I haven't seen a 4 Doom in so long. It's like usually always off lane.
He still gets that gold, right? Like he's gonna Doom here. Now he's got the critical strike.
Yeah, but he
Might
can't
help him
bully
even
as
more.
much as he does on his other heroes. Well, I say that, but he now just got the Alpha Wolf, so his Quap is going to do quite a bit more damage too. I feel this is worst case scenario for LGD, that the Ogre got the double kill actually, because now he can just 1v2 this lane by himself, pretty much. And give Razor all the space in the world.
DK is still leading the CS. But they call Faithion the anchor. And by they, I mean me. I do call him the anchor a lot. I feel like a lot of people call him the anchor of this team, though.
Yeah, he's definitely a very important piece of it.
He always seems to find his farm.
Yeah, the only hero I've been really shocked on, or by, that he was on was that Mars that we saw a while ago. And they haven't gone back since.
No, they haven't, which is a little bit of a surprise because I feel like Mars is one of those heroes that it should be in every offlaner's repertoire.
Yeah, it's just so strong. See what Chalice can do here. He's also sitting very high in the network. They're going on Grimstroke.
Shackle and the spear. Y in trouble. But he gets the install off and
Bash?
he might trade. Yeah. Trades without the bash.
Kaka didn't
Then
use
it's
a
used
stick.
on Chalice.
There was a 10 stick. What a triple bash. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Jeez.
Wait, did he hex the Void, by the way? I swear he hexed the creep. I don't know.
I want to say it was full duration. By the way, X Nova forced to deny Ghost bottom.
Oh, wait, no, what? That's not supposed to happen again. This Doom does a lot of damage though with the Alpha Wolf. But yeah, like, Razor has a hard time coming back into these kind of games. You really don't want to be bleeding off so much net worth in the early. Might be one of those games again where it all falls into Somnus.
Which he's only helped a handful of times. And that's nothing against Somnus. It's just how many times can you put the whole team load on your back?
Yeah.
No money for you.
Huh. I'm really wondering why. Oh, they're going to quad, but he should be fine. Oh my god, the plasma field.
Time dilation, Phantom's Embrace, looking for the ink swell on the Kaka
Kaka's dead
top
again,
lane,
or-
and if they could get a bash, he might just die. Right
Another
now,
one.
the percentages are not in his favor. The body blocks
They're
are
chrono now
enough.
too.
They got the spear, and now he's got the chrono, and this is gonna be 2 for them.
Wow. Man, they're just always winning these lanes. They have no business winning. It's insane.
Pressure.
And Ghost is
keeps
almost dead
coming.
again too.
Yeah, he goes after the Queen of Pain for a second, and nothing to say burning from the Ignite. Pop the salve. Does he just go right on the Ghost here?
He's almost 6. With a Sonic Wave, he could potentially just blow him up instantly.
If he sees him,
Doesn't have
he
water right now.
sticks.
Oh, Ghost knows, man. He's really scared. Gets a healing self though. Oh, he's looking. He's looking.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
man.
wanted it. He wanted it.
Look at the mid tower. They're almost gone already.
Yeah, first Elder Dragon form, Inkswell, Somnus might be in trouble. The Power Ranger TP's coming out.
Masterpiece Rainbow.
Yeah, they'll go for Sinkyu and get the Doom, but that does cost them kind of massively. Like, you lose the tier 1 regardless. You get a kill split between 3, and Ame is free top. Queen of Pain, nothing to say, is enjoying his time bottom.
Faith Bjorn absolutely handled it. Like, handled Somnus in mid lane. Nothing to say. He's gonna be in trouble. Probably dead down here. Kaka's dead too. Say
Trying to
goodbye.
juke.
Nothing to say.
Oh, Hex, Shackle, and gone.
Yeah.
I don't know
Right,
if
sir.
that should really happen and nothing to say, considering the fact that the mass TP's over mid.
Yeah. Overplayed his hand a little bit.
But a good job from RNG to do so. You need to punish somewhere.
Rotation.
Is under attack.
Agreed.
Now, the biggest issue, though, is Faith Beyond's coming down bottom with Elder Dragon form in 15 seconds. He just took the mid tier 1.
Kaka's in trouble, potentially.
X-Nova is level 6, by the way. Venom's Embrace, Inkswell, stun comes out, so that Inkswell won't land. But nothing to say, he's looking to join the pack, and here they go. Innocence. He'll burn out. X-Nova gets the kill.
Nice
Sonic
one.
Wave hits on a 3. They'll go after Kaka. They've got nothing to say, blinking into Ghost. But here comes
gonna say it's
Sonic
dead.
and Chalice. Everybody is here for Royal Never Give Up.
Oh, Sinkyu is dead too, probably.
This is where the aggression bites. And it
Yeah,
bites
like
back
going in
hard.
this deep, it's commendable but
Radiant's
foolish.
bottom tower is under attack.
And DK is still staying around, okay, and he knows he's pretty tanky and they don't have the best answers right now.
Yeah, in the Elder Dragon form, you can just chip down this tower.
Void to be bottom 2, but they saw the rotation. They know he's there, they know he has Chrono.
Radiant's top
But
tower
DK can just hit this tower, he doesn't care.
Did they see it? Yeah, they must have pinged it, right?
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if that
Radiant's
ward was deep
structures
enough.
are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And nothing to say is really, really poor, is the problem. That's why I usually don't like these role changes. Like, I feel like Faith Beyond did magnificently in the mid lane, but how comfortable is Faith Beyond in recovering like this, you know?
Yeah. Both Ame and Faith Beyond did really well. Serpent wards for mid.
Wait, you're
Faith
tank,
Beyond?
but not that tanky.
What?
Did you just walk in there?
He TP'd right into him. That was
Interesting.
Dire's middle tower is under
not
Dire's
Not
middle
the
tower
spot.
has fallen.
not to TP into.
No, no, turns out they do have quite a bit of damage.
Top tower is under attack.
That's a lot of damage.
Radiant structures are
Now
fortified.
that's a lot of damage. How's Summer's doing? Dragonlance should be flying out, right? Yep.
Radiant's
Probably gonna go
bottom
into the Desolator
tower is
after that
under
as well.
attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Still holding on to a decent gold lead. But he's actually going Midas on the Doom, man.
I told you,
Are fortified.
dude. That's his game plan. You give me a hero that can farm, and what am I gonna do? I'm gonna farm.
He's maxing Devour too. Like even Faith Beyond didn't max Devour.
You're lucky LGD doesn't give Sinkyu the damn Ogre Magi.
Oh man, it's ridiculous.
Could be showing up to your lane, 4 times multicasting that
Is
Midas.
under attack.
They're pinging
He's
out. They're
actually
like,
taking-
yeah.
This guy's building Midas. You see these gloves of haste? We need to kill him again. Make sure he doesn't get that.
I don't know if that's gonna backfire or not.
See how this goes.
But X-Nova's just running it by himself. Okay.
Yeah, well, the damage is certainly there.
I gotta say, both these teams have some suicidal plays so far. Like that TP middle lane, and now X-Nova just be like, yo guys, what's up?
Similar to how Faith Beyond did the same just a moment ago.
Exactly. And we're looking for the Doom, but Doom is fast. Gas, gas, gas.
Gotta turn on the gas. What is Kaka
How's
going
our
for?
TA
Blink
looking?
dagger? Okay.
Halfway to the Deso. Then I expect him to just go for Roche straight after. With those wards, of course. Blink Dagger's done on Faith Beyond, but they're not really looking for a fight just yet. Which is interesting. Usually you want to do like a smoke move. Which they do, but without the Dragon Knight. Mark me surprised. Also 4 levels into the dagger on the Quap despite having a rough game. Very interesting. X-Nova again, bye-bye!
Yeah, but he's the one you want to have tank this. I say
Is it
tank
issue bye-bye?
this. And eventually he'll die. They go and Doom goes. They've got the soul
That's a
mine.
big wave.
With the Serpent Wars, Sonic Wave comes down and hits on a 3. They've taken out the 2 supports. Kaka dead afterwards. Beat
Hey, Ghost can't run in again, what?
And Ghost running forward and denied for the second time this game. Once to a Doom and once to a Shadow Strike.
Why did he run back in there though? He didn't have to die. He chose death. He's like,
Ame was
I'm
coming
tired of
too.
this."
That fight lasts a little bit longer, and all of a sudden Ame comes through and drops a chrono on him.
Yeah, but there is going to be a Maelstrom soon on the Void, which is really where he doesn't need damage in the chrono. Like he will have an abundance of it. Can solo kill probably just about any hero at that point.
Times 3.
Dire's
times
bottom
3.
tower is under attack.
Just drop the chrono.
Yeah,
Heck it.
and
But why
one
come
bash,
with
2
him? He gets the
bashes,
bash, so
3 bashes.
dude, there was clearly a miscommunication, but you don't need it. Get destroyed.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Bash, bash, bash. Gotta step on the bash. You gonna jump in?
Time
but a
lock
bit late.
bash. And
We have another?
can he get another? No, but there is an arena. Oh, the Spirit's nothing to say. Nothing to say, might not be
Oh,
happy
they're
about that
TA.
one. Yeah, they're going to try and go in on Asomnis while Ame's getting focused on the other side. They've got the Shackle. They have the control. They throw the Soul Bind out, but Somnis may not get out of this one. The Melt Strike blows up wide, but they'll end up losing Somnis. Sync with the kill. Chalice in trouble. Right clicks in, and there's the Spear landing on the Faith Beyond, keeping alive the Mars and the Ogre. Double stun, single ignite.
did too.
Now here comes Ghost back into the fight, and they'll TP out Zincu. They'll lose Chalice. Faith Beyond trying to do what he can, but he ends up dying to X-Nova, who, well, X-Nova has himself his 5th kill of the game.
Too deep once more. Like they really no chill this game. And honestly, they're probably still fine with it because Zincu went Midas first. I can't believe he's... Yeah, at least use it.
Serpent
Wait,
Wards?
well, Kaka's solo killing a dude? Okay. Goodbye, why?
Yeah. We talked about this too. Kaka doing this to get solo kills.
Now you don't have it for Roche though, with your Desolator
Yeah.
timing. It's gonna be something
Kinda
we call
sad.
an anti-timing.
What is Ame going for now? Shard and then BKB.
Yeah, a shot for the increased range and the option to go in out.
And Zincu with this Midas. Devour. Going for the Blink Dagger. He's almost got more gold than nothing to say.
Yeah, nothing to say. Having a really rough game. And he made it even rougher by not maxing Scream
Scream.
of Pain. No. That Roshan should still fall pretty easily with the lineup.
Nobody here from LGD to even contest this, so they're still just trying to maybe farm. The question is, do they still want to fight? They've got Chrono,
Bottom tower
have everything available. Maybe they could go for
Ghost.
the Soul Blind Blink, Dragon Tail, Ink Swell, Fireball down, and Ghost is gonna die here.
What about
And
Nova?
now
He's also running it.
Nova in a really poor position, so eventually I think he's just gonna die.
He has been doing that a lot lately. He gets the D-Ward at least, so that's still fine. But yeah, Ghost didn't see that move coming whatsoever. They were way too fast on LGD. And the delays BKB again.
Massive timing for him that he's just not hitting.
So Tia has the Aegis. They definitely have the tools to kill him twice though.
So
Now the
they
Shaman
have-
has his Blink Dagger, so
Yeah,
that's a pretty scary timing as well.
which means he could switch up the Tumblr's toy that he was holding, and he's gone and gotten the Bullwhip. Hands Blade.
BKB almost done on the Razor.
Radiant's bottom tower
It's gonna be
is
big
Although,
one.
yeah, we've said that a couple times. He's gotten it slowed down a few times here already. Gotta be careful because he's starting to really pick up the pace, and he can get himself into a pretty quick BKB, and all of a sudden, the Void doesn't feel as vulnerable.
attack.
You've got DK going for a BKB. You've got Zinq going for a BKB.
It's usually very rough when Void is the first in the net worth. Like, that's not supposed to happen. He's not a fast farmer. Which is very surprising because Somnus also only has one death.
Top tower is under attack.
Looks like last game is going to be 4 BKBs for LGD. Yeah, Somnus not dying that much, but not getting enough done just yet, and not enough to get Ame off the top of the net worth
Radiant's
for a consistent amount of time.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah,
tower
Amina also
has
with the
fallen.
Brigand's Blade, like, he can solo kill anyone in the Chrono. Does not matter who it is. Unless you get your BKB off as Razor, because most of his damage right now is magical. With the Bash and Maelstrom. They want to go for the mid tower as well, but they have to be careful. They are ready on LGD to potentially contest this.
Inkswell thinking about going in. There's the blink. X, 1 meld strike, 1 kill.
Is under attack.
They're without the DK in this fight.
I wonder if this is like the new support meta in China, because Piggy is doing it, Y is doing it, Xnova is doing it, running into D-Ward. Like that.
Right.
I'm so surprised they're not D-Warding that. Like, why put a ward under vision and it's not getting D-Warded? That is not allowed. They're seeing all of their movements now. It's actually illegal.
Coming over.
Or they can't go, or they missed the stop though.
Yeah, he gets the BK. Oh no!
And the Chrono too.
The Chrono's a whiff. Somewhere on the planet, Loda feels chills down his spine. Ghost still dies though. Fireball laid down. The right click's coming in on a Faith Beyond. They've got the spear landing with the arena. These heroes are going to start going after the rest on the side of OGD, but the damage coming out on Kaka ends up falling.
Kaka's dead now,
And
Armor's
it's-
strong.
Oh boy, there's the
They're winning the
stun
fight
out of the
to win
TA.
ults.
It was not going well to start. All of a sudden, LGD still pull ahead.
They caught
They
the
got the
TA2.
stun. They got Somnus again.
No way they win this fight without the Chrono. And then botched initiation on Zinq. What?
That should never
It was a
happen.
bait Chrono, man. It was a bait Chrono all along. He's so smart.
You're gonna miss
never
this chrono
thought of
on
that.
purpose. You're gonna feel confident about fighting, and then we're gonna win the fight.
Also, don't discredit my boy Loda here, okay? Like, he chronos his own teammates. He doesn't just whiff. That's the important part. That's why it's called the Loda sphere.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm just not, you know.
You'll get this. You'll get this. Don't worry about it.
No, I don't. You know me. I can't go full into the flames. I don't want to get tweeted at.
Ah, it's fine, man. Now that Elon Musk bought Twitter.
Oh, they're gonna go for Ame. But
But Ahmed's fine. Oh,
pretty
is
sure
he?
Zincu just saved his life, at least for the moment.
He did. And he saved his own life too.
Wow.
Thank you. He made up for his mistake.
Atheon?
He's like, bang. Take
One of the
this.
most satisfying sounds in all of Dota.
Yeah. Armor, BKB completed. This death would have literally delayed his BKB by like another minute. Zincu actual MVP. Smoke up, I assume, soon. No.
I think we could check these games. Check these days. No smoke available in the shop for LGD. Does anybody
Does
holding
anybody
one?
hear me?
No. And then there's no smokes available in the shop for RNG, but they are holding one on the Ogre and the Shadow Shaman.
So you're telling me that LGD smoked more than RNG?
Yeah. They smoke past. And now it's RNG's turn.
I mean, they tried and caught the void, but Zincu said, nah, not today.
Look at how split this is right now. Whereas LGD, they're hunting.
X-Nova
Dragon
again by
Tail.
himself.
Enum's embraced and Bash? No, unneeded. Faith Beyond getting the kill on X Nova.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower
And
is under attack.
it is really crazy because I don't want to take anything away from the accomplishment it is. Like, Ghost is a 12k player, and LGD really know how to just manhandle. Meanwhile, top lane, Doom used, and they're going to lose this Mars.
Yeah. And now they're looking for the TA. Ah, yeah!
Oh.
Ghost!
BKB,
They have the chrono,
TP.
they have the chrono! Ah, now they don't see
They'll
him.
get Kaka instead.
Yeah. Oh no.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Something you'd never like to hear. Unless it's your team.
Radiant are strong.
I don't know if I've ever heard that from my team.
Probably not.
I may have gotten one by myself as an ancient apparition. I've had a couple of those.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The Tales of AA with B-Cop.
It's the book that never ends.
Look at Chalice Network now. Zincu's like, I'm coming for you boys.
Radiant's middle
I'm ready to carry.
Radiant's middle tower is full.
Long Roche respawn, 2 minutes.
Yeah. Fabian got the Ice Dragon as well. Going straight into an overwhelming blink. I expected an AC to be honest, but overwhelming blink, alright.
Get those right clicks out, make them slow inside the fireball.
They haven't allowed Ghost any footing in this game at all.
Still just the BKB.
Yeah. Pretty close to Refresher though. Just like 1.7k. I don't think he's gonna get there though. Not before this fight. Oh, yeah. This looks pretty scary though.
Five-man smoke. Try to make it happen.
Oh, they might catch 5BN here. Oh, was that smart to put on a trap like that? 5BN? He's baiting.
He's at least trying to beat Chrono. Time is in on it too. They use the Sonic Wave. They've got the arena down to the other side of the fight. They get the kill on the Zincu as well as Y. But Kaka and Ghost are already out of the fight with the buyback coming out from Kaka immediately. BKB wears off on Chalice. The rest of LGD will back away without their supports.
Dire's
and they
bottom
get the
tower
buyback.
is
They
under
take out
attack.
Ghost. They feel good about that one.
DDTA.
Radiant's top tower
Classic.
is under attack.
Honestly, there's no chrono now, which means Roshan is up in 50. They should be able to get this for free. Potentially.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, certainly possible. Just got to have the confidence to go and get it, right?
Yeah. Up in 10, they'll see it instantly. Courtesy of the trap, of course. Yeah, this looks pretty free. And this could be their way back into the game. They're all around the pit. Respawn now. Instantly make their way over.
No super words. Okay. They are starting to come over though. Ghost is actually Ghost TPing into the outpost. Do they even spot that? I'm pretty sure they did for a moment. They're gonna move in on this one. They'll look for something.
Kaka will back,
They got a Kaka. He bought back in the previous fight. Meanwhile, Doom out onto Ghost. Right clicks in on an X Nova. He goes and time walks in, time walk out. Do the
You're going down the void, down the void.
Done. Oh no! You pokey, you get too close to the fire, and well,
The TA is trouble.
you're in trouble. They get the kill onto the TA. They'll take out Somnus. They look over now at Chalice. They don't need Ame. They're just gonna creep the whole team.
Faith Beyond is dealing so much damage, man.
Crazy in this fight. Faith Beyond, with the help of Xingqiu, they'll take out everybody.
Look at his net worth. He's overpassed the TA. He's overtaken her.
And Roche
And now the
is
Roche
there.
goes to LGD instead. I really like also how Arma is like super calm, cool, and collected. Doesn't bite back at all. Whereas on the Raiden side, cling, 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 you know? See all the gold bars popping? Beautiful, beautiful. It's such a strong team fight, right? With Doom, Grimstroke, and DK, Double Dragon Tails and whatnot.
It's always such a nice sounding fights, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you love it. I know you love it. It's like your favorite sound of the game. That and the mana break, right?
Yeah. Mana Void is also up there.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
By the way, getting stats from our man on the ground, Snare. He says this BKB timing for Ghost is one of the slowest this patch. Only 16 were slower. Meanwhile, Arena, why? Ghost have
Wait,
to
no,
TP
no, no, no.
away.
No, no.
Oh.
That's insulting, dude. That is insult too. Adding some salt to the wound.
That's some high quality salt. And then Ame,
Yeah.
he's down here with Xingqiu, potentially looking for that Mars.
Finishing a Skadi. Like you see, RNG's moves, they're just always a step
Radiant's
slower.
top tower
And
is
even
under attack.
if they can make the move happen, Xingqiu is already there. He's ready. He's waiting. He's like, I dare you, Hex him. They played him like a fiddle, B-Cop.
As they did the first game. That's not what a fiddle sounds like.
I honestly don't even know what a fiddle is. I just know the saying.
Yeah. That's not a trumpet.
What's a fiddle, B-Cop?
It's like a violin, right? Smaller?
It sounds
Is
exactly like what I did then.
it a smaller violin? I think so.
Yeah, see?
I don't know.
Exactly what it
I've
is.
never heard anybody come up to the stage and be like, and now for my first piece.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's structures
My mother was a saint. I hope somebody gets that reference.
top tower is
I'm sure nobody does.
I don't even know if you do.
I don't.
It's Futurama, where he's talking to Zoidberg.
I don't watch Futurama. I'm way too Spain for that.
Radiant's structures are fortified.
Great
Futurama's
show.
crazy, man. 4.6 HP in the DK, so we're wondering.
Very
What
nice.
HP do you want?
Radiant's
Yes.
top tower is fortified.
5K, maybe. He's going for the Ags.
Oh, goodbye, Ogre.
In and...
No, why did you bought back, man?
Oh boy.
That is rough. It's 3 ranks. 3 2 ranks. 3 megas, maybe even.
Oh, well, let's slow down. Let's him get the first racks first.
Yeah, but it's already gone. See? Right there. Hey, Armor, can you please don't look like an idiot? Nothing to say.
All right, he's got an Aegis. He might be okay. Chrono, and it's on the Razor as well as the TA. They've got the arena down, but it's not going to be able to save
It's the perfect
Somnus.
Chrono, man.
They've gone to the double doom. They'll buyback on Somnus. Ghost ends up dying. He's got buyback, but he's holding it for now, maybe thinking, what is it even worth?
Mars.
As they will blink gain with the overwhelming blink. Dragon Tail is out. Chalice on the run with the BKB being popped by Faith Beyond. Static Link there for a second. The
In,
time
out,
walk
in,
in,
out,
the
in,
time
out.
walk out.
Oh, they caught him though.
Oh, maybe a
It's a
chance.
low ground, I think.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. What the hell? Pin doesn't even describe it.
Not at all. Not at all. Faith Beyond now with an Ags. So he's going to have that upgrade.
He's the highest stepper from the game on Faith Beyond. He's
Hey.
so filthy rich.
And he's got the Red Eyes Black Dragon now.
Look at ThinQ, third in the number. Dude, this team's crazy, man.
I think if you buy Ags on DK, you're just required to do the Joey Wheeler.
Yeah.
Hey, Yugs. Yugs is my best friend. I would defend him to the end. My sister, she's blind.
I need the money. The prize money. Here, Joey. This prize money's for you.
And I summon Red Eyes Black Dragon. Get him, Yugs. Blinking.
They get ThinQ right now.
And there's the head. Time walk in, arena
Ghost
down,
dead.
and Ghost is gonna die here. He just bought back the glove. Somnus, he bought back through. The Banshees are coming through. BKB or not, I don't think you're ready for Ame. They've already got the kill on a 4. They're gonna try to make it a full team wipe and potentially a series clincher. It will be Kaka. He calls GG, and LGD will take it 2-0 in a clean sweep.
Absolutely destroyed once more. It was a little bit closer, not as one-sided, but as soon as the timings came online, it was all LGD again. They had a little bit of struggles. Honestly, nothing to say. Didn't look super comfortable in that offlane and with the recovery, but they made it happen. You know, it's a mark of a good team to know what you need to do in the mid game, which is certainly what LGD is really good at.
Yep. I mean, it's a mark of a good LGD team. This is not the first time, Black, that we've seen that they don't have nothing to say in the mid lane, but still go on to dominate the game, right? There was a stint when NTS wasn't on the team, Shawade had to step in, and they still looked incredible. And here, it was a lot closer. It seemed like, RNG were starting to string them things together. It was still a difficult game for Ghost, but you know where it really started to fall apart for me, gentlemen? The exact moment, when you lose a fight after dodging a chrono, dodging a doom initiation, and surviving it all, and then everything goes to hell anyway. But I rewatched that fight back, and I think it was exactly what we expected, or rather, it showed where the two teams are at, right? PSG LGD, no hesitation. They're like, yo, Shinkyu, you've got all this money from this Midas, buy back, bro. Assist us in this fight after dying early on. Come in, provide that additional body. Whereas from the side of RNG, despite dodging those spells and getting decent initiation with Chalice, they were just so spread apart in the fight, none of them really coordinating on who's the primary target to go on. And Bcop, is this really, if you're RNG, right, or an RNG supporter, and you're looking at this, right, you're asking yourself, did we really have to make these changes? Because we were talking about it earlier. Is this team more cohesive or less? Certainly it has to be less after a performance like this one that we saw today.
I'm going to put the caveat out there. It is
Do it.
against LGD. Nobody really plays that well against LGD, minus like Aster. But
Okay, Mr. Goody Shoes.
that being said, as all the tweets are being deleted, I'm not being that harsh anymore. Thank you very much. That being said, this is rough. A lot of people like to talk about how God King was bad, blah, 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 and he wasn't doing anything right. They still went 4-0 to start the season. I'm sorry, but I don't know why you give that up. I don't know. I just it just doesn't make sense to me.
For RNG, as I said already before the second game, like this is what they have now. This is what they need to work with. So you have to play around it. They give Ghost a hero that does not at all play into a strong suit, and he just looked really uncomfortable and out of his place.
Yeah.
And you can't blame him for it. It's just not his style. Like I think RNG really has to play around Ghost now, not around Somnus, if they want to make this work. They have one more chance in the lower bracket, but if they play like this, I don't see them win. If they draft like this, I don't see them win.
Oof, it is certainly some searing critique against the side of RNG, but unfortunately, the game itself bears this out. Where it really felt like they were doing their utmost just to stay in the game, whereas PSG LGD were always progressing in their efforts around the pitch. So feels like RNG now really back to the drawing board in several different respects, but for PSG LGD yet again demonstrating how many looks they have towards winning. We were talking before game 2 about how versatile this team is. Not only can they play with versatile hero picks, seemingly a strategy we've seen them employ before, we still played in a different way. Faith Beyond occupying this mid role, and we saw how effective this was. He was just going to town on these RNG heroes, and eventually they started running out of damage. Sure, they could kill Nothing to Say, but he's the only one that dies. Ame also, yo, guys, Ame Faceless Void. I feel like this is illegal. The hero should not be allowed to look this good and look this precise, but Ame somehow just makes it work reliably throughout the entire game. RNG, they tried to deal with him, and the times they came close, pick up, Jinkyu's there saying, don't worry about it, boys. I'm playing the third offlaner today. Don't even stress. We've got this one together.
Third offlaner, he's playing the third carry. This guy was out of
Look at his
control.
net worth, man.
Like, yeah, what offlaner? I don't know what you're talking about. This guy doesn't play offlane. This guy plays carry or carry. It just depends where you're really gonna put him. But I mean, I won't say Ame had the perfect game, but he was also enabled by his team. And I think when you have the ability to play so freely, play so calm, and play so stress-free, like that's what you're going to get from Ame. I think it does. It looks so good, and it allows everybody else to do whatever they want as well. I mean, Jinkyu going to the moon, Faith Beyond really just outplaying them and doing anything he really wanted. I don't know. Maybe Faith Beyond's gonna be like, Mr. Zhao 8, sir, can I play mid more? What? No. You
Our
play
draft not allow
offlane.
for you to play mid. Go back to your room now.
Okay. Go back.
Sorry,
This does-
sorry, boss. Don't ask anymore.
Given that they've been able to grab that 2-0 though, and they're very clearly into that winner bracket final, this black starts to complicate things for all the other teams, right? Of course, people are going to be quite happy seeing that RNG haven't had the best performance, so that might mean it's a bit easier to deal with them since, like you mentioned earlier, their confidence is probably going to be a bit rocked. But this is now creating issues for dealing with LGD. Now you're like, okay, cool. It's not just a draft we have to worry about. They could decide to spend Faith Beyond mid, and he's actually going to win the lane. Not even that the hero's just going to do well. He'll win that lane. What do we plan for? Because sometimes you do prepare like a player-specific matchup. You can't now. Now you can't. You can't prepare player matchups. You can't prepare hero matchups. You can't prepare laning matchups. Because Ame and Shin-Q win unwinnable lanes anyway. What do you do about this?
I mean, they deliberately waited until Nothing to Say and Faith Beyond picked their heroes, and they were like, okay, wow, Nothing to Say, pick Quap. I'm going to play the TA. You're going to play the Razor. We got this. And then mid tower gone in 8 minutes because Faith Beyond just destroys Somnus. You're like, okay, guess that didn't work out too well for us. But it's like, yeah, the versatility of the team is off the charts. If you're offlaner and mid laner, usually you see like you carry and mid switch roles. But if you're offlaner and mid do it, it's like the next level, you know?
Yep. I mean, not even that. Your support player also is like, pick me, boys. I'm gonna
I
max
go
to power
offlane this
wash
game.
Midas.
It's not a support. What are you saying? Did you not
Face
see that
puts
net worth?
Midas. Post for Doom.
Shout out Shin-Q for ruining our pubs though, because it's not going to be a fun experience. Everyone's going to try and be him. But really, for RNG,
Self-included.
obviously we could really spend the whole day just talking up how amazing PSG LGD was. But for RNG, on a more serious note, on a more serious topic, right? We know that they now can't play this more like holding sort of mid safe lane. Now, obviously, Razor didn't really work out for them. It is against PSG LGD, but it just didn't look comfortable at all for them. The Jug game didn't look comfortable in terms of when he started to fight and when he decided to go and farm. It was a bit off kilter. You're a carry player, Black. Obviously, you can't just go back to pubs to try and grind this one out, right?
No,
Clearly this is the problem role for RNG, and it's been the problem role for a very long time. How do you actually deal with this issue? You can't in a day now, because think about it. If they don't qualify, they don't get second place. Not a guarantee that in tour number 3, they're actually going to get top 4. VCOP thinks they're going to get relegated. And even if they don't get relegated, there's a lot of other teams that look better. Vici Gaming will have Yang long term, so they're going to look a lot better. There's already Aster, Extreme Gaming, PSG LGD. Dandelion Esports Club, in my opinion, looks stronger than what RNG look like right now. So what do you do knowing that if they fail here, this might actually mean no possibility of direct qualification to TI?
What's definitely going to happen is if they fail here, there's no way Go stays on this roster. That's number one. And I'm going to look around, and I don't know what the solution is after that. But to begin with, this is all their own fault. They had to do absolutely nothing. They chose to do, like, what is the saying? Like, something grab for the stars but instead of just being content or whatever. Because, as I said, they could have just they played with a weak version of God King and they went 4-0. Once he recovers, he's one of the best carries in China. Like, why do you ruin it? For what? And now this is your problem position. It's your own fault. Somehow deal with it. The way they'll deal with it, probably kick another guy and get another guy in. And then, it doesn't work, kick another guy and get the next guy in. You can't just keep recycling. You got to build on something. That's just how Dota works. Like, you can't just expect the guy to mesh perfectly with you.
Yeah, I don't know why they would give up on somebody like God King so quickly. Especially, I do think it was quickly because they were playing well prior to that. Like, did people give up on Yugi when that big guy came in and he had enough holster space for 20 stars to get into Pegasus's castle?
Leave Yugi out of
No.
this. You
Yeah,
Yugi out of
exactly.
this.
Did they give up on him when Duke Devlin was playing him into mentioning the dice? No, we didn't give up on Yugi. We continued to think that that pyramid around his neck was going to somehow make him a foot taller, which I wish I could be a foot taller, and make him strong enough. I think they just needed to wait out the filler, and they didn't. They didn't wait out the filler, and now they're paying for it. This is exactly what happens when you skip filler. You
It
can't
was
do
on
that.
Goku going Super Saiyan 3, but they stopped doing the scream.
Yeah, or
They didn't do the
it's
stream
like
long enough, and that's what happened.
Yeah.
it's like
Like,
skipping the spirit bomb filler.
You're so annoying, dude. Stop screaming.
Like, he had his hands up for 5 episodes. If you skip 5 episodes of this, what are you gonna do? You don't get the payoff. You don't get to beat Frieza.
We've been, on the panel today, we've been a bit rough on the decision making of RNG. I'll give them this, right? I'll give them this on literally, not practically, literally every available metric in the game right now. God King was way worse playing in the DPC than he was just before the season started. Before the season started, he was incredible. Honestly, he was so good. Everything, he was like top 5% on every stat, and then it just halved at the very least. So I can understand why a team would look at this and say, well, it doesn't really help us. We have ambitions to try and win TI. Somnus has been in a TI final. Chalice has been in a TI final. Xnova's been there as well. We don't need somebody to help us just qualify for TI. We need someone that we believe can win when the pressure is astoundingly high. And maybe under those conditions, it becomes a bit apparent why they didn't want God King in the mix, given that everything started to go against them. But
Snare. One
Ah.
more food for thought for you and the rest out there. There doesn't have to be an answer here or anything, but he didn't deal the most damage, that's for sure. I was one of the biggest critics of him, for sure. But he dealt damage when it mattered, which was in the mid-late game. Like, he was always getting there with a decent amount of farm, and then he actually did his job. Can't say that about the current 2 players.
Yeah. That is, I think
just
that's the
put
one
it out
area.
there. Like, there's no cohesive answer or anything, of course, but that's like what I saw. Sure, your early game is very lacking, but you get the job done later, at least.
Yeah. He could actually win games for you. It wasn't just a don't mess this up kind of situation. There were often times where he would mess it up, but for the most part, it was he could still get you into a winning position. So RNG, unfortunately for them, their carry position is still going to remain a problem position, and they have to do something special to deal with this in this tournament. because one more loss and they're out, and you only get $10K and no DPC points. However, on the other side for PSG LGD, they of course have managed to get through into the upper bracket final, where they'll be awaiting an opponent between Team Aster or Extreme Gaming. So before we go on to a break, I want quickly to have a quick talk about that particular series and where you guys think these teams are at in their respective journeys. B-Cop, I'll start with you. We've been hyping up, or at least I've been hyping up our boy Lou there on the side of Extreme Gaming for a while. Didn't look that great at the beginning of the season, but it started to pick up as we saw those games pan out, especially at the very end where they ended up crushing Aster to get themselves into the second seed position. What are you expecting from that series? And do you think either of those teams, from what you've seen, have what it takes to deal with this version of PSG LGD?
I think both these teams have what it takes to beat LGD truthfully, but it also requires them to have the perfect game plan against LGD. In terms of the series that's coming up next, I think both these teams play really well. I'd have to give the edge, honestly, to Aster. I think Monet is just a much better carry than Lou. I think Monet is very consistent. For the flack he gets, he plays really well. He averages the least amount of deaths in the entire region, and if not the entire DPC. Not too sure on that second stat, but Monet does
Second most. Number
amazing.
one was Ame, I believe, just before this.
Yeah, so I mean, the guy doesn't die. The guy farms really well. It's just about making the other things work, and I think that Aster is the clear cut number two when it comes to this top four. Like I think it's LGD up at the top, got to fit in the frame here. LGD up at the top, and then it's like Aster, Extreme, RNG. So
Ooh,
like
okay.
I think there's a big split, and RNG like they're there because of their internal problems. Like that's just the way it is. Like that's just what we've been seeing. Aster and Extreme, I think they're both still growing as teams. Like Aster impressively are still growing, I think, but they have a really good carry under their belt, and we still have questions with Lou as well as he's been playing. There's always still questions with a guy coming into the scene, and it's his first real go around, and there is again no international experience for Lou. So there's question marks.
Like, what do you make of this? Given especially that not just does Aster have the most consistent carry player for a long time in the form of Monet, even though Ame might post better numbers, the underlying statistical certainty is always with Monet's favor. But they also included Ori, who has been for a long time known for being fairly consistent in the mid lane as well. Do you think that that degree of overall team cohesion and consistency, with also a consistent coach as well, does that overwhelm the star-studded power that Extreme Gaming brings to the table?
Now, I wanted to actually bring that up as well, Ori, because for me, that is literally whether Asta is going to fail or win the next match. I feel like Ori, when he's on, he's so good. But just recently, not just recently, like the past 6-7 months, he's always like this. It's always like a little wave, you know. You can never tell if he's going to have like an amazing performance or a really bad performance. There's just nothing in between anymore, and that's why I have a very hard time actually calling who's going to win there. I'm just going to say Extreme Gaming is going to win based on what they did to Aster in the tiebreakers. But I really don't have a good grasp on it. If Ori's on, all Aster for me. I just don't know if he will be on.
Well, you all know how I feel. I'm all in on the loot train no matter what. I started on this hype train. I'm never getting off until we reach the final destination. And I believe that final destination will be the grand finals. So I'm looking forward to seeing the Dota that they present to us. But that game is still going to be a while from today. PSG LGD won this series in such dominant and commanding fashion that we are going to have a fair amount of time before the next game itself starts. But we're going to be having a little bit of a break, chilling. In the meantime, make sure that you are following all the channels. Make sure you're following B Cup and Black, and thank them for the stellar work that they put out today. And of course, follow the Perfect World Esports channel here on Twitter and as well as on Twitch. Well, vice versa, but you know what I mean. With that small break, when we return, Team Aster versus Extreme Gaming. One of those two teams will join PSG LGD in the winner bracket final. The other drops down to RNG to compete for just staying in the regional finals themselves. Until then, we are going to be signing on. See you later for some more Dota 2 action.
Freeze frame.
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink! And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
And heartbreaks, and I feel misplaced without you. Why don't we go back to? Why don't we go back to? Never wanted to end it like we did. I guess shit happens for a reason, but it's like something feels different from back then. Why don't we go back to? Why don't we go back to? Honestly, I'm open wide. I don't feel like waking up without you by my side. I still see your silhouette. Why don't we go back to? Why don't we go back to your bedroom? I had a feeling you'd come back and save me from all my slip-ups and mistakes. And I'm just pointless without you. Why don't we go back to? Why don't we go back to? Never wanted to end things like we did. I'm sorry for all those promises I made you that I couldn't keep. But it's like something feels different from back then. Why don't we go back to? Why don't we go back to? Honestly, I'm open wide. I don't feel like waking up without you by my side. I still see your silhouette. Why don't we go back to? Why don't we go back to your bedroom? Just take me back to you. Wanna go back to you. Baby, take me back to you. I just wanna go back to you. Baby, take me back to you. Your bedroom.
acting surprised, but I know I'm not over you. Keep missing our fights, even though they're so overdue. We had a fire, now we're watching it burn low. Isn't it time we go our separate ways? Not enough time, not enough time. I'm falling behind, I hate to separate my body and mind, my body and mind. You feel like demons in my mind, demons in my mind. You taste like demons in my mind, demons pushing all my triggers. Losing my pride, but I guess that's what love do to people like us, struggling to come through. We had a fire that we watched it burn out. Isn't it time we go our separate ways? Not enough time, not enough time. I'm falling behind, I hate to separate my body and mind, my body and mind. You feel like demons in my mind, demons in my mind. You taste like demons in my mind, demons pushing all my triggers. 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 I'm acting surprised, but I know I'm not over you. Keep missing our fights. Think I'm losing my mind, but I guess that's what love do. You feel like demons in my mind, demons in my mind. You taste like demons in my mind, demons pushing all my triggers. 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 Demons pushing all my triggers.
Where are you? What's up? What's going on? Simple truth, I'm low. Let's get it on. Touching the stars, touching the stars. Dancing, 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 feel like dancing in the moonlight. Dancing, 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 feel like dancing in the spotlight. Depending on you, depending, depending, Where are you? What's up? What's going on? Simple truth, I'm low. Let's get it on. Touching the stars, touching the stars. Dancing, 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 feel like dancing till the daylight. Dancing, 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 feel like dancing in the spotlight. Depending on you, depending, depending, depending on you. Into the city where the lights are, to turn it up and turn it on. Into the city where the night starts, depending on, depending on. I love the night, love the night. Let's do it all. I love the light, love tonight. Let's do it all. We do it all.
I know that I should keep it cool, babe. Not lose my swag and play the fool, babe. Just play the game and hold on, maybe. But I'm done with the waiting, done with the waiting. I'm done with playing nice. Now look me in the eyes. Tell me, tell me, tell me what you see inside. Not gonna ask you twice. Not looking for your lies. Tell me, do you wanna go? Shouldn't have known if I was the one who's drowning, drowning in your flood. It's overwhelming me, but I guess it's clear to me now. After staring holes in all my walls, don't you cut me off like you did that time. Once was already enough, I'd say. But I wonder if you hear me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Don't touch the fire with your hands, 'cause you're gonna get burned. You're gonna get burned. You're walking into quicksand. Not a lesson learned, 'cause you're gonna get burned. There you go, without thinking about tomorrow. Gonna let you know you're spending all the time you borrowed to get through this. Not giving you a second chance. So turn around and fill in the blanks. We're a star, but you've forgotten how to follow. Gonna leave a scar if you don't take the time to heal everything underneath this. You're watching the hours are ticking away. So turn around and fill in the blanks. I gotta say that you could do so much better. Like a vagabond, you're lost in your own ways, stranded in your desert. I hit you up, but there's no one there. If I want something distant, I would have found just what I want in you. But I'm not really like that, don't you know?
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink! And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
Hello and welcome to the China DPC Regional Finals. Yes, indeed, it is quite sad actually because, unfortunately these teams, they're not going to be making it to the major. We couldn't make it happen, guys. It is bittersweet, but grab the tissues. I know you have them right next to your desk. I'm not judging. But grab those tissues, dry your eyes, and get into it as we move into the regional finals of the China region. The top 4 teams are going to be duking it out for those all-important DPC points and a bit of cash on the line here as well. Just so you guys know, for first place, there is 50k on the line, and more importantly than that, there's 450 DPC points there as well. That is the equivalent of coming basically about 4th place at the major, so it's a pretty big deal. Neff, do you think, how important is it for these teams now to be scoring highly in these top 2 positions where they can actually secure themselves in points?
The most important thing, because a lot of people would have argued that China looked like the strongest region right now. They're going to go to the major, they're going to show up, probably land at least 2 teams in the top 4 like they had previously in a lot of other majors.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people are going to say it is ridiculous how this region gets 450 and 300 points. It's 750 total, by the way, right?
So 750 total, yeah. The top spot gets
like 450, 300 points. Then people look at that like, that is ridiculous. How come regional finals get to have that much? But with a region this strong and almost certain to place highly, it kind of makes sense. But it is very important for these teams is, again, I think some of the conversations I was having with people is, I don't know if they're really going to be able to get back into China if they go to the major. Maybe they just YOLO it and think, okay, if we secure a high enough spot in the major, we can kind of hang around Europe until TI happens. And at that point, it doesn't really matter that we can't go back home to compete in the next DPC.
Yeah.
But with this one, they get to stay home. They get to compete in the next DPC. So for them, it is a very big deal being able to secure this one. And then maybe they can go to boot camp earlier or something like that. But placing highly here is going to be a very big deal. And I'm not sure I agree with how the points are distributed, but I think this is about as good as it could have gotten. Third and fourth place.
Yeah, let's just, we can run through it very quickly. So first place gets 450 DPC points and 50k, as we mentioned, which is the equivalent to 4th place at the major, basically. Second place is going to get themselves 300 DPC points and 25k, which is kind of like in between 6th and 7th. So like that's what's on the line here. And also third get 15k and 4th get 10k, which is okay, but you really want those DPC points, and they want to be qualifying for TI. That's all these teams care about at this
point.
What
a wild game we play in. We're like $50,000, whatever. 50 DPC points. The whole baby, get me in there.
That's nothing, yeah.
It's a crazy time. Dragon Drop, why don't you quickly talk me through what you're expecting from this series? Obviously, we have seen these 2 teams play against each other twice before, and it's been a 2-0 each time, but for the opposite team. So who's 2-0ing who this time around?
Yeah, I was pondering that a little bit beforehand, and I got a really good answer for you. I think Aster's going to take this one, be it a 2-0 again or 2-1, just because Aster has been the only team to actually take a series off of PSG LGD in the main season, and that 2-0 that they lost was a 3rd, 4th place tiebreaker, which is like, whatever. It's just $1,000 difference. Who cares about $1,000, right? A couple measly DPC points. This is a series that really matters. So, why would you show your strats? Why would you show what you've been cooking up against Extreme Gaming in that kind of a series if there's a chance that you would meet them here in the regional finals? I'm a big Aster fan. I'm going to go for them. They're going to take this one.
But I do have to ask, Dragon Drop, you say they beat PSG LGD, but they also lost against Vici Gaming and eHome. So where does that put them in your power ranking?
Well, look at this bracket, and do you see Vici Gaming or eHome anywhere? Like, they can't stop Aster if they're not even playing, right?
True. I guess that's fair enough.
Oh my god, absolutely bodied them.
All right. Yeah, it told me.
That's about all I got. So, might as well just lead with this as we have a pretty nice draft already.
We do, yeah. I do just want to say, I actually asked...
job.
We'll get to the draft when we get to the draft, Dragon Drop. Okay, don't rush me.
Damn it.
I did actually ask Aster about the situation with how what happened. How did you lose to eHome and Vici, but win against all the other top
asked them
three
this?
teams? Yeah.
Wow, that's a lot of confidence. Go on.
They said it was entirely an issue with their mentality and how they approach those games. So that's kind of interesting. Gives you a bit of insight into they don't think it was underestimating, more kind of just not being in the right mindset when playing against those teams. So a bit of underestimating, but more just like I think they just didn't take them seriously enough, as what I'm reading from that. But I could be reading too much.
I think any reading is too much, if you ask me.
True. You like your comic books, don't you? Sorry, your animes.
Neff can't even read. That's how much he believes in that.
Absolutely. I cast completely on feelings. I kind of guess how much damage abilities and whatnot do.
Yeah.
All right.
But it is interesting that you asked them that. We'll see if there was a truthful answer or that was just a PR answer.
Yeah. Who knows? But what thing I do know is that we do have a draft. So, Dragon Drop, you've been itching to get into it. Why don't you take us through the heroes which have been picked so far and which opening you prefer?
Well, one thing I want to point out, we saw it in the last series as well, is the hero that's not been picked all bans. Like the Death Prophet just got hit super hard with the 7.31C. So you guys can also talk about whether we're going to see her at all, or whether it just, it doesn't do damage to towers anymore with the first ultimate. Can't really one-shot tier 1s anymore, so whatever. Just forget about the hero. Another one, though, is the Pangolier, always highly contested in this region. So.
Hold on. I haven't had the chance to test this one because I took Valve's word for it working correctly. But I saw on Twitter today a tweet by Sammy Boy. He says that currently the Death Prophet goes to half damage to creeps and full damage to towers.
Okay.
So they may have coded that one incorrectly in the patch.
I would like to say that I'm surprised, but I really can't be at this point.
I see.
There was also a bug where Underlord just does level 1 Firestorm, does way too much damage somehow.
Oh yeah, that was fun.
Yeah.
That has been fixed. You say way too much damage. It was literally like 100 to 0ing. Like that is a very lightweight putting. But that's all sorted. We're in Gucci Town now.
Yeah. We still got some other fun heroes. Again, Pangolier, always highly contested. Always love to see that. There's a big teamfight control. We've got the Lina, very flexible hero.
Oh, no. I was using my webcam mic for the broadcast.
Oh, no.
Oh, Naff, what have you done?
Oh, my God.
Trying to run a high-quality production here, and you're just using your webcam mic like some kind of Zoom meeting. Jesus.
Damn, son. But yeah, let's
give him a chance to sort that out.
Enough Neff shaming for now. We can get back to that later, I think. Coddle Ember. It's also a bit of a classic combo, isn't it, Noel?
It is, yeah. It's very broken. We see it a lot in pub games and in it does get picked up a decent amount in the pro games as well. But yeah, it's ridiculous. Like you just refreshes cooldowns all the time. Obviously, Ember Spirit already pretty low cooldowns. He just flying around the map at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Constantly has fire shield. Constantly sleight of fisting as well. I mean, that is the scariest part. That was a slight nerf to sleight of fist in the patch, but like it wasn't really that noticeable. They just scaled the damage down at early levels. Down at in the later levels, it's still 150 damage, so still a lot. And Shadow Shaman coming out for Team Aster as well. In Aster's victory over PSG LGD, in Extreme Gaming's victory over Team Aster, it was Extreme playing the Shadow Shaman. And they absolutely bodied Aster with this. I was really interested to see when the Shadow Shaman was going to come out because Tank just pretty much solo carried. I don't think that's unfair to say. They literally solo carried. He literally solo carried Extreme Gaming to the 2-0 victory in both games over Aster. So I thought they were going to get it this time around, but instead it will fall to the hands of Aster this time instead.
Yep. And it's always nice to have that kind of hero on your team as well. Just a reliable tower push, and you don't want to fight around the wards necessarily, at least not if the game's kind of even and if the other team is ready to engage into you. Into the Cottle Blast and Ember Spirits, Slights and whatnot. They have a lot of long-range damage that they can use to cover the wards when they bring down towers, and now they also add the Timber Saw on top. Pretty good against Wraith King, any strength heroes. So it's not going to have too many issues in that lane, I don't think. And he's going to be that frontliner that can can just allow them to barrel down lanes whenever they want to.
Barrel down
Yeah.
lanes, you say?
Barrel down lanes.
Is he back?
He looks like he's back. There's a line on Lina though, so there's a lot of magic damage.
10 seconds remaining.
Something that he's gonna have to contend with as the game goes on.
5
I
seconds
personally
remaining.
think the Tibersar is much better at defending buildings rather than barreling down lanes. What say that to you, Dragon Drop?
Yeah, it's also true. I mean,
This is the
it's
kind of
just
high octane conflict I was hoping.
Two things can be true at the same time, Neff. Congratulations.
No, this
Look
is
at
the
that
internet. They
net
can't.
profit anyway, despite the overwhelming nerfs. Did we
Ooh.
talk about the shadow changes to Pangolier, by the way?
Not really. You can go on that one about the stun locking
Yeah.
stuff.
So that one was changed up. Apparently, the Pangolier stun for a
10
pretty
seconds
long
remaining.
time now has lasted 0.2 seconds longer than it was supposed to, which allowed people to chain stun him
5 seconds
with like
remaining.
roll up Yule Scepter and like bouncing on top of plates when you're right out of Yule's with Shield Crash. Now it no longer works. You're able to get your BKB off. Pangolier isn't like that unstoppable hero, first pick material like he used to be. This
Okay.
wasn't documented in any of the change of the game, and this took place just before 7.31C. I'm not sure if 7.31C ended up reverting it back to how it was before, but I'm pretty sure that's not the case. So he's not really first pick, first ban material like he used to be. Everyone else in this draft is incredibly strong. I didn't get the chance to analyze this one too much, but I'd say I probably prefer Aster's draft unless they just like fumble the bag on whatever their last pick is.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Aster's draft so far, honestly. Like, the Shaman was such a game-deciding hero in the last series these two played against each other, so I'm always a little bit biased towards, that recency bias coming in here. But it does just feel like they've got so much going for them. You have this Coddle. I always like to see them pair it up with a support that can do a lot of stuff, because Coddle's a bit of a non-do stuff hero. He's kind of just
You have
like,
a way with words. Continue.
thanks. And Shaman is definitely a do stuff hero. He jumps in, he gets a hex, he gets a shackle, he's super cool. Drops snakes, takes objectives. Like, he's a box ticker, and that's exactly what you want for a support to pair with a Coddle. And oftentimes in these Chinese games, especially, the support duo has just been like the deciding factor of these drafts so often.
All right,
Yeah.
so Neff, go ahead. But I think this last pick is very interesting to me for a number of different
Doctor,
reasons.
bad hero, I agree.
Uh,
They don't really have any stuns to interrupt his death ward. The sustained healing that you have from the Witch Doctor also feels pretty good. Do you see the changes for him? 7.31C. I've got this memorized because there was something wrong with my brain. At level 1, they increased the damage per second for Maledict from 7 to 12. That is a huge buff to the Maledict. A lot of people weren't getting that skill at all. Yeah.
I mean,
it's
level
crazy.
1 is just a little bit of extra, or it used to be just a little bit of extra right-clicking thing, or more of a mental thing where, I don't want to right-click trade with Witch Doctor if I have Maledict on me, even though it doesn't do tons of damage at level 1, but now 7 to 12, that's a huge jump for sure.
All right.
Okay, so yeah. I mean, all right. So it's a good. I mean, it's what they needed from this last pick, right? Like this hard right click carry to come through with a burst damage. But this is kind of going to be like two unstoppable forces in the Lina and the Phantom Assassin, right? Where they can both kind of murder each other.
Yes. I think Aster has a pretty good lineup if they're the ones doing things. But if they have things done to them, just to be keeping with Nomad's nomenclature here, things might get a little bit different. Might look a little bit different because Extreme Gaming, they have a lot of lockdown on their own hand. Like if they're the ones chasing people down, and if they can stick on top of Aster when the fight's kind of going their way, going XG's way, things might look very, very good for them. The only downside is that they're going to need to build in some mobility. I mean, Pangolier is the only one that can really chase, and then Wraith King when he gets a Blink Dagger line as well. That's what you're looking at. So it might be the only thing that they're going to have to adjust and compensate. Because otherwise you would think, if you have someone that can really go into the back lines and can get rid of the Shadow Shaman and this Cardinal easily, it would have been the way to go.
All right. Neff, what is your predictions for this first game then?
I think that where they round out the draft on Aster is absolutely amazing. Phantom Assassin is just like too good against the Witch Doctor, the Lion. It's pretty good against Alina as well. Like amazing gap close ability, and you've got decent frontline as well. Assuming Ori goes the normal build that we see a lot of time in the Ember Spirit, which is just like either phase boot to travel into the Orb of Corrosion into a BKB, and like enables his PA to jump the backline and like be's the main initiator for his team. I think they're going to be just fine. Meanwhile, in Extreme Gaming, they have no outside of Pango. They're not good at starting fights. They're not that good at defending either. It just feels like they don't have much going on with this draft. They'll need to dominate the lanes and just start running Aster over. And Aster have a lot of tools for like split pushing, taking towers early, and securing themselves a late game. But we've seen Wraith Kings beat Phantom Assassin before.
We have indeed. Well, I think I'm almost tempted to go for Extreme here, just because they just look like they fight better. They just look like they've got a little bit more lockdown. They've got that Pangolier team fight, which could work very well for them. I am missing that team fight on Team Aster, but at the same time, you also just have these broken combos where Coddle has just become like this insanely value pick, so much so that they've moved up to the 4, where I think it just feels a bit too on meta, a bit too spicy for Aster, but it does a lot of game. It's about to kick off here as the teams run into each other, so I'll send it across to you, Dragon Drop and Neff. Take it away for game number 1.
Yeah, a lot of heroes very close to each other already. They see exactly where the other team is with the Observer Ward on the high ground. So don't think anything crazy will happen here just yet. But this is certainly going to be an interesting game going forward. And if you were talking about Aster, about the Phantom Assassin, and it's the kind of hero that can scale very well into the later parts of the game, especially when there's a lot of juicy targets. Not just the support, but also the cores that you mentioned. And the flip side is XG, they have a lot of skirmish potential as well, right? If you just walk in, fly in, Lina, there's going to be just a lot of damage and stun combos. Witch Doctor can also do massive amounts of damage in the right circumstances. So I can see this going either way, but overall I just rate Aster a little bit highly overall.
Yeah,
a little bit higher.
Yeah. What are the good things about this XS? All right, we're seeing the power of this early Maledict already. Look at this 12 damage per second on this thing. Look at this HP tick down. Man, it's going to do a lot of regen already, but because hit it smooth as hell. So I don't think they have a great way of dealing with the Wraith King in these team fights as the game goes on. However, their lane up against the Wraith King is like hugely advantage for Timbersaw. He's playing against a melee strength hero. And, he has reactive armor to deal with the skeletons. He has Whirling Death to deal with like them fighting against each other. And Keeper of Light is going to do a lot of damage to these guys as well. He hasn't gotten Whirling Death or Timber Chain at level 1, so they're going to take advantage of this and do their best to harass this guy out in the meantime. Man, DY is really abusing this early Maledict. I like it.
That's the worst thing in the world. At the same time, they do have to contend with the Coddle on the lane as well. It's going to steal some CS here and there from XXS, but he's also going to make it very rough for the Wraith King to just stay in this lane. Like, the moment your health goes, things can get very dicey once the Timbersaw does get level 2, level 3.
Yeah. Man, is it just the future of supporting? He got that one out? He did, so they're going to dodge that, but he secures the range creep, so they're getting to level 2 a little bit faster. I guess the meta on the Witch Doctor just to drop this Maledict on people like off of cooldown. It's kind of wild how that changed to that.
This means that you have to run away at that point.
Yeah. But the reason this one stuck with me is just because it was such a massive increase on DPS. Like, Witch Doctor was seen as kind of a bad hero. There are very few teams that ran it. It is good against Phantom Assassin for one reason, though. When she jumps you can drop the Voodoo Switcheroo, and it buys you 2 seconds. It's like a mini Ghost Scepter.
Yep.
And that's kind of nice. You can throw her off. Like, you can put her out of position. She doesn't immediately blow somebody up, and then you can throw out like a paralyzing cast and something afterwards. So one of the benefits of this one as well is it's not dispellable like Ghost Scepter or Yule Scepter is. A Nullifier won't bring the Witch Doctor back out of this. You're banished for the duration of it. So it's like a hard 2-second stall no matter what, which happens to be pretty good against PA.
It can make a huge difference.
Mm-hmm.
In the lane as well, on paper, if there was any other matchup than the Timbersaw, this would be a lot more dangerous as well, because Witch Doctor and Wraith King pretty good. You start with the Maledicts, you have to follow up with the cask, and as well as the Wraith King stun, maybe a crit there. You can do a lot of extra burst damage to fuel up this Maledict. And normally that only really gets effective level 2 Maledict onwards, but now, level 1, I can also see that doing work against anyone but the Timbersaw, who has a lot of extra regen and armor to work with if he can keep his stacks up.
Yeah.
But let's talk about the other lanes a little bit. Down bottom here, Monet. Guy's been struggling a little bit as well. 12 CS, sure, but 15, 16 now on old 11. Kind of owning him at the moment.
And Old 11 just looking to put the pressure on this lane. He's going for over corrosion down here in the bottom, so that means he's going to want to try to run down the Shadow Shaman and the Phantom Assassin. It's a lot of gold going out of your way for this item, but I feel like it's worth it for shutting down Monet in this game, and he's off to a decent start doing that one already.
One shot Shaman, jump forward, the hacks to follow. That's the first pop being drawn already. Monet jumped in to try and be scary, but it's gonna be a while until he is that tank though. Kinda low, has plenty of stick charges.
Yep.
So Monet can't really do anything with that.
Yeah, rush that magic wand up against the Phantom Assassin, a good move. He actually went 2-1-0 on this Lion, so I think the damage that came out from this surprised the Shadow Shaman here when he ended up bringing him down. Rotates over to mid for the 4-minute water rune as well, but they're not going to be able to contest the top one.
Yeah, even trade. Boboka already just running around. Level 2, Illuminate already one-shots range creeps, as we saw in mid. Not sure if Ori was really happy about that. He would have probably wanted to last hit on that himself. But yeah, with XSS being level 4 right now is absolutely fine to just stick around there by himself.
Yeah. Over in the mid, we actually saw Illuminate, Searing Chain, Sleight of Fist come out into Paparazzi, so they're putting a bit of damage into him, but immediately he just goes on and punishes, realizes all of his abilities are on cooldown, his Flame Guard was burnt out, then he wasn't able to do too much.
Yeah.
He is doing much better as far as CS net worth here on Lina. You already see 500 net worth above the Ember Spirit, but that's kind of like, you're going to be able to beat most melee hero matchups with this Lina, not to mention the fact that you can go clear out the small camp afterwards, which gives you even bigger advantage. Quickly nuke the wave, go to the small camp, clear that one out as well. Ember Spirit can't really compete, even with this Flame Guard build that's better at dealing with neutral creeps.
I mean, what do you do as the Ember, or most other heroes for that matter, when you're up against this kind of mid-hero that just does that, pushes up the wave, gets a CS there, and then gets CS in the jungle? Like, you can hardly chase them into the jungle to try and stop them from doing that. Yeah. So just have to try and match them, and as you said, Ember Spirit's gonna have a bit of a harder time with that.
Yeah, he's already like a full level behind this Lina. You do have the benefit of being better at rotating and finding kills, getting on top of heroes, like post-laning phase, but you have to get level 6 for that first. It becomes like this weird timing of Lina's stronger than you, and then once you hit 6, you're more useful than her on the map, and up until she gets her BKB, at which point she makes up for a lot of weaknesses, and she's got that queued up as her next item now, you can see.
Yep. Ori returning. Actually finds the Shadow Shaman right there. This should be a nice snack, especially with the follow-up from Shadow Shaman. Just to get a bit of extra damage in. Ori, I should have another slight in a second.
Yeah.
And there we go, just before he gets the Bounty Rune too. Just mental damage right there, but oh, it's not even over yet. Paparazzi though going in, the stun over onto Baboka, but they don't want him, they want Ori. They have the hacks to ensure that there's no shenanigans. So level 6 anyway, for him to remnant out.
Yeah, and look at this, they didn't even bother chasing the Keeper of the Light. They had vision of him up here as well, thanks to this Observer Ward. They could just see him clearing out these stacks. I think they'll go for him eventually, but given that it's only a 2-stack, I don't think they care too much about that. That's a bit of number humor for you.
It's also normally very hard to run down the Keeper of the Light. I mean, he
no
doesn't
boots,
have boots though. Yeah, exactly. Normally it's just like, oh yeah, I have boots. There's no way you're chasing me anywhere. I'm just so fast on my old horse. But not the case here.
Yeah, I think they realized this a little bit too late. Yeah, they dropped a sentry because they were so certain the only way this psycho would be clearing out these neutral camps of his own is if they had vision up on the high ground here. Like, we'd never be able to run at him, but he didn't. He had absolutely no vision. He was just going for it, man. Over in the jungle, Shadow Shaman.
Yeah, Shadow Shaman. He's nice body blocks to ensure that Paparazzi can get that kill. So, invasion the other way just works just as well.
Yeah. By the way, Old 11 now going for a Diffusal Blade as the next item, and I think this is super useful against the Ember Spirit. Like, just being able to burn down...
Wave King, he's super freaking low. Did put the point in the Soul Switch just now, with Paparazzi returning, trying to bring down XXS, and what? I barely get him. Looked a little bit tricky. He's already got the sort of defiance. There's no path out for him there. They do trigger the Wraith King ultimate, so Lou's gonna have to be a bit careful going forward. Down bottom, follow-up stun here on ult 11, but he's got the ultimate rolling. A lot of places to bounce off there, though, so...
Yeah, time for him to roll on home.
Yep.
Get him out of here. But yeah, at the very least, they trigger the Wraith King's ultimate, so he's going to be susceptible to ganks for the next little bit. And I imagine Ember Spirit will eventually make a rotation up there. It's unfortunate that he went down bottom and didn't manage to connect with anything.
Yeah. This moment can easily just dip into the jungle, though, as Wraith King. Got your Skellies, you can just,
look at the net worth difference between the two mids right now.
I don't want to.
Oh my god, that is insane. He's got 50% more net worth than him. 1,500 advantage over him at like 8 minutes into the game. Paparazzi is doing so well. It doesn't help that Ori's rotation down at the bottom, I didn't end up finding him anything. Yeah. Dude, they're going to go on a mid. Tank is going to set up on this. They're going. I'm not sure if they can damage or need guard. The Hex?
Oh, he does have sticks if he can get it off, and yeah.
Yeah. The only reason he survives there is because he has 4 points in the Flame Guard. This is an unusual Ember Spirit build. And they even went through that Flame Guard, right?
Yeah.
They ended up absorbing so much. Oh, it doesn't have the proper damage rate numbers on it now.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Bit too close for comfort in any case. But yeah, I mean, part of it is maybe that also Boboka was like dual laning with him for 2 minutes. So, can't put all the blame for that on him or all the praise for that on Lina, perhaps. Maybe
I mean,
it's an extra strategy that they've got cooking.
I mean, Boboka came there because he had to. Like, he was just getting dominated by that Lina. Lina was moving into the small camps after clearing out the wave. Like, he had to come or things would have been even worse. Now it's almost like 2,000 at this point. So, lane's not going amazing. At the very least...
Here we go again. This time they brought DY. But, Shadow Shaman off to the side. A little bit of a juicier target there.
Less juicy, but easier for sure.
Yeah.
Other man probably would have just remned it out. So they try to set up there on Lina, and they find absolutely nothing. And I mean, this is the thing about this like defensive Lina build, where they go BKB as their first item. It's not like, okay, cool, Lina's getting a lot of kills. We'll eventually find something on her. We'll get back in the game. No, not when she's going BKB as her first item. Like, you're never finding that kill. It's just not happening. Not until like you have Desolator completed on the Phantom Assassin, and
especially with
you're still looking at power treads.
Yeah. You want some stats?
Give me all the stats, Nomad.
Give me some stats. All right. Well, I want to have a look at a couple of these guys and their last hits at 10 minutes. Specifically, Lina. I mean, we
hold that thought until after the team fight here is Monet is going to be gone on this. TP is only coming in now. Jump across into Lina. That's not exactly ideal, but space created. Perhaps already coming in. Lou up on the front line. Still 10 seconds on his reincarnation. He's got by beforehand. Follow-up stun still over on the Shadow Shaman. 2-for-1 trade. Gonna have to be happy with that. Man advantage now for XG and everyone else. It's also in this bottom lane. Alright, Lion. Long range artillery being thrown at his face. Don't have enough to hold him for the Illuminate, so...
Yeah, if you can dodge revenge, you can dodge Chakram.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm interested in hearing some stats, though.
Yeah, I think this. I mean, they're still skirting around each other, but I'll try and sneak in here. I mean, Lina, 100 last hits at 10 minutes is where Paparazzi was sitting, compared to the average of 75. That is 25 higher, 33% advantage on what she's usually running, and that is a very high average hero as well. So, insane amount of last hits on Paparazzi at the 10-minute mark. Wraith King also doing very well as well, sitting 10 over average. So he's in a pretty good place, and the Pangolin just a little bit above. And the only one who's suffering is, of course, the Ember as we go into mid.
Go again, the BKB fresh and completed. Monet dies again, and now Shadow Shaman, just the icing on the cake here, so dropping everything they've got. Make this team fight very swift indeed. Tier 1 tower also to fall. XG, I mean, this insane farm on the Lina, just crazy amount of last hits, and the 4, now 5 kills she's added on top of that.
Yep.
That's a super early BKB, and that's just way before Aster can even think about dealing with that.
All right, I need to know if this is the fastest BKB.
I'm trying. Give me
oh, you're already looking that one up?
Yeah.
It had to have been. Yeah, it is a very quick
What time was
BKB.
it exactly?
Dragon Drop, what time was it exactly?
12:20 or so.
I think it was before that. I think it was like 11 minutes. 11:50, I would guess at. I didn't see the exact moment it arrived.
Yeah, let's say 12 minutes roundabout.
Dire's middle tower.
The fight was at 12:20 where she used it the first time. So
That is
We'll
very, but at the same time,
Dire's middle tower.
she's getting pretty close to these the travels. Pangolier ended up finishing his diffusal blade during all this, which is going to absolutely ruin Timbersaw and Ember Spirit's game. I'm not sure how these guys even play anymore. At the very least, they have a Coddle on the team that can get some of their mana back. But playing against a Pangolier diffusal blade this early is rough.
Yeah, so Paparazzi got the fastest BKB of the patch by quite some time. The previous best BKB on Alina this patch was
No, I meant
just
across
under 13
all
minutes.
heroes.
Across all heroes?
Yes.
All right, give me a minute.
just keep changing the parameters, you know.
Yeah, I was fairly certain it was the fastest on Lina. I meant all heroes, though.
You're setting very high standards here, but let's see what we can do.
All right.
We're searching 7.31. No one cares about the C patch, right?
No one cares about the C
Yeah.
patch. Fastest of all time on all heroes was 12 minutes and about 8 seconds. So, maybe. It certainly looked like it. We'll have to
All
go
right.
into the replays for that.
My
Shaman.
headcanon is that she got it before any other BKB ever. The fastest BKB in all time by
Bang.
Paparazzi. What a god. Oop.
Screw it, sounds better.
All right. Siamese Cat tried to use the wards to solo kill Lion, but then he left and he didn't actually click him. He was just starting
got
to
no
walk
mana
away.
now. Oh, now he's got
missed
mana.
the kill, but now Pangolier shackled up. It was all the next level bait. Ori is here looking for the kill. Old 11 though. Gotta snack the Shaman away before he falls himself. But Boca, the real carry in this game, snags the kill.
Okay, now
Paparazzi
that one was.
all
Oh,
alone,
no,
but in
Monet,
this,
get out of there.
can't kill Monet, there's a TP forward, LSA, the burst is real, the stun to follow, Monet needs help, but there's no help coming. Oh, it was looking bad, and it was looking good, now it's looking terrible now.
Yeah. What can you do? I mean, you were pretty far out there. The fact that Paparazzi had an Invis rune was just kind of unfortunate. I do want to talk about the Diffusal Blade there, though. That stopped the Shadow Shaman from surviving that. He ran out of mana once when the Pangolier was going on him, and then he ran out of mana a second time. He would have been able to get like 2 shackles and 2 hexes off with the assistance of that Chakra Magic, but he just wasn't able to. Diffusal Blade coming in clutch on these support heroes as well, and I imagine Extreme Gaming, they're going to get to the point where we're talking about, okay, if they're able to run them over, yes, they're going to be able to win this game, but they are going to have to start, again, running them over.
Yeah.
They can't slow down at all.
Blue here, hexed up as the stun connects. Chains over on the line, just trying to walk away, but Boca actually pushing him back into the river. F1 up on the high grounds. Coddle. A little bit rough, but he can heal himself somehow. Great ultimate. Used to have to build an Agnum Scepter and wait for daytime to do that, you know?
Yeah. Good stuff.
Amazing hero. So yeah, Aster, I mean, they probably don't want to go into these skirmishes here and kind of keep them at arm's length until Monet is farmed up a little bit more. I mean, it's going to be a while.
You know, Battle Fury yet.
Exactly.
So, yeah, it's going to be a while. I mean, they can make plays happen elsewhere on the map. I don't think their Timberstall is still doing decent, but he's never getting on top of the targets that he wants to get on top of. It needs to be this this Wraith King that he runs at. Everybody else doesn't really mind playing against him. Like, he tries to run at Lion, he just gets hit with like a Hex and Earth Spike, and then mana drained. He almost has a Blink Dagger as well, completed on tank, by the way.
Yeah.
Once he's got that, I think he's going to start setting up more kills with this Lina, who's now working on a Shadow Blade. It's going to be like the forward scout for them.
It might look quite rough here if they can start to leverage this power of the Lina more. Boots of Travel now online, so Paparazzi can be anywhere he wants to be.
Yeah, so it's just going to be like Boots of Travel to a lane, Shadow Blade, try to scout out a hero, then Lion blinks on top of you to set up for the Lina stuns, and you melt. I think the next item after this will probably be the Silver Edge, but maybe an MKB. We'll see.
Yeah. I mean, Silver Edge is just a pretty strong item generally. just because you get that crit inbuilt, and in this game in particular, you want to have some sort of breakup against the Phantom Assassin if you don't want to build an MKB. So,
Dude,
makes
it's like
sense.
having break or like evasion pierce, but like probably breaking its PH is so crucial.
Yeah.
Shaman.
Okay. That's what we were talking about. And Cotwell trying to run away.
Oh,
And
dead.
this time, yeah, it's a little bit too much. DY secures that.
Yeah, and they're going right into Roche for this one. No Skeletons to assist, but they're going to be able to do a lot of damage alongside this Lina. I don't think they can test this one either, not with the Keeper of the Light Dead. He'd be like the only person to help stall this one out by throwing Illuminates into the pit.
It's falling very quickly indeed. That's laid online for Wraith King. Certainly the cause of that. Out of 2 heroes with free respawn in the fight.
Yeah, Paparazzi's going to feel even more invincible now. Shadowblade is now coming out to her too. Monet only just finished the battlefield a little while ago, still working on that BKB. He's not going to have the time to finish this. Speaking of Monet, by the way, they scout out both Monet and Shadow Shaman underneath this Observer and Sentry down the bottom lane. They ping it out and immediately they're teleporting over here.
Yeah.
I think Lina probably just TP to the creeps.
Aster has no idea. DY comes in now, gets insta-hex though, but it's not going to change too much. Shaman should end up dropping any moment. Cast bouncing out, but hey, there's XSS. It's 2 supports on the sidelines here, but Oricon gets the BKB out though. Cross that Pangoliers. Shaman finally falls, but then that wasn't a worthy death. I don't know what would have been.
Yeah, that was the Pango nerf coming into play, by the way, or the Shadow nerf. Normally, he would have been able to chain stun that Ember Spirit there, but you have like an extra 0.2 seconds. So, like, it doesn't chain stun you anymore because the stun was decreased by 0.2 seconds, along with like the buffer time or how often it can hit you.
Yeah.
So he gets the BKB off, he's able to walk away, but still slows down the farm of all these heroes. When he is getting close to BKB though,
That's
a very big nerf.
Yeah. Boboka gets a D ward, got the Glimmer Cape completed. Can Aster keep doing this though? Like, despite the kill differential, like the overall net worth is still kind of even, and they still have Monet farming now. So,
I mean, it's just because of all the farm on this Keeper of the Light. That's why it's even.
I guess. It's also kind of taken farm away from XD, right? He's always playing a little bit far forward, just sneaking camps in the dire jungle every once in a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's kind of keeping XG on their toes. They're running around across the entire map, but not really pushing tier 2s.
Mm-hmm. Dude, Coddle, you just have to TP out now. This is absolutely unhinged behavior. He's gonna. All right, he's already TP. He didn't even go to the trees with the Swashbuckle. Figured he would have TP'd out. Gamer senses by old 11. They'll TP top. They're not going to connect with anything here, though. They've already ditched the triangle. Dude, Aster read this rotation like a book. This is crazy. It's on the opposite side of the map on everybody right now.
Well, smoked up themselves, maybe anticipating someone to respond to the creep pushing this tier 2 tower. It's gonna be tier 1 tower, and it's gonna be Lou.
Yep.
Might run
Look at what they
into
did,
here
by the
this-
They did exactly what I was talking about. They all smoke up together. Lina activates her Shadowblade and walks up and on top of the high ground in front of the 2 supports. And then, of course, if Lina gets jumped, Lion can like throw a hex out onto the next target that's trying to chain stun Lina. She's always either going to go down and get back up or get a BKB off, or get the BKB initially.
Yeah.
Paparazzi's playing an amazing scout, despite having.
Here we go. There's a sentry though. There's a hex forward onto Lina, but no fall of control available. Shaman a bit too scared. Pangolier blinks right down again. Shaman caught in the side, bursts down by the fingers. Lina's just clearing through the Shaman ward. So quick reactions on a well-placed entry, but Aster quickly made the call. No, we can't actually fight this right now, and probably the right one, right? I mean, because XG is still pretty powerful, especially with the Aegis still in hand. Speaking
Normal
of Aegis up top on A, the misses are
too
real.
much evasion, though.
Yeah, we need that proper silver edge, exactly.
Yeah. So, they see, okay, well, Lina's got the Aegis. We can't actually commit onto her. It's only got like 2 minutes left. We definitely don't want to extend any extra resources jumping on top of this Lina here. So it was like a snap judgment. Shadow Shaman wants to go. The rest of the team says no, and I think saying no was the correct call there.
Radiant's bottom tower is is under attack.
Would have been a very nice kill if they would have gotten it, but then again, Aegis would have turned that around on a mighty quick. Losing a Shadow Shaman at this point is not really the end of the world. Especially if, again, XG can't really get much out of this. What did they do? A bit of chip damage in tier 2s. In mid and bottom, that's all they've managed to do with this Aegis.
Yeah. And this comes to one of the weaknesses of their draft is they're not amazing at starting fights. It's got to be Lina playing in front and then Lion following them up, but they can't like move around the map and catch somebody. Yeah. And Aster's doing an amazing job at like reading them and dodging out where they are. And as this game goes later, we'll kind of hit that timing I was talking about where Phantom Assassin is going to be amazing at jumping the backline, blowing heroes up alongside this Ember Spirit.
Yep. It goes to show, to kill them, you have to find them first. But Volca is just very quick at killing creep waves. Ori is doing the same thing on the other side of the map, more often than not.
Voka too. He's fairly farmed on this Keeper of the Light. However, if you make a misplay, you're playing into, I think, 2 Silver Edges. No, and Wraithing ended up building BKB instead. He saw Paparazzi finish up the Silver Edge, not get that. So you misplay this, things go very poorly very quickly, but you play this right.
BKB comes out, turn around here, Shadow Shaman, he's still absolutely fine. Lion, not so much. Glimmer Cape Gaming, ladies and gentlemen, it saves lives. Ooh, what the hell, you're just walking in there. The rest of the team only following up now. And, well, Timbersaw has his own BKB. It's... Oh, pushed it up to the high ground, Lou! That's the ultimate use!
Bad for them.
Can they get him a second time? Well, XG does only have to fight. Nice Axe coming through, preventing Pangoli's ultimate. Low, low to 11. He's super freaking low. Finally gets it off. Sleight of fist, not enough to actually finish the job, but certainly enough to make them run away from Aster.
Man, that was such a sick the blinding light up on the high ground of that Wraith King. Yeah, that did so much for them. Then, of course, Pangolier trying to get into that and make the play work. Nice prioritizing there by a Shadow Shaman. Walks forward, hits him with the Hex, walks back away afterwards, or Wraith King isn't able to get a kill onto him. If they hadn't threaded the needle perfectly in that team fight, there's no way Aster came out on top there. But they get to continue to stall out this game because of it. It is very important.
Runs into the LSA.
Yeah.
Oof.
With that BKB still on cooldown as well. Not that it would have mattered. I think it was just chain stunned to death. So.
Yeah. Still, I mean, that fight, Boboka just playing out of his mind right now. First, saving the Shadow Shaman with Force Stuff and Glimmer. And then just enabling Shadow Shaman to get that Hex out afterwards as Monet. As the BKB still available, doesn't use no Blink Hex. Follow-up stuns are here, and they just dropped in it all. The chain stun, too much Shadow Shaman, not long for the world either. As good as that team fight was, though, splitting up and being made vulnerable like that. Can't believe the impact of it.
Yeah. And this will increase the net worth lead that they have on Extreme for the first time this game. I mean, they haven't taken really many towers. Mid lane sitting fairly low, bottom lane's at like 44 HP. If they have a bit of map control, it's harder for Extreme Gaming to get these heroes down here and set up for these kills. But yeah, nice quick reactions up from them. It's also kind of unfortunate that, you know, I don't think he really missed many auto attacks there onto the Phantom Assassin, that time on the Wraith King.
Yeah. Well, T2 will fall very quickly.
More map control going to Extreme.
Taking, but TPs are up there on Coddle. They want to try and punish Boboka, and it would be big. He has a gem. He's kind of... What? He's just doing so much, trying to get away from them, but eventually hold 11. Finds the slow. That's a gem on the deck. I mean, I love how Boboka was playing far forward. But you can't really do that if you have a gem anymore.
Just want to point out, before that death, he actually had more net worth than his mid lane Ember Spirit, by the way.
Oh, God.
Yeah, those are the real hard-hitting stats that I want to hear.
We don't talk about Ori. Come on, man. He's suffered enough already this game.
8 seconds until Roshan respawns, and they're playing pretty close to the pit right now on Extreme. I don't think Aster will be able to stop them. They're still working a couple of important items. Especially if they even bother scouting this one out. They'll probably go after they take this tier 2 up in the top lane. But, oh man, I was going to say earlier before, you know, we saw a dozen things go wrong. The Blink Taker and Shadow Shaman is very important for getting on top of the Lina and holding her in place. Otherwise, she just runs circles around you in these team fights.
Yeah.
and you are still a long ways off. Sitting at 1,400 gold.
Ooh, waiting for someone to show up here. Old 11 is gonna be it. Hex forward, trying to burst him down, and plenty of damage to do that with.
Yep. Look how he just like drops everything on Old 11 there.
Yeah.
Because they're so far behind, they just realize, okay, we're not going to mess around with this kill. We're going to threaten the enemies with as much damage as we can, bring down the Pangolier, make sure he doesn't survive, and have this in position to threaten the enemies if they try to come up onto us.
Yep.
It does stop them from being able to take Roshan. But, you know, at least scared like Extreme Gaming off enough that the mid tower goes down at the same time.
Well, scouting out this Roche tank, kind of in the front lines. Ori threatening.
He's out of remnants now on Ember Spirit, though. He like ran out briefly when he went forward.
One, yeah.
He has one now, but not when he went forward like that. Yeah, you would have wished that you had wards for this, but I don't think either team really wants to go for this right now. It looks great for Aster because the Pangolier's dead, but he's gonna be back up long before he can pump out enough damage in this thing.
Yeah. So they
And
also
that's
with
the
Lu in the front lines, like you don't want to expend what resources you have on him.
Okay, so Lina just picked up an enchanted quiver and has an MKB coming out right now.
Oof.
This is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt a lot.
Paparazzi priority target for sure. It's a full 5-minute smoke comes out from XG, unscouted by Aster.
Actually, I'm thinking if you don't get onto this Lina at the beginning of a fight, you straight up lose it. But you don't have a way of jumping the backline, disabling her before her BKB gets off because you don't have Blink Dagger and Shadow Shaman.
They have to run into you, but they're not going to make the mistake. Lu coming forward, X6 forced into the BKB very early on. They could just wait it out, probably. Lu, well, if you can trigger the ultimates, 60 seconds, we can maybe do something. He's going to come right back though with his own BKB. X forward and Ember Spirit, do they have to change stuns off? You bet your ass they do. Ori's dead, Shaman cut off to the side. Both buybacks, Monet already also committed his BKB. It's timing out now, full of control to burst him down so very easily.
Yeah, there's just
not looking great. XG gonna get Roche now if they want it. They've used a bunch of their stuff too, I guess.
I'm not sure how afraid of them you should be, but you still do have BKB available on the Ember Spirit. I just see no need to go for the Roshan yet. I think it maybe the Phantom Assassin buys back in the game, but she bought out.
I believe they're waiting for reincarnation.
Yeah, it is true.
Oh, yeah,
Reincarnation back up another 10 seconds. Might be something else they're waiting on. They scan out the enemies as well. They catch them waiting on that hill. And I'm pretty sure they're just going to run at them again now that, as our mysterious staff
Hex. Timbersaw, not tanky at all. He's kind of tanky, but they should still be able to finish him off. See Boboka off to the side, just being clicked to that. It's going to come back to worse. XG well ahead right now. 12k advantage in net worth. So much more momentum considering the kind of heroes that we have on the other side. You're going to get another Aegis and the shard for themselves as well.
Yeah, it doesn't come down to how much, how tanky you are. It's whether or not Paparazzi has showed up yet or not. As soon as he came in there, Timbersaw ends up getting bursted down. Coddle went down to a couple auto attacks from the Lina as well. Really didn't take much. Wasting no time moving through the jungle. I'm not sure how they leave their base at this point. Look at the deep observer they end up planting a little while ago up in the top lane. This will catch them out if they try to leave their base at all. Tank is also playing kind of near the triangle, so he'll be the person to just like throw out that hex onto somebody should they try to shove out the top lane. Phantom Assassin might try to do it as well.
Yeah,
as soon as you walk down this hill, you aren't. Yeah, she's walking down the hill. They ping it immediately.
Team? One more step and you're dead. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I cannot leave the base. Because, like, XG, they're also very fast with their damage. And there's so many stuns that chain stunning is not much of an issue. Like, in fact, the stack and the stuns, and it doesn't really matter at times. Because there's so many more to make sure that the BKBs have to come out very early. So now Monet uses that. They do catch Coddle instead. And
And they lose top.
how do you kill Paparazzi twice? How do you kill Lou twice? I don't think you do anymore.
Yeah, you don't. That's the fun part.
I mean, PA has Basher.
Yeah, we got DD Rune on Paparazzi as well. This Rax is just melting. You're probably going to afford here to waste some of this DD duration, but it's not going to waste enough of it to make a difference. You lose at the very least 2 sets of Raxes here.
Actually used his arm hack stun, everything on top of Ori. He's just gone. No buyback available.
Paparazzi's
But
yeah, they just
they're
call it.
calling it. I realized that this is not going anywhere. Whew. XG looking strong right now, certainly with this draft.
Yeah, I did prefer the draft on the side of Aster this game, but again, they did not take their foot off the gas at all. Paparazzi had an amazing performance in the mid lane. The farm advantage that he had over the Ember Spirit was kind of insane, to be honest, man.
Yeah. I saw this as a distinct possibility where XG just are able to leverage this all this chain stun, all this burst damage. It certainly helped out by exactly as I said, Paparazzi just getting twice as much money as he maybe should have almost. But yeah, Nomad, you tell us the stats about the super quick BKB. Any other gems? Any other records broken?
No, not in this game. Not in this game. I mean, they did win Extreme Gaming, but Aster were able to take some fights and take some small victories. So it wasn't a complete stomp, that's for sure.
11 minutes 46 seconds on the BKB.
Okay, easily the fastest.
I thought it was 11:50, but yeah, that is the fastest BKB to come out in this patch.
Yep, definitely. So good job, Paparazzi there, and just an absolutely ridiculous laning phase. Certainly won't be picking the Ember into the Lina again, that is for sure. But this is a big win for Extreme, though, actually. This is a really big win for them, because when they played their tiebreakers versus Aster, they didn't think they were going to win that series. They said, I asked them what their biggest hurdle was this season, and they told me that before they played that tiebreaker with Aster, they had just been losing all of their scrims. So they weren't winning anything in their scrims. They were playing really badly, and they felt like they were just going to crumble.
Are they messing with you?
Maybe, because it certainly doesn't look like it here. And it didn't look like it in their series versus Aztecs. They took them down 2-0 after that. And they said, yeah, once that happened, they started turning it around. So that was a huge moment for them. And it seems like they're withholding that momentum, at least in game one here. So that is really, really scary to me, because I think Extreme are definitely looking like a monstrous team to play against at the moment. And being able to do it again in game one, I don't know. I feel like Aster, they've got a big challenge ahead of them to turn this series around.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm again surprised that the Pango ended up doing so well, but I think a lot of it came down to what happened inside this mid lane. Shutting down Paparazzi, I think, needs to be a priority, whether it be placing a sentry ward over by the camp, having supports that are able to rotate in a little bit easier. Like Keeper tried to come and help, but it's not anybody who can set up kills off in the Paparazzi. Maybe get somebody like an Earth Spirit who has an easier time actually finding a kill there, just so he doesn't snowball out of control. Because it is insane how difficult this game became once Alina had the BKB. We're going to take a look at some of the highlights real quick, though.
Yeah, of course.
Maybe gone on help just a little bit too far away. They did look to turn things around a little bit here. They get Lou just before the ultimate comes back, so that's what was pretty nice. But ultimately,
yeah, I do want to ask though, was this are you sold on this Witch Doctor hero now that he's a little bit stronger earlier on, Neff?
I mean, I did see the changes, and it was a big one for me, and I memorized that one. I'm a little bit more sold on him just because of how much harass I actually did to that Timbersaw in the lane. I really don't think that before with the 7 damage at level 1 per second, the hero's pickable, but it might be now.
maybe. I mean, yeah, that early jump of 7 to 12 DPS at level 1 is a huge difference maker for any Witch Doctor player. And he gets 2 extra damage at the max level. It's not nothing. But previously, he was the 8th least picked hero in the DPC previously to this buff. So that is just an idea of how low he was in people's priority. He was the 8th least picked hero, going 1 and 3 as well in the 4 games he was played. So he didn't even do very well when he was picked up. So it's very surprising to see now he gets picked up in the regional finals and comes out with a dub as well. It means that he's now 2 and 3 on his way to a neutral win-loss ratio. Congratulations, Witch Doctor, the real winner of this series so far.
That's certainly a pick that nobody expected. Certainly not his last pick. It was
I know I saw
was
this. I'm like,
crazy
well, what the
stuff.
hell? But actually, and I saw I remembered the changes to him. Like it might be kind
Yeah.
of good. It is nice that they ran it with a line that a lot of disables between their supports. I think that also played a big part in setting things up for them. But Paparazzi definitely my MVP with how farmed he is. I think
Has
Aster
to be.
should prioritize shutting them down in this next game here of the series.
Yeah, you have to. He had a great game. Lou as well, I thought did very well. He was pretty much ahead of the curve the entire game. And yeah, he wasn't like the big one, blowing everyone up like Paparazzi was, but he just kind of had a stable performance, which is what you really want. And I think that's what Lou's really accelerated it. I mean, this guy's come through YBB and now come into Extreme Gaming. Is he kind of shining for you, Dragon Drop, as like one of the new generation of carries, similar to Shiro, perhaps in some ways?
Um, yeah, a little bit, surely. It's kind of hard to judge sometimes on a hero like Wraith King, which is kind of just standing there and it just plays
You take
differently
that
than
back.
other carries. No, no, you play Wraith King differently than other carries because you can just more readily stay in front of the pack and be like, "Hey, come and kill me, haha!" And then you come right back and just allow your team to initiate, which is not something that you can do with everyone. So, yeah, I always like to see him play more, but he's been having a pretty good performance so far in the season. So,
Hmm.
yeah.
I think that Lou definitely is one of the upcoming carries. They stole him from YBB, and so YBB got getting robbed twice there. First, they get removed from Extreme
Yeah.
Gaming, the main roster. Then they lose their carry player. They said, "Ooh, don't mind if I do. That guy looks pretty good. I'm just gonna snatch him up right now." Uh, but it's good for Lou. He gets to play with all the veterans. I'm sure he's learning a lot. When you're playing with people of this caliber, that like the improvements that you go through are absolutely insane. I was
Yeah.
talking to Snare before the series, though. I think one of the things that stops all these new position one players from coming up in China is the fact that we don't have as many tournaments. Before, you'd see like open and close qualifiers happen every so often, and everyone would be watching them. Now you don't have these proving grounds where like all these pro players can be like, that guy looks really good. I like what he did here. I want to see where this guy goes for the next little while. Instead, you just have like the same team playing in the DPC, if that makes sense. So a
Yeah,
lot
yeah.
less
And
scouting ground.
absolutely. And there's always that huge question mark factor for me when we're talking about these new carries. The ultimate goal here, it's TI, right? For every single team, it's TI. The whole DPC season, it's about getting to the international and getting that massive accolade and that massive prize money as well. Do you really want your carry players' first international experience in front of a crowd to be the international, right? Like that is a huge question mark. And yeah, okay, I know what everyone's going to be saying. Oh, Thompson did it, and it worked great for him. But I mean, not everyone's Thompson. It's still undeniably a huge risk to put yourself in, and a huge risk that a lot of these teams are going to be taken by kind of putting their faith in these newer carries. Do you guys agree?
Well, sometimes you just don't have another choice. Certainly with the way things are these days, that there's not a lot of lands to begin with, and the ones that there are, you can't necessarily go to if you're a Chinese player right now. So sometimes, again, you don't have a choice. But overall, I would say that yeah, it's a very different thing playing from home or even playing from a hotel room with your team next to you compared to just playing from a stage. I'm 100% certain of that. So if you um, don't have the right mindset, or if you don't have people who can really calm you down, who can just help you um, just live that experience and just put it aside and approach it properly, if that makes sense. Someone who brings you bananas.
That doesn't make sense. No.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
it's
Everyone needs someone to bring them bananas.
exactly.
It's,
It's all these
wise
kind of
word.
things just to make sure that those players still comfortable in a different setting and can still focus as much on the Dota.
We will
It's
Everyone
never
needs a
have somebody
banana
like
man.
Phil again. We will never have somebody like Phil.
Everyone needs
Don't you
a
say?
banana
Don't
man.
you make fun
BSJ.
I'm
Alrighty,
not making fun,
we're
I'm
gonna
just
throw
saying
it.
it's very important, you know?
Yes.
Of course, the banana man's very important. Alrighty, we're going to throw it over to a short break. Extreme Gaming are having a COVID test taken at the moment, so might be a couple more minutes, but hopefully won't be long until we get into game number 2, Aster versus Extreme Gaming here at the
It's gonna be an extreming
DPC
time.
China Regional Finals. We'll see you in a bit. Or we'll sit here. This is good too.
Yes.
We're very
We'll
pretty,
speak up
so
doing
maybe this is
earlier,
our
it was
break
just
now.
freeze framing.
Yeah. All right. We can talk about some of the latest animes if you want. Or we can talk
No,
about
production, please. Production, save us. No, I don't want to go.
You're
Nev, not
outnumbered,
like
Nev.
this.
There's no anime on this broadcast. We had enough of that on the first series. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, it does seem like we're not going to a break. So yeah, I guess we can talk about something else, but absolutely not anime. Let's talk about what Aster need to do to clean up their performance for game number 2. There, what were the biggest flaws in their game in this one? Don't say picking Ember into Lina, because we've seen
That's
that
not
matchup
why-
go
that's
fine the
fine.
other time.
Yeah, that is fine. Again, I think it came down to the fact that it didn't really have any supports. I mentioned Earth Spirit just because he's my favorite hero, but I think you could have gone like other things. Disruptor wouldn't have been too bad. I think Ventral Spirit is like okay as well, even though it isn't as commonly picked. I think maybe you could even experiment with some of the heroes that end up getting buffed in the most recent patch. Here, God, Earthshaker is one of the ones that like can help you set up some very early kills and isn't that weak either. Actually, I'd like to see Enigma too,
Yeah.
because even if the enemies get a BKB, the Eidolons end up getting buffed. Not only in this patch, but obviously in 7.31 as well, when they changed the damage type over into piercing. That one wasn't documented, so it is the same benefits that Shadow Shaman wards and Death Prophet Ghosts have. So I think that's a hero they could go for as well if it feels like, okay, well, how do we take down Paparazzi if he's just going to be extremely farmed every game? Well, hit him with a black hole.
Exactly, yeah.
Just black hole him, though.
Yeah,
What were
just kill him.
What were the biggest buffs to heroes in your guys' experience? I've seen a lot of people talk about Spectre. I mean, the buffs to Spectre seem very small. Just a base HP regen 1.5 to 2, base agi, 2 extra starting agi. And then the dispersion radius one's really interesting as well. It's gone from the range being 300 to 700 because it does more damage the closer you are, to 400 to 800, so an extra 100 units thrown on there. So does seem a little bit better, but then again, the hero is still just not popular at the moment because the amount of breaks in the game, right?
Yeah. I don't think it's that big of a deal. It's nice if you're a Spectre player, but I don't think it's gonna make teams pick it more often.
Mm-hmm. I think the biggest winner is probably Sven. I mean, he's getting picked up when the other team ended up picking up Tiny, and they ended up rescaling the stun duration on the Stormhammer thing by like a long, not mistaken.
Yeah, they did.
The early points, shard passive armor increased as well. Like that one is actually pretty solid now. Before it was like, okay, well, we can't pick Tiny, so I guess we'll pick Sven. Now I think sometimes people will probably picking up Sven because Tiny got nerfed and Sven got buffed. So, in my opinion, that one seems like a pretty good idea. God, what was the other one that was pretty big?
I've actually seen some support
right.
spends, by the way, which has been interesting because of the shard increased 2 armor. So now just 7 passive armor from the shard is it's kind of crazy. It's very nice. You basically
gold for 7 passive armor. Yeah, that is wildly
mad
good.
for your whole
they
team.
took that from a lot of things. Like from the big nerfs about Buckley they did. This is the one I was interested in talking about. The Blood Mist on Bloodseeker.
Yes.
This was the worst Aghanims in the game. This thing killed you if you activated it. The shopkeeper was ripping you off. You didn't want to buy this thing. Now it looks significantly less bad. The self-damage is magical instead of pure, so it does way less. You can build yourself some magic resistance to deal with it. It might actually be good now.
Well, I've done some significant field testing on this one, Neff, actually, because I do like Bloodseeker.
Yeah, I'm interested.
Yeah,
tell me.
I've played about 4 games with it, and it feels okay. You know, it feels all right.
All right, that's a ringing endorsement.
Yeah,
it's all.
I mean, I haven't won yet, but
it's all right.
Yeah. I mean, the problem is you're still running into a team fight with if you're sensible, Blood Rage and the blood
you're
mist
losing a lot
on
of health
you.
per second.
So yeah, it's a high amount of damage per second, and like, you know, if no one dies, then you are dead. Like, you are 100% dead. It's the most kamikaze build you can possibly go for in Dota at the moment. Techies does not even compare with his blast off spell. Like, it's really nuts, and it doesn't
Okay,
seem to work.
here's
But I
my
think,
question.
go ahead.
Okay, if it's like hands off the wheel, could this be a viable build for playing Dota 2 on the Steam Deck? Then you just go controller, you activate Blood Mist, and Blood Rage on yourself, and walk in and hope for the best. This sounds viable. This could be controller meta.
I'm
Very
not gonna touch that with a
possibly.
10-foot
Very,
pole,
very
but
possibly.
yes. Sure.
You
You
gotta
can
play
play
your
Oh,
AFK.
you're
Bloodseeker and
judging me. I'm
Pangolier.
breaking new ground right now. I'm
Yes.
breaking new ground.
Clearly. I don't know, like, it can work against like super tanky heroes, because obviously it's percentage based damage and you get more first heal off very, very tanky heroes. The shard is very good, so I think as like a last pick anti-tank, there is some potential for Bloodseeker to come through as like I mean, he's still a decent carry regardless of the ulti, but we might actually see the Ags if there is that kind of change, and he can now block the damage with like a hood or an what's the other one, the ethereal hood thing.
Mage Slayer, or do you mean
The one which turns
Eternal
magic
Shroud?
damage. Eternal Shroud, that's it, which gives you magic damage. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That one is, I mean, it's an
about
option, but it's still
Bloodstone?
very, very all in. So yeah.
What about Bloodstone? What about Bloodstone Bloodseeker?
I mean, it's in the name, so you kind of have to, right? Like,
Yeah, but you know what it does now? I mean, you've probably forgotten because nobody builds Bloodstone anymore.
I know.
Let's give you
But
back
tell me
brain.
anyway, Neff. Tell me anyway.
Yeah, it's 50% spell lifesteal when you activate it, and it converts the same percentage of health to mana.
Yeah.
It also costs more of your current HP to activate, which kind of, could go very poorly. But as long as you're doing damage to the enemies with this, if you're hitting like 2 people with the Blood Mist, then I think it could be viable to just like rush. But you know what? I'm going to do this. I'm griefing some pubs after we're done today.
I mean, get an IO with the IO shard as well, where you share the spell lifesteal with each other, and there you go. You got yourself a real combo there. I think it's two heroes devoted to a useless strategy, but
if you're gonna play a hero that's all about just going from 100% health to 10 and back to 100 over and over again, then you might as well go all in and build Bloodstones and have Eye on your team. Yeah, absolutely. Why the hell not?
Go for it, absolutely. Alrighty, well, it does look like game 2 is somewhat close to starting. We got a few more minutes to wait.
I feel bad for my host. He is doing his best to stall here. He doesn't have much to work with. I mean, us.
I've just got 2 very pretty faces, and that's it. I know. What can I even do here?
All I can talk about is Dota, and then Neff also his anime, but we're
banned
steering
from
clear of
talking
that.
about
So yeah.
We're not going into enemy territory today. I said for the regional finals, we're staying clear of it. You know, we're keeping ourselves up to a high professional standard, and that is what I'm sticking to. So, Neff, no anime. You hear me?
I've got a question for you as well, because you're both very smart about Dota as well. What do you think about the Rave Pact now, that changes there, and also with the Helm of the Dominator kind of being maybe relegated because the Hobby Scouts bullshit got nerfed? Do you think offlaners will pick up more Rave Pacts now?
I mean, it's a good item. I thought that it was a good item in the last patch.
Me too, actually.
Yeah.
I thought it was underpicked.
I mean, it was underpicked. I mean, it kind of sucked that the aura, like, I don't know, we had 6 months of the fact that it was 900 aura instead of 1200. There was no reason for that. But they fixed that now. It's been applied. Now it gives you the same radius as the Vladimir's offering, so that's cool. They ended up buffing everything else about it. They made it so you can't have multiple going at once, so you can't just make a Tinker army of Wraith Packs, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's disappointing.
Yeah.
Can't flood the base with them.
Yeah. It would have been very funny to go for something like that. I did it once. It was a good time. But yeah, with 4,050 gold, I've gotten this item a couple of times in my games, and I wasn't really sure what to buy. And I was going to close a game out. It's not that expensive for what it gives you. You need to go very far out of your way to actually hit this thing. It's kind of like a Pugna Ward, but it applies to everything.
Yeah.
Instead of just the spell damage.
Still got the Vlads. Like, there was a time in Dota where Vlads was just a go-to for everyone, and then I
remember that.
Yeah, they're just this going back to the buff up your carry kind of strat. Like you'd have to have a
it was
pipe,
like
you'd have to have a Vlads, and then that would be very, very powerful in conjunction.
every team needed a mech and every team needed a Vlad. That was just like the way Dota was played back in those days, right? Like you never saw games where no one had a mech and no one had a Vlad. It was a must. It had to be done. But yeah, no, the Wraithpack Totem before this patch was actually picked up 15 times in the DPC with a 73% win rate. Average purchase time was 39 minutes. So it's still like, I mean, when you think about the amount of games in the DPC, that's still like 0.2%. But
but the thing about this item is you don't really go for it when you're losing. It's like, okay, I'm winning pretty hard right now. What can I buy? I guess I can build like a Vladimir's off and I can upgrade it.
Exactly. You've usually already got the Vlads. You're like, I might as well turn this into something because they've got so much money.
Who's it built on out of curiosity? I would imagine Vengeful Spirit.
No, it was Morana and it's Monkey King. They've got the most games with it. Yeah, so.
It's more a +4 thing, I guess.
Yeah. There's something like, okay, you've got a little bit of money. If I'm going to build a Vladimir's offering, it is definitely worth spending the money to upgrade this thing. So
yeah, I mean, I really like it on Underlord as well because when he comes through the portal, he gives his anyone who's come through the portal gets 30% damage resistance flat. And the Wraith Pact gives the enemy damage reduction of 30%, which means the multiplicative stacking isn't going to apply. Therefore, it is actually a flat 60% damage reduction on Underlord, which is kind of interesting. So we don't really see it very often.
The extra, don't forget about this passive on top of that, just normal damage reduction that this aura gives.
Yeah, but they've removed a lot of like the flat damage reductions out of the game just because it was too strong.
Yeah.
And now they've slowly added a couple back in again. So I think once it starts getting picked up, I mean, Underlord's been getting picked up, but once this stuff starts getting picked up a little bit more, people will like, okay, it's time to go. We'll make it do something instead of this damage reduction aura. I don't know what they change it to, but I think we'll probably start seeing this one more at the major. Bold guess, but I'm gonna guess it anyways.
Go for it. Yeah. And actually, talking back on this game as well, we're waiting for a game which is already decided as well. That's kind of disappointing because, as we know, every time these teams have played each other, it's been a 2-0. So we're just waiting for
I want that to change, man. It's got to change here, please.
Yeah, I mean, one team 2-0 the other, then the other team goes back. So that means that the third series between them in this season has to be a 2-1 either way, right?
Yeah,
is that the way it works?
Yeah, sure, Dragon.
That is a stretch.
If we all believe in it, if we all focus our fastest curse energy on exactly that, I guess then we'd have to keep saying that it's a 2-0, so it turns into a 2-1.
So it's going to be a 2-0, right, Dragon?
I'll do the math.
Okay. All right. You'll do the math. You'll consult your astrologist. Yes. But yeah, no, I think Extreme Gaming are looking very exciting and very scary right now. And they've got that Wings power behind them as well. They've got Blink as their coach, which is really cool. A previous TI Wings winning player. So, I like how the Wings guys just kind of spread out and disappeared all over the China scene. And we see them all over the place now as we are now into the draft at last for game number 2.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. We're back in it.
We're in it.
What is this game? I've forgotten. Dota?
Yeah. Here we are. Let me take my glasses off. They're just prop glasses. Like, I need them to see, but I don't like wearing them. Anyway, Pugna banned out. They got rid of Bane and Grimstroke here. It is surprising they have banned out Pugna, despite the fact that his Nether Ward ended up getting a pretty significant nerf. They got rid of the cast range and whatnot on it.
Yeah,
and
he got smacked.
Decrepify, right? Yeah, he got smacked hard. People, I think they were like, all right, this guy is too good at position 5. We're hitting him with a bonk. Like, this guy just can't be played anymore. And Stormfear just banned out, despite the fact that he got hit with some pretty heavy nerfs. His mana regen, the overload damage were big ones, but they didn't touch the null talisman strategy on him at all. It is insane that went untouched. They have to know this one's going on. It's getting played across every MMR bracket. Like, even if you don't watch Pro Dota, you know this one is an issue.
Well, being banned out now, so it's not gonna have to bother with that. Aster going for the same opener again here, and both teams really.
Yeah, both teams going with the same opener here. I've got a serious case of deja vu. We've spent so long talking about what they need to do different, and Aster just says, "No, we don't need to do anything different." What do you mean? We're fine. They go.
I would like to see them not go for PA again, though. Perhaps so. The big problem was they had a carry that couldn't really contribute at all. They just didn't have the time to get her to the point where she was actually a threat.
hurtful, but continue.
I mean, it's it's true. PA is the kind of hero that can do a lot in later parts of the game, but you have a ramp up that's it's less steep than others. You need a while to
So
get going.
What would you prefer to see?
I always love heroes like Gyrocopter.
So non-girl boss hero. What about you, Nomad?
I am. I like all the girl bosses. I like all the
TA
girl
is
bosses.
stand, so
Except PA actually. PA can do one. Screw PA.
wow. What about Luna?
I think
Luna
the problem I have
was
with PA, right, is like she's got so many like, oops, I messed up. Oh well, don't worry. Like you mess up the laning phase, doesn't matter. You got daggers. You're still going to be able to get last hits. Like, like your positioning's absolute garbage, but you're blurred, so no one can see you anyway. Oh, it doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. Like you jump on her and it's like, oh well, I'm just going to TP out and you're going to miss like 50 times in a row, so I'm going to get away with it anyway. It's like, and then she jumps on you and it's just like, oh, double crit. Okay, goodbye.
Have a rough game against a PA lately?
I really did. Yeah, I really did. I'd like to talk about it. But...
I'm getting the sense that there's some prior history there.
But Treant? What's this hero doing here?
Big boy season. I personally love Treant Protector. I think it is a great defensive support. I think Overgrowth is an amazing ability, and it's something that can counter Delina once she gets herself a BKB. As long as you have a decent positioning, you don't get blown up. So wait for that to come out. You end up dropping your ultimate. And you can potentially turn team fights around. Great against Pangawalt as well. So it's for a couple of reasons pretty good.
I would also say that he's the most similar to you hero in Dota, Neff. That you got a lot in common.
I've heard that.
I've
heard that. It's because he's large, right?
Yeah, you're both big boys. You both have kind of similar mannerisms. Not slow in the head, but a little bit slow in like kind of the way you speak.
Both leeching off of people,
Leeching off. Wow, that did happen. That did end up happening. I think both times I met up with you guys. Nomad saved me once. I was leeching off of him. I was leeching off of Dragon Drop once as well. Hurtful how accurate this is. What hero are they going to pick up yet?
All right, Elder Titan coming out for Extreme Gaming next, and that's going to give them. Hey, what does Elder Titan give you? It gives you a big briefcase. It gives you a bit of this aura guy which runs around, reduces some armor, reduces some magic resistance.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you recall, but it was getting picked up a little bit more at the end of the DPC. That wasn't that long ago. Just at the end of the CN DPC season, we saw it picked up 2 games in a row and ended up winning both of them. It is pretty strong. It's got good setup. It punishes the enemies who go like agility heroes. You're forced to build armor items on it, which a lot of the time they don't really like doing. So things like Terra Blade, you're a little bit hesitant to pick up now against the Elder Titan. So I do like this one. I do think that you struggle to land the stomps up against like Elder Titan, against Ember Spirit or Keeper of the Light. Elder Titan does struggle with that.
Yeah,
you go for DK here next, who was relatively unchanged in the patch. He lost like 5 DPS on his Fireball, which is kind of whatever.
Yeah, I think Elder Titan just as a big zoning hero is going to be pretty good. It's making sure that Extreme can take the fights that they want rather than the fights that Aster wants. I think that's maybe the main idea here. But Aster now with the DK, the Ember Spirits, like DK if he goes for a Blink or Silver Edge or something like that, they might just be able to do what XG has been doing to them in that last game. Just jump to the back line to get a quick pick and then move on from there.
Yeah, it was Extreme that ended up taking the Elder Titan in the end of last season. They beat RNG out with it. I refreshed my memory real quick. It was pretty successful as well. It was just like super hard to go for objectives. It was super hard to set up on them. They always reset team fights with it. And it was really popular back in the Perfect World League seasons 1 through 3. And I think the beginning of the DPC last year. It has fallen off for sure, though, since then.
Yeah, it's certainly also not a flashy hero, right? A lot of it is his aura, but you don't always feel the impact of that. Like you always have to remember, all right, we're taking so much more damage now, and that's actually a problem. Not so much when the BKBs come out, of course.
Yeah, not so much when BKBs come out. Klink's gotten rid of here. Were they really taking Klinks here? That is kind of crazy. And they get rid of Medusa. The Medusa ban makes a lot of sense. I think Medusa is very good with the Train Protector. Defensive lane support, it's very hard to go on her. Like the moment you get on top of her, you get hit by a Leech Seed or you get slowed down by Nature's Grasp. You can have presence in other lanes the moment that the enemies give up just by dropping living armor on them.
10 seconds remaining.
I think that ban is very good. I'm not sure what your super hard carry is going to be, though. Maybe you go for Sven here.
I would not hate that.
I mean, I kind of do, given that your cores are Ember and Dragonite already.
Yeah.
But I think it's pickable. It deals with the other Titan reasonably well.
Radiant team pick.
That
Just
gives
have
you
no
the
way
plus
of being on top of Lina
armor.
at that point. You're going to face this Void. That ban makes a lot of sense. You don't want to deal with Lina pumping in damage to these Chronospheres, right?
No, you do not.
Yeah, for sure. Also, the old school combo with the
10 seconds remaining.
Chronosphere Elder Titan, you know?
Yeah.
5
House
seconds
Guardian getting
remaining.
nerfed as well, so that's not really pickable here either. They still have a bunch of reserve time on both these teams, though. I
Yeah.
think I'd probably like to see... You seem like you have an idea, Nomad. You're just about to speak up.
I was just looking
Or
through.
am I gaslighting you?
You're gaslighting me a little bit, but
Okay, yeah, my bad.
I have no clue what they're going to pick.
Could you just run
all right.
Ember in the one position and pick up another mid here?
It's going to be a
off.
Ricky.
Like
You're going to
this?
see Ricky.
I want to
That
see
hero
Ricky.
is non-pickable.
Yeah, it's
in my
very dead.
opinion.
It's extremely dead. It sounds cool, doesn't it? It sounds like something if you had like
It does sound really cool, yeah.
if you had someone really smart on the panel, like Noto, he'd be like, "Oh, they should pick Ricky here," and everyone would be like, "Whoa, this guy's so smart."
Whoa. That's good.
Yeah.
Bring this guy back more. I think for Morphling it said, okay, this hero I am not a fan of. I saw it in the game recently in BTS Pro Series, but even then it
10 seconds
was kind of underwhelming. Ever since they ended up nerfing the Ethereal Blade on it.
Yeah.
Or sorry, the Ethereal Blade, they changed over what the build was from what it used to be. Morphling is kind of fallen off. He's like an agility carry that you pick when the other ones are banned or you're not really sure what to grab. He's like a worse version of every other agility carry.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, previously what made him strong was the ability to not just have a lot of sustained damage outputs from right click, but also having that ability to take one hero off the map instantly, more or less, with a shotgun. Take the shotgun away, just as you said, oh yeah, I'm going to be here and I'm clicking, and if I'm super farmed, yeah, I'm going to be killing people, but a lot of other carries can do the exact same thing, you know?
So,
Yeah.
do they anti-mage here now then, or I guess that's not great
Oh.
versus Morph.
It's not
It's-
great versus Morph. It kind of sucks
Can
because
be rough,
Luna
yeah.
gets like first item BKB. It struggles for those reasons. I think it's good against the rest of the draft, though. I wouldn't hate to see an AM.
Feels
Scoop
like
Disco Pony.
a likely option.
Mhm.
Or Lifestealer could possibly be something they go for. And Monet's
It's not a
had a
great
few
match with
Lifestealer
Morph.
games in his pocket.
I don't mind Anti-Mage or Luna. I think Luna's good.
Not really.
I
picked
hate
all that
Luna, but I
well.
think in this particular game, Luna could be good where you just go and Assault Caress on it this game.
We're going to go
Really?
Master instead and
Show
play
me that,
one
Luna.
verse.
Choose your
What? What was that
Dragon
called? Excuse me?
Give me the script. Hand over the script.
No, I need it.
Where did that come from?
Dota buff, honestly. I'm just looking at a lot of the wins, and oh yeah, there's Brewmaster, and some of them that just say Brewmaster, you know. And
What was that called?
yeah, they can run Ember as a one. Why the hell not? And just pick
Give me the
Brewmaster.
script.
Just a ton of extra team play.
You're lying to not only the viewers but your friends as well.
Yeah.
I cannot believe that you have done this. Work.
Unbelievable drain drop. You just
This
I
is
mean,
what I do.
you got to make
I-
it believable when you found the script, dude. You got to make it believable, okay? You can't just pull that out. Come on, man.
This is what I do, though. You know,
It's subverting
I
expectations.
I say stupid things all the time, and then once every podcast day, I predict the last pick correctly.
Okay, all
Broken
right.
clock is right twice a day.
Yeah, definitely is. Okay, so it's going to be Monet on the carry and the Spirit. It's going to be Ori playing the DK, and it's going to be XXS on his signature offlane Brewmaster, which is going to give. I mean, how does this change the draft for you then, Nav? Like, it seems to me like they've just given themselves a hell of a lot of fighting potential. They just want to brawl this one out.
Yeah, I mean, this plays a lot better into the other Titan and the Morphling. I think the Brewmaster being able to toss one of these two heroes in the air, either the Morphling or the Lina, seriously cripples the team fight on the side of XG. So I like it for those reasons. It also plays reasonably faster. They don't have great tower push on the side of Extreme Gaming. So as long as they don't like win any, like Morphling and Lina can kind of take towers, but as long as they don't like straight up lose every hero on the map, I don't think they're ever going to like grab the mid tower on the side of Aster. So given that all these heroes are super difficult to get through and amazing at fighting, I say I prefer the draft on Aster this game. I very much want to see what he builds on this Ember Spirit, but I think like a Mage Slayer and Eye of Scotty is going to be kind of wild this game. As long as, again, they don't end up losing the lane super hard. So we'll see how well they deal with the Lina in game number 2. But I imagine, between the game, if they go with the exact same opening and don't ban the Lina out, these are issues they address during the break.
So what often happens when there's like, oh, we're a team, we're just owning with this hero, let's just pick the same hero again. And that team just tends to fall flat in game number 2.
I don't think that's true.
It is at times in even matchups, because the other team is strong enough to adjust their playstyle and deal with this and make sure it doesn't happen a second times in a row. If they can't, though, then they're just they deserve what's coming to them. So we'll see, I guess, whether what kind of team Aster is here, where they can make sure that Paparazzi doesn't own them again. But I believe, Nev. I do believe.
Yep. I think a good start to that would be warning up that small camp, but they make it difficult to go over there at the very beginning. They position the 2 supports and Paparazzi nearby the hill. You've got 2 sentries on the Treant Protector, though. You've got one on Baboka, I imagine, close to this rune spawning, the 0-second mark. One of them are going to walk up and try to plant the ward.
Yep.
We'll see how quickly Lina manages to get the D ward off onto it.
XXS being crazy on the other side at the moment, just being like, can I sneak a rune here? Oh, am I just gonna feed first blood? The stun comes through, Paparazzi is not interested in skilling anything, and Brewmaster is pretty damn tanky at level 1, 800 health points. The gauntlets of strength to help him out. No region other than that, so Boboka is gonna have to feed him tangos and salvos. This classic support stuff.
Yeah. So we didn't actually end up running that camp over by Paparazzi's camp, so he's very obviously going to have the advantage over Ori. Paparazzi can't really harass the Dragon Knight out of the lane, but he is going to be able to outfarm him. So they'll have that advantage going for this game in game number 2 here. And they don't have a hero that's amazing at tanking the Lina either. I talked about how I'd like to see a support duo that was a little bit better at dealing with the Lina.
Yeah.
But they didn't go for that this game. It's the same thing as last time. So I really do hope, despite not warding that camp, they address the issues or have discussed a way to address the issues or made it so it doesn't matter how well Paparazzi does.
Yeah. You can construct...
Letting Paparazzi free farm, though, doesn't sound like a real strategy.
You're absolutely right. It does sound like a crazy person's idea of how to play a game like this, but maybe they have some ways. If Paparazzi gets too confident, maybe he's across the river. One side of the river, Boboka comes in from the other side, and then you get stunned and the blast in the face, or the back, as it were. You can construct scenarios where maybe it overextends, but yeah, it's very hard for Aster to force these kind of mistakes. Tank up top finds a double stun. It's not safe in the trees though. Siamese cat, you can just track him.
I mean, this is the best place for a Treant Protector to be. You just predict your movement speed in here.
Yeah, another double stun though. That'll make it awkward.
He's gonna run it down anyways.
That's gonna be drawn.
Yep.
He did it.
Yeah, one of the worst places he could go. So off to a decent start now on Treant Protector. It went his way into the Monets, so we'll not speed up Monet's game any really. It'd be great if you get this early Orb of Corrosion, start just like putting extra pressure on old 11, but it's not going to be the case this game. You have to slow Treant Protector is able to get the stack off. Oh no, he's so slow.
Our tank was here anyway.
Oh. Yeah. He ended up canceling his auto attack there by mistake. Yeah, I got the range creep. That's what matters. That's all we're going for. Let's go.
Our line got the XP for it though, at least. Level 2 now. He has 3 slots of wards. I don't even know how that works.
He's got it from 3 different heroes.
The one from Paparazzi by himself.
Yeah.
One from DUIs. What is this? This
It's
like back
Dota,
in the
baby.
dark days of Dota supports, you know, where you just have
Right.
sentries and wards separately.
Yeah.
I don't like
His
this.
poor inventory. And people are talking about you should be able to like merge these into the same slot. Maybe that's the next quality of life update
Yeah.
with support heroes. I'm sure he'll find somewhere to plan it eventually. He's making a wraparound onto Ori. Probably place an observer behind the tower when he does this, or at least on the high ground somewhere here. Yeah. Yeah. Decent vision whenever Dragon Knight tries to rotate back and clear out these hard camps. He's gonna realize what he's up to probably when he sees like observer into sentry at a different slot. Maybe like he's kind of hard to guess what he was doing.
Yeah. Well, Old 11 though, doing just as well in this game, if not better. Like Modé is struggling quite a bit. There's only so much that Siamese Cat can do against Angolier, right? We just saw him, oh yeah, dropping the Q, dropping the old Nature's Grasp, can swashbuckle across it.
Mm-hmm. Well, the idea is to be pulling the lane back as much as possible. When he messed up that first pull, it really did slow down the game for Monet, make things easier for Old 11. The mid lane matchup I mentioned talking about, though, you did mention that last game Paparazzi ended up doing super well. This game, it's actually pretty even between Paparazzi and Ori.
Oh, Monet though, he's super low, but oof. Beard gets the burst heal out, and now Self and the creep wave coming into his tower. It's been very bad as it stands. He's finally getting the lane to where he wants it to be, I guess.
Yep. He's got the overcorrosion now as well. Once he's got 3 points and a sleight of fist, he's going to be in pretty good shape. I'm pretty sure he just drops this like off of cooldown once he hits his level 5.
Yep.
Whereas Pango out of the lane, who has decent armor himself and also going from overcorrosion. But again, I'm
also
not
got
relying as much on.
He's also got a Ring of Health, so that's normally something that allows Pangolier to stay in lane a lot longer. As that's changing a lot of harassment. Let's talk about this Brewmaster though. Exodus on bottom now kind of being zoned out as a self given to him.
I would love to, but I want to see what happens mid lane in just a second here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, or
what's being planted?
Place, but unfortunately, the Dragon Knight doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. He can pop his magic wand for a good 75 mana, but he still isn't able to chain up like all of his spells.
Yeah.
And he walked all the way back to base now on Paparazzi. So maybe he'll just pop his other dragon form and get a couple attacks off onto the mid tower with that corrosive breath, but he walks back now. Now we can talk. No, never mind. 6-minute rune rotation. Probably gonna see a fight break out.
Blind Boboka on the one side. Chundo on top. Paparazzi wins the 50-50 Ori. Ultimate to the side, but they do find his friend the tree. Cut him down. As Monet also ends up dropping top solo to Old 11. What? It's not supposed to happen. Ori's still hanging around though, still feeling very confident, being stomped though. Now follow up with the LSA, with the Alliance stun, with the Hex. Damage is real with the DD. Ori gets to live just a little bit longer. And that's enough maybe. Oh, that's a Dragon Slave. Doesn't have the range either. He had no business living there against the DD though. That was way too close.
You know, that's Davey and the Dragon Knight, baby. Way too much armor, especially underneath the tower. Oh, man, managed to survive that one. Despite all the rotations, Paparazzi's going to heal back up, and Ori's going to get zoned out of the lane again, probably. I did want to talk about the Brewmaster at some point. He does happen to play fairly well against Morphling for 2 reasons. One, toss him up in the air in team fights, moving him. That's super good against any like high net worth carries like the Morphling is going to be.
Yeah.
And 2, the fact that he naturally built a Spirit Vessel just to pair with his Cinder Brew. So in the early game, he'll have a decent counter to the Morphling trying to attribute shift back over to strength.
Gets a little space, got his little 6 down here, just had that going for him. So There's always a chance if XG want to do something crazy that he can TP in and turn things around.
Yeah. It is interesting that he hasn't gone for the earn yet, though.
Yeah.
Nexus says, "Oh, it's because Keeper of the Light wouldn't win."
Okay.
Bobica wasn't paying attention to that.
This-
That is bizarre.
The last game as well. Last game was also farming the other side's jungle and not his own.
Yeah. I mean, it's common on the Keeper of the Light, but it makes Brew's ability to play by himself a little bit harder when he doesn't have it. So, yeah, not that surprising for Connell, but makes sense in this game. Taking a look at the mid lane's net worth again. I mean, Lina obviously out farming the DK at this point, now going to clear up the stack. No one's going to be able to contest this one either. So, across the lane, it looks like XG are doing pretty well for themselves. They have 3 heroes at the top of the net worth charts as it stands.
Yep.
And Brewmaster not really capable at zoning this Morphling out of lane, especially without going for a Spirit Vessel.
Yep.
Went for Ring of Health on Lou as well. Any sort of harass that he does to him, he's just going to heal back up with the Ring of Health. Anytime he's in danger, he's going to be able to attribute over to Strength. So you're not slowing down Lou at all.
Yep. Well, SF stacks of their own. So what's being shared here with Boboka.
And now it looks like they're going to make a rotation out of the bottom. They've got Dragon Form available. It could do some decent damage to this tower. Yeah, they're going to go for the tier 1.
Lou hanging around. There's some help coming there. Lou shouldn't really be under much threat unless he messes up here somehow. Just not shifting when there's a stun coming or anything from Ori, but...
Yeah. It's fairly easy to react to that one, though. So I think they'll be fine.
Monet up top's gonna have to play a bit more defensively.
Yeah.
As Lou
DY is going to be less fine.
Yeah. Primal split coming out as oh no, he actually can split.
Yeah. He canceled with that stop, so didn't get off quite in time. Probably just not. Yeah, Bronze Brewmaster, man. He's not familiar with the activation time of the spell.
Oh. They get to keep chipping away at the tower. Ult 11 also joining in, though, with the Pango roll. XSS, slept up. He couldn't get the ultimate out just now. Fall up control. They bursting down 4 against 1. The rest of the team unable or unwilling to really change that.
Yeah. No ultimate gotten out there, unfortunately, and one's just gonna rotate back to the respective lanes. Bottom tier 1 did take decent damage.
Yeah.
Only got like 400 HP left.
Yeah, should be able to finish that up next time around, but preventing that Brew split pretty big.
Meanwhile, the tower's inside of the Dire. I mean, wait, what they snatched that one from Lina or what? What they tip go off onto?
I'm not sure.
I didn't catch that. Anyway, he's keeping all the towers healed up, so mid tower is still at like 60, almost 700 HP. Top tower still at 1500 HP. No, they're doing better than they did the previous game. The issues that they had on the side of Aster, they weren't never able to like outmap control Extreme Gaming. This game, things will definitely go their way.
So you want a little recap on the laning phase then, guys?
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, well, pretty uneventful, honestly. Everyone's pretty much on average. Brewmaster is a little bit below where he should be. Morphling as well, also a little bit below where he should be. And the Lina a little bit higher. And Pango actually doing much better than average for a Pangolier, who generally has a kind of weaker laning phase, but comes into his own in the early mid. So expect big things from Old 11 in this game, I'd say.
Trying to make this classic tier 1 for tier 1 tower trade right now. Aster gets the one in bottom. Up top.
I'm expecting big things, though, especially from Old 11 down in the bottom lane.
Good.
All right, never mind.
Not right now.
Not right now. The jungle. Soon, I'll be expecting big things from Old 11. You know what he's waiting for? He's waiting for this diffusal blade. He's only like 600 gold away from. Once he's got that, he is online.
All right. Yeah, it's been doing wonders for him in the last game, as you were mentioning. But yeah, it's a good thing for XG that they got that trade off. Actually, that Aster wasn't able to get into position to slow it down because, again, as you were mentioning, it's kind of how we want to play with the Treant Protector on your side. I want to keep these towers up as long as possible.
Yeah.
The XG, they haven't really been focusing too much on going for these early tier 1s, just because they don't really have the heroes for it. So instead, they've been looking heavily at just stacking up the jungle, getting that extra money that way.
Yeah,
Now
and I did mention
smoke
this
up,
during the
blink
draft.
tag
They're not able
online
to.
for DK.
Yeah, if they were going for these towers, they'd have to chip away at them. They wouldn't be able to take them in one go, which is difficult to gain. So
UI popped the smoke. Ori slept up.
yeah, and that's the best target because it means he isn't able to get his Dragon Tail off. Even blinking on top of him, he's pretty slow getting to him.
Yeah. He saw them coming, but he could not quite get away. It also fine. Big old ancient stack here.
Yeah.
That's very nice. They're getting all of it. XG unable to defend it.
Yeah, Lou's gonna soak up the XP from this though. A little bit goes his way. He's working on a Lincoln Sphere, which is very good this game. Lincoln stop Dragon Tail, which is like the only big single target stun they have to get on top of. But his courier dies. Unlucky.
Wah, 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 wah.
Nice dodge.
Yeah.
Now, I wonder if he... No, he's not going to try to jump Lou here. It looks like the whole team is rotating up, and they're backing away right now on Aster. They can sense it.
Yep. Now they can see it. That's big damage on a Tree and Protector. Nothing. Oh, dropping that ultimate there. Ori coming back in. Looks like they want to fight this, but that's the BKB and Paparazzi revealed. The Steam actually comes against his Ori's bit rough. He pushed out to the low ground. Yeah, the right clicks are still there. A jump forward from Lou, kind of stuck between the trees for a moment, but should still be able to finish off the Dragon Knight, and they do indeed. But at least Paparazzi isolated up on the high ground. First blue split of the game, they able to turn it into a 2-for-2 trade when all is said and done.
Yeah. That was super sick. I'm pretty sure he tried to hug the side of the trees there, so he was thinking like maybe the split earth pulls him down, but it was the Pango roll that shoved him down the low ground. Then of course everyone chasing him down there. They say, "Okay, go, 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 go!" He's super low HP.
Yeah.
And Paparazzi's sitting up at the top of the high ground, like, a team? Where do you guys go? We're gonna head to the jungle, take the team fight around their outpost. You guys all seem to be down the river now. It's super bizarre to see this happen and how the map looks today in 2022. This kind of stuff used to be a lot more common. Somebody escapes going down to the low ground and the team fight gets kind of split.
Yeah.
There's so many ramps and whatnot in the game now that is one of the few places in the map where that can actually happen. Is not specific spot.
Yeah. Certainly worked out in
I miss the
favor
old
of
map.
Aster. Just being able to have this proper counterplay now, that was the big difference compared to game one, I think. It just didn't have that ability. Now with the Brewmaster's Blade just showing his chops, he's closing in on a very early Aghanim Scepter as well, so he's going to have that ability whenever he wants it, essentially.
Yeah. Or, sometimes several times when he wants to use it.
Yeah.
Especially once he gets himself a refresher orb. 700 gold away from that one. So I imagine they're going to give him a little bit of space for him to get his level 12. 2 points in ultimate, along with this Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, should line up decently well.
Mm-hmm. I don't imagine Extreme Gaming are as willing to give him that space, though, because they are getting fairly close to the boots travels here on Lena. They already have the BKB, and it's kind of what they want to fight around. They're a little ways away from Tank finishing up his Blink Dagger and Olivin grabbing his, though. But trying to find kills, not connecting, which gives Aster a lot of space on the map, and have them to build up a net worth advantage, as they're currently doing.
Looking at Tank here, takes a lot of damage, and yeah, that's the combo that we were looking at last game. Just the Chakra Magic, giving him essentially the double Sleight of Fist with the Maelstrom procs. That's a very easy kill indeed. So Monet also doing a lot better in this game compared to last, almost even a net worth with Polina.
Yeah, it is nice that he is doing better. I'm surprised as well. I mean, I guess just not as such a dominant performance in the mid lane. Luna was able to clear as many stacks. They ended up stealing the Ancients from Extreme Gaming as well. They try to go on Brewmaster, but he's shifted to Earth Panda already. So extra armor, extra magic resist. Not able to finish him off. They're going to try to go on him, but he can always just split.
I might have to right now, and gets it off in time. Hold for hold exchange. Yes, he gets rooted up. His Courier dies before he can deliver the shots. Old 11 Got a little bit rough right now, as Execution's got to be a bit careful about those rulings. Going to return to his normal form as Lu now taking over the front line. Stunned up, taking so many spells, but shifting strength means that they can't really finish him off. Meanwhile, Ori off to the side, slowed up, slipped up. Want to go high ground there. To blink forward, actually, even though he doesn't have a lot of mana to work with, still catching the Bengali up front. As XXS, not a whole lot else that he can contribute here. Neither can the rest of the team. Ori's just dead. Paparazzi's still very much alive. And now Lu just taking over the front lines, turning into Ember form, catching another. That was very questionable there from Aster, chasing without having that Aghanim Scepter delivered yet. If he had that in that fight, that would have been a lot different here.
Yeah, I mean, he was forced to pop his ultimate before he got the second point into it as well. It was kind of an awkward positioning. They did a decent job of stalling the one out at the beginning, tossing up in the air, but they couldn't actually connect with any kills. And they expended like most of their kit at the beginning half of that team fight, and so Extreme Game more than willing to stall that one out. Morphling ended up going like full strength, set on the back line, drop his like Lincoln Sphere and other items on the ground. His pig pole as well before popping his wand and just going back in the fight afterwards. But Lina had the damage to get things done. She's actually not got the boots of travel keyed up anymore. She's going straight for the Shadow Blade.
Yeah. You've seen the sense before, blink up this high ground kill off DY. He's perfectly happy to tank this smoke gang. Can he get more out of this? Two on top, perhaps, if they want it.
No, they're long gone now. On the other side. There's no way they go into Roche, right? They don't have the damage. Yeah, they don't have the damage. I mean, up against Elder Titan, taking Roche is like near impossible. And they do go up to the top line like you were talking about.
Yep.
Boy, he's incredibly tanky right now. 4 points living armor, 4 points Dragon's Blood. He's got plus 24 armor.
They want to get that. Maybe swing back to defend mid. This tower still, of course, max health.
Yeah, I dropped that living armor onto it, so any sort of damage Lu's putting in just is not going to stick. They have their whole team set up here, so they're determined to take this mid-tier 1.
Well, they're going to have to do it in one go, and they're going to have to get rid of the Brewmaster here. XXS does have the ultimates to work with here. The Overgrowth's ultimate plays, but it's not going to change the fact that he's being killed off before he can press his R properly. They give up the line for it. And that ultimate from Pangolier also ended, so now the rest of Aster joining in. Might be enough to make XG back off anyway.
They did a lot of damage to him there. Lina ended up holding a Laguna Blade until near the end when he's almost went down, which is actually really big because the Brewmaster was on his Earth Drunken Brawler and he had thrown out the Cinder Brew as well. So waiting for the 5 seconds for that to wear off and he wouldn't have all that extra magic resist.
Okay.
Which allowed him to have enough damage to actually take him down there. If he'd used the Laguna Blade right away when he still had the Cinder Brew buff on him, there was no way they would have done enough damage. I'm surprised they managed to grab the Brewmaster to begin with, because this hero is deceptively tanky with Drunken Brawler.
Yeah.
Especially since he comes in with the Cinder Brew. Like, he's usually just not at risk of dying at all, but they had a lot of disable form and a lot of damage coming out as well.
Well,
and of course, they weren't able to drop that living armor off him as they used that on the tower, keeping that one up. Yeah. So they don't manage to find the tower, but
job still done, right? I mean, he dies. They couldn't really find a big team fight. They got a kill in return. They kept the tower alive. Now they smoke up again, making the same smoke rotation 3 times now. And 3 times they're gonna find the Elder Titan, presumably. There it is.
Extreme are fine with this. Not if they lose
the career, Luke, can they stop him?
Like, no way of stopping him. But yeah, you're more than fine with the enemies like 5-man smoke ganking into you, and they just find they find a support. And it's like, okay, whatever. It's not really worth the time that you took.
Well, they got Lu's courier with the Mental Star recipe on it.
True, it'll delay it by another 2 minutes. But he didn't even have the money for Ultimate Orb yet, so I'm not even sure he's really delaying the Manta style.
Just a little bit, like you should be able to farm up this money if he wants to. It says jump in onto Ori, trying to burst him down. Not the easiest thing in the world, but if he doesn't get a BKB, or if he doesn't have a BKB, then he could even try and get off. It gets a lot easier here as...
Oh no.
Even walking away, they're literally getting away with murder, Neff. How's that legal?
Yeah. It's not okay. That was so sick. He ended up hopping on top of the Dream Protector in the middle of his cast animation for Overgrowth, so he wasn't able to stop anybody. Lena would have popped a BKB and continued walking, or just TP'd after the Overgrowth came out. But the fact that she didn't even have to commit it means they can look for another kill in like 15, 20 seconds here on the side of Extreme.
Yeah.
They're doing super well, and she's going for a Lincoln Sphere as well. They'd have too many Lincolns for them to deal with any of these single target. Like Dragon Tail is just going to feel useless.
Yeah. Is there any way to counteract that? I mean, Kotl has the floor staff. Can maybe use aggressively. Can also okay, there it is. Storm Offling gonna make an attempt. Walks off to the side, rooted up. The rest of his team slowly coming in, but it's too late. They've got enough damage to bring him down. Paparazzi makes a beeline straight back to the other side, but lift up line, follow up stun, a little bit of extra damage. That'll be the secondary casualty. Tank, not tanky at all. Wrong name for this hero for sure.
Good one.
So they find another tiny ancient stack here. Like they've been killing more of XG's ancients than killing their own almost.
It's gonna go far enough. There we go. It's slowing them down. Like this is actually pretty big. He can send out another one in like another 6 seconds. Yeah, he's almost got another Astral Spirit available. Yeah, I'm not sure they can get away with this. They do have another Primal Split, but again, like even if it doesn't stomp you, you're forced out of the pit here.
Yeah.
He's gonna probably queue it up now. All right, no, he's not. He's not gonna drop it here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
DD
just
spawning
like
in front of Roche though.
Exorcist has to go for it. Oh, okay. He denied
bad
it on
at least.
Paparazzi. Yeah. I think he's still worried on Lena about like the Dragon Knight popping out of the high ground and hitting you with the Dragon Tail.
Yep.
But he does have Dragon's form available, so he goes for the deny on the runes instead of walking up and grappling it with the bottle.
Yep.
Went back to the Boots of Travels after the Shadow Blade, by the way. So no Lincoln Sphere yet. The only person that's got that is the Morphling. And DY is currently going for the Vladimir's Offering, so we might even see the Wraith Pack come out.
Nice. We were talking about that between the games.
Yeah, exactly. But no Roshan for either of these teams. It's just too dangerous to take me Elder Titan. This is like one of the things that this hero's best with.
Yeah.
Stalling out Roche and resetting team fights and unfavorable engagements.
Oh, okay, that's not real.
Unlucky. I mean, he wouldn't have gotten him anyway.
Yeah.
Lincoln's.
Exactly. Going back in now, like they've established vision on
Again,
high
they can't
ground.
do this.
It's like they're just trying to get XG to come commit into them.
Yeah, and they're going to here.
It is the Blink Stun over on the Pangolier. Should have some follow from XXS, but all 11 gets the shot out into the ultimate.
Yeah. They're wasting a lot of time on the backline. They're not going for Roshan right now when this first Brewmaster split is being used. So this first split is essentially wasted. And they're no closer to taking down this Roshan than they were before. Like, they can just continue to throw these Astral Spirits over into the pit.
That would have been dangerous because old 11, he was thinking, yeah, they're going to go for Roche surely right now. They're inside the pit, but now...
Rolling Thunder's used. Alright, they're actually going to be too late on this one. If no one goes in.
Perfect timing. Now Ori blinks down over on the Pangolier again. The old 11 proves to be very not... Okay, that's a big damage though from Monet. Finishes them off. Meanwhile, that's a big ultimate too from the DY. But now the Overgrowth is trying to surround him. Back of Blink from a Tree Protector. No mana on Paparazzi. Currently protected by the DKD, but not anymore. That's a double kill for the Ember.
Yeah, I guess it was the Rolling Thunder they were waiting on there. Like, it didn't matter. They've used the first Primal Split. Didn't even need to commit the second. The entire team fight, the second part of that one anyway, that we just witnessed.
Yeah.
Lena tries to go onto the Brewmaster, but he's just too tanky because of this Earth Drunken Brawler. I was going off about this one earlier, but it is crazy how little damage this Lena was doing to him despite all these items. Like, you just could not bring him down. And so, damage wasn't coming out of any of these heroes, and Lena run down your buildings. I mean, wasting that first Rolling Thunder ended up being their undoing there. Because as soon as that one's used, they're like, okay, the setup with this this Echo Stomp doesn't really matter anymore. So I was mistaken.
Yeah. That's why Aster's the one playing this game and not you.
Thanks for rubbing it
all
in.
it should be. It's all like it should be. Yeah, you know, gotta know your place, Nev.
Thank you. There's the Eye of Scotty I was talking about earlier. It is picked up on the Ember Spirit this game, which when you're playing against multiple ranged cores. It's a very big deal. They nerfed it in this patch though, or kind of nerfed it. It was a rescaled. That's the word I'm looking for here. Instead of doing 50% slow and 50 movement and 50% slow attack speed, it does 40 movement slow, 60 attack speed.
I think getting too many Lincolns. Old 11 is also working on one at the moment.
I mean, it's important.
Because Lena's moved off from it, so if you have 2 on your team, it's probably the limit, because you can just give those over to Lena, free her up to do other things.
Yeah. So they're grabbing this last outer tower. They've done an amazing job at controlling the map for this game on Aster. This Stream Protector pick has done wonders at keeping this top tier 1 alive, which of course allowed them to do things like play so aggressive around the Roach Pit.
Oh, and now they're poised to crush her at a high ground. XXS just goes straight in with an ultimate. Always threatening to just, out of the team fight here, lift people up. Don't kill off the Storm Panther, which they are. No reason to go overboard here. Still got plenty of time left on the day, just 2.5 minutes, give or take.
Yeah. I see no major reason to back off. I mean, Dragonite was working on his level 18. He's working on his Egg Scepter as well. Maybe tier 3 neutral items. So yeah, maybe they do back up for now. They're kind of close to a couple of items as well.
Yeah. At least wait for Dragon Form to become available again, right? That's very safe siege that you have on the back of that.
Yeah. Having Black Dragon would be huge. Just be able to walk up and down like the side there and having to go up the ramp. But they're doing it exactly what you're talking about, playing as close to as mid lane as possible. They've managed to find like ways to leave the base at the moment, though. Paparazzi is headed up to the top lane. This Observer Ward will scatter out, I believe. It sees, the creeps being pulled away from the camp.
Should have an idea. Loot on bottom, also revealing himself. And Ember is right there, is going the wrong way, though.
Yep. Doesn't catch him. He's probably going to think that Lou's already TP'd out, or that he's like too hidden inside the trees for him to be able to catch. But he's going to probably grab this next wave. Yeah, he's going to Mantis style, clear this one out with his range illusions. Go on bottom, and they'll lose tank, but they're no closer to taking this bottom tier 2 tower as they have no wave.
Yeah, the illusion is just taking care of the next wave coming in, this tier 2, as a result, nigh on invulnerable. XG doing a really good job just wasting a lot of Aster's time. Ori still has an ultimate going for about half the duration here. They have a creeper coming in mid. They also see ult 11 up there. Dodges the stun very nicely with the roll up.
Well played.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now Paparazzi's looking to put some damage in this top tier too. Someone's gonna have to respond to this, otherwise he just takes the building. All right, never mind. He's back to base. He's supposed to address the mid.
Will they give up the racks? That's the next question here. How do you engage into this though? Perhaps with the stun, starting off an Ember Spirit? Only 20 seconds left on the Aegis, so if you can time as well. This would be big, but they can just easily finish off the racks and then leave.
Yep. I think, he'll keep the Earth and the Fire Panda on this. The Demolish does a lot of damage. One more attack. Yep. Head back to the air one when he wants to. Alright, so rack taken by Aster, up 9k net worth. They lost the Aegis, so it's going to be a little more difficult to fight for the next little while, but they can close these big items that we talked about. Right now, Ember Spirit is 300 gold away from his Aghanim Scepter. Dragonite has his, but throw that one into his inventory. Black Dragon Form is huge for taking high ground.
Alright, slept up, stunned up. Oh, he's got the Anders though, gets the ultimate out, but instead to transfer over onto the walk out on the high ground. Monet now forced to fight. There's a blink stun for Ori though coming in, bursting down the Pangolier. This fight is not going to work out. The Overgrowth connects on the Morphling as Lou still stuck there. Couple of right clicks, but he gets the waveform out. Is that more enough space? So terribly slow here. Get some spacer from Tang, saxing up. Ori, another stun, tanked up by the Lincoln Sphere. Lou back up to the safety of the high ground. The tank has paid the price. No Paparazzi in front. Ori with the BKB still protected against the LSA. They have detection. They have the leader. They maybe have this game left. They certainly have a gem back.
They got their gem back. They can potentially take the top lane of Barracks, at least the tier 3 here, or he's going to head over and hit this tower, but they can't grab Mega Creeps. The bottom tower is still up. They never managed to push that one and do the split pushing from the Morphling. So they're not out yet on the side of Extreme.
Well, they're down, but they're not out. Absolutely right. Aster also not overextending. They don't have a lot of mana between them. They don't have their mana giver. To give mana, they say all the time, but if he's not there, he can't.
That's a dated reference now, my friend.
It's never dated when there's Coddle on the team. You know? It's just truth.
True.
Yeah, looking very good now, and it just goes to show my point. You know, game 2 with the same kind of core draft, it doesn't work out the same way.
All right. Woods cleaned up. They escaped their base for a little while here. Trying to establish a little bit more control of their jungle. Trying to build up a couple of their last items here. Crystal is coming out right now on Lu. Is he just going straight into Daedalus with this one? I mean, I guess he just needs damage.
Damage, yeah. It goes back to what the hero is now. It's just, yeah, I guess if you don't right-click, you're not much of a hero. Unless you can do some magic with your ultimate, just kind of morphing into Ember again, those like chains to chase people down. That's very limited to utility, and it's not what they need from him, right? Certainly with Paparazzi not really having as easy of a time as XXS, kind of being promised on, but again, that's Aeon Disc helping him out. BKB will protect Paparazzi, Lu, everyone, 1H is going into the backlines, don't stat. Tank is down, Ori kinda low, so is a tree, but it doesn't matter. They're just not even killing supports anymore, Neff. They're calling it GG, well played. And it is there, a 1-1, famed 1-1 scoreline.
It actually happened, my goodness. We didn't know it could, but these two teams have been 2-0ing each other since the dawn of time. Now we are going to a game 3 for once here as Aster are able to take game number 2 away from Extreme Gaming. Man, I mean, is Brewmaster okay, guys? Are we okay with that? I mean, that was, wow, that was quite something.
I'm sure Brewmaster's fine. There's nothing wrong with this hero. I mean, he did have a pretty big impact this game, but there's a couple things that happened. The Tree and Protector kept the towers alive, so he had complete map control. He got some sick overgrowths off either after the Manta Styles or after the BKBs were activated. Dragonite ended up being a pretty big deal. They could never actually get through any of these things, but a lot of it did come down to Brewmaster being kind of tanky. I'd say that these heroes were just too difficult for them to go through on Extreme, and Morphling kind of a lackluster carry at the moment, in my opinion. I was discussing that at the beginning of the game. He doesn't do anything amazing like he used to.
Yeah, he certainly didn't. Paparazzi also, again, they did a really good job just preventing him from doing the same kind of thing that he did last game, just snowballing like crazy. There still a lot of ancient stacks, a lot of stacks in general on the triangle. Yeah, and they really leveraged again the strength of that Brewmaster. I think that pick was absolutely amazing, coming in at the last there.
Yeah, I mean, it really was a kind of map-focused game, really. Like, if you kind of gave up too much of the map to Extreme, then, you know, they have Lina Morphling. They're going to out-farm you, and they're going to take it to the late game where they don't really stand a chance. Aster, they put themselves on the timer, but they played so confidently on that timer, you know? It was like, hey, we know what our points have to be in this game where we are dominant. They didn't force the issue too hard, but then when they needed to, they were all over it. I especially like the Roche attempt, right, where they just sat in that Roche pit and they were like, basically what that does is that means Extreme can't get resources, right? Because they just have to sit there and be like, guys, please don't Roche. And Aster can just be like, we're going to Roche unless you come and fight us. And it is this kind of to and fro for about 5 minutes until eventually someone just oversteps from Extreme. And they and one thing which was very interesting about that part as well was the whole Brew thing, because they use the Rolling Thunder, Brewmaster uses a split, and it's like, oh, this is really bad because they've wasted split, but actually he had the Ag, so it didn't matter. And then he didn't have Rolling Thunder. So I mean, the fight was really easy. And that was the first huge fight which Aster was able to take. And from there on out, it kind of just snowballed out of control.
Yeah, I got super baited by that one. I guess Extreme Gaming did as well, because again, like the stomps kept coming out, and they're like, okay, now that you split, we can fight into them. But you've lost like the setup that you kept on using that stomp for, like that Pango ultimate inside the pit. That is the super big thing. Then once that was gone, like you were saying, Nomad, they managed to take that team fight.
That was great patience from Aster, just realizing that, hey, yeah, we're just gonna have to wait this out. We have our 2 ultimate splits, so we can use one of them to just beat out resources from XG, and yeah, this is the result. They get the Aegis, they get even more back theirs. They find ult 11 with Maelstrom procs, and this was the first, the only ultimate maybe that we saw even from DY, and it didn't end up doing much. Again, because XSS is too tanky, Paparazzi finds himself in the front line where he just can't sit and right click to his heart's content.
Yeah, it was very very well controlled across the game from Aster. I mean, I think that's the headline for me is that Aster's controlled this game. You know, they knew exactly what they wanted to do, and they knew exactly how to do it. You know, there was no panic, there was no pushing things too far, too hard, very little overextension. You know, it was very tame. They were happy to let someone get away if it meant that they didn't throw anything away, which I think is kind of, you know, an underrated part of Dota, which we often forget, you know, especially in the pub games. Kills are everything.
I know no retreat.
Yeah.
I go even if it means diving the base.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't crazy about the Spirit Vessel being built on the Keeper of the Light, so the Brewmaster, but they played pretty well around each other, which allowed him to get the faster Aghanim Scepter on the Brewmaster, which, you know, obviously ended up doing pretty well. So I'm my brain is corrupted by playing too many pubs, and I've forgotten that team play exists. Yeah, I ended up doing very well with that team play on the side of Aster.
I could make a note about NA Dota, but I'll just refrain from that for just this once.
The greatest region?
Sure, buddy.
Sure.
The freest region.
It's
we'll
okay.
go with that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. What are your standout performances on this game individually then? Because, I mean, Aster played like a cohesive unit very, very nicely. But, yeah, if you had to give the MVP, who would you give it to?
Dream Protector.
Your boy. Your kindred
Your
spirit.
boy. Yeah, he's just like me. He's just like me for real.
He did a good job pressing E. Yeah, great job. Great work.
Great job pressing E. He did a great job pressing R a couple of times. He secured them the early laning phase up in the top lane as well. Grabbing some early kills, chasing Lion through the trees. I think that he did a really good job here. I like that pick coming out.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I would agree. It's a bit of a toss-up between him and the Brewmaster, but it's also skewed because the Brewmaster was such a pivotal pick in this game that I can also justify giving MVP to XXS just because he's been able to really leverage that very well. Even if he didn't get his ultimate off, like there were a couple of times where Extreme was able to burst him down, but even that took so long to a point where XG couldn't really do anything with that. Like plenty of time for the rest of Aster to go in and defend this tower so Trian could heal it back up again. Like, yeah, this is very well played overall. Yeah. Let's not forget Boboka either. Like, even game 1, Boboka was doing some crazy things with this Cardle, and this game is just also very strong backbone. Just making sure that Ori was always topped up in mana, would always be able to play, just buffing up Monet too in the same way. It's a very well-rounded draft.
Definitely, yeah. Very well rounded, very considered, and overall, it just felt like they kind of knew what they wanted to do. You know, just lump up and run at them. And yeah, it's unfortunately, I do agree with what Neff was saying earlier. Though I think Lou playing on the Morphling, it was all very underwhelming. I feel like he was turning up to like every single fight, and I don't think that's necessarily a good thing as the Morphling. You know, you need to be kind of choosing the elements in which you want to be fighting, and then choosing the points where you want to be kind of, you know, just back and farming. Turning up to every single fight like that was kind of risky, like, but then again at the same time that was kind of what Aster forced them to do.
Yeah. They really just like ran them over there, and it's like, okay, well, if you want to be able to take a single tower from us, you need to group up as 5 heroes and try to run at something. And they managed to grab them top at the beginning of the game, but they didn't manage to get bottom until like almost 30 minutes into it, and they never ended up getting the mid lane. So I think that's kind of how they forced them to play together, and, you know, obviously on the back foot for the majority of that. If you're not farming on the Morphling, then you're not. You need so many items to come online is the issue, and even more ever since they ended up changing it so E-Blade isn't as good on the hero anymore.
Yeah.
Like is non-pickable.
Pretty much unpickable. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
very, very bad. Really limits the hero and what he can really do and what he can add to these fights. So that was kind of brutal. It was definitely a tricky way to go about it. And yeah, do you think that Extreme have kind of overcome their problems they had before, as we were seeing earlier on in the DPC? They had a pretty worrying start, but they're able to come out and start getting the wins and make it into these regional finals.
I'd say that they've overcome some of their issues. Yeah, what issues are you talking about specifically? Expand on that.
I'm talking about how, I mean, basically early on in the season where Extreme were looking like a little bit shaky. They did end up dropping a game to Magma, which is kind of concerning. I think we all agreed that they played a kind of
March.
Hmm? What?
I mean, yeah, I can see where that's coming from, but yeah, it is harsh.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's harsh, but like these teams have held to very, very high standard, and Extreme dropped like a lot of games across the board, but ultimately they ended up in a really good position in the end because they were able to hold it together, and things got much, much tighter as the tournament went on for them. Meanwhile, teams like Aster, they started to shake in the kind of the middle portions. They had a very different journey, but the specific problems I found with Extreme were just like they kind of just do some strange things which no one else was doing, and it kind of looked weird when they went back to just doing on meta stuff. They were looking fine, and now we see this
I think
morphling
they've gone
coming
this
out
weird
again.
direction again. The Morphling and the Elder Titan don't really fit inside the patch, is what you're trying to say.
Exactly, yeah.
I think they're trying to experiment a little bit because we're on a new patch. Elder Titan saw them some success in the past, so they're like, okay, we'll go back to that one again.
Mhm.
I don't think we'll see as much experimentation coming up in the next one.
No, I wouldn't have thought so.
Gotta wonder
Sorry,
if
I realized that we weren't in the lobby for the next game, and I was like, oh, we should
Oops.
probably get us in
I didn't see it for a long time. I think we were just rehosting it.
Yeah,
No
they
worries, no worries.
remade it.
It makes more
All right.
sense.
Giant Drop, what heroes do you want to see in this game then? After the patch, are you looking for some Bloodseeker coming out with the Aghanims?
I doubt we're there yet. Not to the game like this. You probably want to try that out in pubs and scrims first.
Nah, go for it.
Well, the sick strategy that they've been waiting on for a while. They see it get buffed. They went, okay, now it's time to bust it out.
Yeah. I mean, they've
All right,
just
I'll ask
said
you-
that we're not going to see anything crazy from them, any big experiments. And Bloodseeker will definitely qualify as an experiment. So I'm hesitant to just herald that particular hero. I don't know. I'd just like to see maybe more mobile, made for paparazzi instead of the Lina again. Maybe Spirit Hero or something like that. Bring all the old Storm Spirit, if that's not banned out.
What about you,
Do you think
Neff?
they should? I mean, I think they need a bit more of a frontliner here for the Lina. Somebody who can play a little bit more up. Neither of the supports did this game. Lose Morphin was off doing his own thing. If you're going to run Lina in a game, then I'd like to see like a Wraith King or a Faceless Void as your whatever your carry is. If not, then go back to the Spirit Heroes. I mean, they're pretty consistent across the board, no matter what you pick. Rounds out your draft pretty well. The Lina a little bit more niche. Fills a role that they weren't able to fill this game because they never had themselves a frontliner on the side of Extreme.
Yeah, definitely. I think we should probably see I'd like to see Brew banned. I don't know. I felt like so much of this game plan was around the last pick Brew. They didn't really have an answer to it as well in the by the end of the draft because they just weren't. They didn't see it coming. They didn't see the shift of the end. But like really smart drafting from Aster. Honestly, really smart drafting.
They didn't have the script.
They didn't have the script. No, they certainly didn't. I mean, they obviously assumed that it was going to be Ember Spirit in the mid lane and the off lane.
It's always dangerous assumptions to make. You know what happens when you assume.
Yeah.
Especially in a hero that is flexible like that. Like, it's not like we haven't seen Safe Lane Ember before, right?
No, true. I mean, it's uncommon. I think it's like kind of.
It was picked up for a little while. Like position 1 Ember Spirit. I think it was run in SA a little bit more often. It bled over to NA a little bit. I don't think we've seen much of it in Chinese region though. I think we saw it a couple games when we were in studio, right? We saw some weird stuff too, like
Yeah, a
one
couple.
Pain.
So it's played 90%, 91% in the mid lane, and 5.1% in the safe lane.
And the rest is position 4 or 5.
Yeah. And then you got some off lane and some pos 4. 3 games in off lane and
Off
4
lane,
games in
wild.
pos in off lane. Yeah,
I have not seen it. Off lane Ember Spirit. That is crazy stuff right there.
I think that's been in SA actually. I think Gareth was talking about that. That was something they were doing. I can't remember who, but some crazy kids doing it over in the other regions. We don't look at them.
That sounds like a Thunder Awaken thing for sure.
Doesn't it?
Yeah, SA is crazy like that for sure.
So what about this mid lane matchup as well? We've got Paparazzi playing off against Ori. I think Ori had one of the best seasons last season. This season he's mellowed out a little bit. He's not been kicking the same amount of ass as he did in season 1. Paparazzi, meanwhile, he's always been just such a kind of shiny player. He's kind of like Somnus in a lot of ways. They're very, very reminiscent. How would you compare their games?
I'd say that Paparazzi wants to be the shining star a little bit, and Ori is willing to be put onto the back foot more often. Like Paparazzi, he's a Shadow Fiend player, man, and that's the best way I can sum it up for any like Dota players. Talk. He's one of the few people who still pick Shadow Fiend. Like you have to have so much self confidence.
Yeah, it's
no way are we making a new lobby again.
Oh no!
Focus on your points, buddy. Right. We'll get you into the lobby. Don't you worry.
Anyways, I mean, he's a Shadow Fiend player. Like, you have to have incredible amounts of confidence and like play kind of greedy. There's a very specific style that you play, and that's what Paparazzi fits. Ori, I think, is willing to be a little bit more sacrificial with his gameplay. I think everyone on Aster is. They've been together for a little while now. They've got a very specific. That means that you can adapt to things being a little bit different instead of everyone being in their set roles. And I don't really think that's something that Lou is able to do as well. Sorry, I don't think it's something Lou is able to do so well. So maybe Aster is going to be able to take advantage of that. Like, okay, if we shut down Paparazzi's game, Lou can't really adapt to fill what Paparazzi needs him to be in this specific game. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I think it does.
Really?
I think somewhat. Like, I think it goes to just perceiving a weakness in just the player personalities. You know, if how do they perform if Paparazzi is doing well is one thing, but how do they perform if Paparazzi is being shut down? If he's being made to have a bad game, you know, how does the team dynamic look then? And if that's something that you think you can see that there's some chinks in the armor there, you can maybe also exploit that. You know, it's we've seen examples of Paparazzi just being super farmed in the mid game, just getting the fastest BKB of all time. Period.
Yep. That's the patch.
Let's not forget that. Yeah, this was game 1. Now of all time in this patch. Yeah, absolutely right. But yeah, it's and then we saw
BKB of all time was Statsman. Please look up what the earliest BKB of all time is.
Give me a minute.
Because I'm sure there is BKBs, but actually, I doubt there's 10 BKBs that have come faster. I'm fairly sure there's been at least.
Was that 1147 or something? Yeah, it seems very
1146.
1146. Oh, sorry, that 1 second. Oh God.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Please check yourself.
I resign in shame. But yeah, that's the kind of game that's easy to win. You know, if that's comparatively, you know, you start off good, you're just like feeling on top of the world, and then all you need to do is not mess up. Game 2 was obviously a lot different, and then the question is, can you force them to be in that same situation again? You know, or can he find it himself to again adapt as a player and adapt as a team? Those are the deeper questions behind the point that you're making, I think, Nev. And I think Shadow Fiend players might have a harder time doing those sorts of adjustments. You know.
So the fastest BKB of all time is it's about 11 minutes and 25 seconds roughly.
Okay. What comes after that? Do you have like a list of top 10?
I do not know.
Okay, that's unfortunate. I'll accept that though.
What are the slowest?
Do you know what hero was on?
I don't know what hero it is on. No, I'm useless. I'm sorry.
Oh my god!
Wow, the slowest BKB of all time was 122 minutes. So 2 hours.
That's not useful at all.
No, it's
Yeah,
not.
why would you even tell us that?
I don't know. Sounds fun.
Scraping the bottom of the barrel here right now.
Yeah.
I mean, you can imagine an alchemist might have a super early one, right? So maybe that was
Yeah, if it goes to his first item BKB
Yeah.
is what I'm thinking.
All right, here's an easy one.
like-
What's the most purchased item in Dota history out of all time?
Iron Branch.
No.
No, Tangos.
No, come on, easy.
It's
Aghanims.
gotta be-
Aghanims. What?
What?
There's no
No.
way it's Aghanim.
No, it's not Aghanims. I thought that's what Dragon Drop said. No, it's not. Obviously not.
It's
That's
an
not
Iron
pretty
Branch.
Well, can I have multiple guesses here?
No, you only
Wait,
need
is
one
it in their
guess.
inventory at the end of the game, or
No, just bought in any game. The amount of each purchase in a game.
oh,
Something you'd buy multiple times.
observer wards or sentry wards?
Close. Those are second and third.
Are you serious? Is it second TP scroll?
There we go. Good job,
Oh,
Neff. He
that's
found it.
There's
Dug
no
deep.
way it's still TP scroll. Those things are free now.
Yeah, but I mean, think about the entire history of Dota. How long we had to just spam by like TPs all the time for.
I don't believe it. I'm
Dude,
sure the
it's-
TP scroll is no longer up there.
2.6 million TP scrolls have been purchased in the history of Dota 2.
Does it
One,
count as a purchase when somebody dies and gets one?
I don't think that counts. I don't know. I don't have that information.
What site do you use?
1.4
Who do we
million.
inquire this to?
I mean, that death on TP thing's only been a thing for like a year and a half, right?
Yeah, but a lot of people die.
True. But also, a lot of people don't ward Neff. That's something you need to take into account here. A lot of people don't ward, you know?
Right.
Even though they're free now.
Yeah, I mean, it still doesn't happen. Still doesn't happen.
Yeah, that is true. Fair enough.
There's been many more Sentry wards bought than Observer wards.
Vision's just a crutch for bad players, you know. We don't need it.
Vision's just an
There's
excuse.
a lot more sentries. Yeah, that makes sense currently.
Mm.
Actually, that makes sense always. But
Yeah,
there's like a hard limit on. But like, there's a harder limit on observer wards than there's sentries.
All right.
You need a lot more sentries.
Here's a fun question out of all time. Which one has been purchased more out of all time? Smoke or stick?
Oh, that's a tricky one.
That is
Mm.
a
I think
oh,
stick.
man.
Think stick?
It's like I
And
think
stick.
lower level players would also build stick.
Is this in Reborn or no?
I think. Wait, let me
Just
see.
Reborn.
From patch 6.74, so yeah, not
Reborn.
including Reborn. Yeah,
I'm saying stick.
go and stick.
Smoke.
You go and smoke. It is in fact smoke. Good job, Nick. Point to you.
Very easy. Very easy.
Well, I'm just a play-by-play caster. I don't know anything. Why are you asking me?
Yeah, true. You get to dodge it out. Do you want to know some more interesting things about what I asked the teams?
Absolutely.
Yeah. All
The
right.
teams
Well,
lied to you though. Go on.
pardon.
The teams lied to you.
Maybe,
They're
maybe.
hiding strats. Like he's gonna leak this to the other teams. We're gonna look. The other teams are gonna look so dumb when they lose to us.
I asked each of the teams, who do you think is going to win the major? Team Aster think that Team Spirit are going to win the major. That was Lanham answering for them. Lou from Team Extreme think that Team Spirit are going to win the major. LGD, guess who they think is going to win the major?
EG.
Nope.
OG?
Nope, they believe it's Boom.
Really?
No, I think the Boom's going all the way. So a lot of respect being shown to their SCA brethren by PSG LGD.
Who do you think will win the major? No, Matt. That's what's most important to me.
I'm going Boom just because I believe in LGD. If LGD weren't at the major, then they're going to win it. And if they're not at the major, then I'm just going to go with whoever they think is going to win the major. Honestly, that's how much respect I have in PSG LGD.
It's a transitive property prediction, you know.
Something else I asked them was Team Aster. I said, will you be taking these regional qualifiers as seriously as if you were at the major? And they said, no, probably not. The major is the truest test of skill between regions. It's a cross-regional competition that is more interesting. We desire to play at the major much, much more. That comes from Lanham.
That makes sense, but it's
you play
interesting
against
to hear that.
yeah, you play against your own region all the time inside the actual season, and then the major is supposed to be the crowning achievement. So being denied that, even if you are perhaps perhaps the strongest region, it's not quite the same if you cannot prove that online.
No, it's not. I also asked Team Aster if Marcy was added to the game tomorrow, do you think it would be picked up a lot at the China Regional Finals or the Major? And Lanham responded, I believe Marcy needs some significant nerfs before she is suitable for competitive play. What do you guys think about that?
That is interesting because I don't see Marcy very often in my pubs anymore.
Yeah.
But I suppose that, Earth Spirit got added to competitive play and he was still incredibly busted, even though people weren't picking him that often.
Mm.
I think Marcy in the right hands can do a lot more than Marcy in the wrong hands. That makes sense.
Wise words, Track and Drop. Wise words indeed. No, I think
general
I can.
statement
right
doesn't apply to anything. But
Yeah. A good player would play it good. A bad player would play it bad. Really makes you think, huh?
Stop calling me out on this. This is all I have.
But I do know what you mean in that different heroes become stronger in a competitive environment, right? Like we don't scrim, so we haven't seen that side of things where the top teams playing against each other. I mean, maybe they wipe out a Marcy. Maybe it does more. Maybe the dispos. We know how powerful relocation spells can be in the right hands. So who knows? Maybe Marcy has a lot of hidden potential in high coordinated Dota 2.
Yeah, potentially. I'd very much like to see new heroes inside the captain's mode. To be honest, I think it's kind of crazy that we have 2 right now that aren't in it. They've been released into the game. It is nice getting new heroes again, by the way.
It is. Yeah, I hope we get some. I hope people push it further. I mean, I enjoyed seeing Witch Doctor earlier, at least. The final question I asked, this was Extreme, by the way, so Lou answering this. I said, do you think there's any big difference between the way China plays Dota and the rest of the regions play Dota? And Lou responded and said, other regions seem to like to fight right away after the laning phase, then pressure the map and take space away in the mid game, gain a gold advantage through that pressure, and ultimately go high ground with a large enough gold advantage. Didn't specify. I feel like that's what they do in China as well. It kind of just feels like how the game's played at the moment. But
this is what other people do. I refuse to explain to you how we play Dota.
It's kind of reasonable.
Can't figure
isn't
that
it?
out yourself. And why are you talking to me?
Watch our games if you want to know, idiot. All right. Does look like game 3 is just around the corner. As you guys heard, we did have a couple of lobby issues, but I think we can now get into game number 3 of Extreme Gaming versus Team Aster. The team that wins this game is going to make it through to the winner bracket finals, and then they stand a chance of getting themselves that top spot and all those glorious DPC points, which may well secure them a spot at the major. Meanwhile, the losing team will be knocked down to the lower bracket and will be playing off, and the loser of that lower bracket match will not be getting any DPC points, and the loser of the lower bracket finals will also not be getting any DPC points. The only teams which get DPC points are the teams which make it to the grand final. That's what's important. That's what matters. And the easiest way to do it starts right here.
Thousands of dollars, completely irrelevant. What we care about is the DPC points. TI means everything. Regional finals mean nothing.
It does. But there is a significant amount of money on the line here as well, of course. I mean, you get 10k if you come last. That's pretty nice. That's a nice consolation prize.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's going to be too miserable about that.
I don't know. RNG might still be miserable, even with 10k.
True.
I would not be miserable with $10,000. I can tell you that much.
Yeah.
I don't have any idea how many anime Blu-rays I could buy with that money. Support the industry.
That's why no one's ever going to give
you
the
get
money.
2k at most, right? That if the org doesn't take any cut.
I'd probably get less. My team would be like, we had to deal with you all season. You can have 10%.
You get a nice 1% there. Take your $100 and go home.
Yeah.
This is just so you can pay your rent, so we don't have to live together.
Alrighty, we're going to start things off in this draft with a Dragon Knight and a Shadow Shaman coming out for Extreme Gaming. They go back to what they know. This Shadow Shaman played by Tank is an absolute menace when it gets started. But Aster, they're not changing things up. They're going for the Coddle Ember by the looks of it once more.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah. I mean, all right, please pick something different. I want to see some new heroes come out. Extreme up with the Shadow Shaman and the Dragon Knight. This makes sense to me. Shadow Shaman was completely unchanged, even though it was popular in previous patch. Dragon Knight had minuscule changes. I think they're going to go with something else, though. I mean, Ever Spirit and Keeper of Light is strong, but there's other options. You can do other things. You can go for Medusa here. You think Medusa was nerfed too hard for it to be like first phase pick?
No, I
or
think
what?
Medusa's okay. I think she was balanced well. I don't think she's that in the bin for sure. She's still good.
Yeah. It's interesting that Stormpeter was picked up like every single game, and he wasn't changed too much. But again, a thing to keep in mind is a lot of time the game is balanced around, I guess, lower MMRs as well as super high tier play.
Mhm.
So, and I haven't seen enough of it since the patch hit to know that Stormbeard is really strong or not. Maybe the like missing overload damage ended up just like doing him in. All of a sudden, he's not able to do enough damage to finish heroes off. The game, you can just run him over. The -1 armor as well. Oh boy,
Oh, literally kill
that'll be
him
the
now.
end of him. Yeah.
But yeah, the overload thing, it maybe doesn't look like too much, but if you consider how many overloads you get off in a team fight, it just reduces the DPS considerably when all said
Yeah.
and done. But see, the Brewmaster picked up in first phase, and we were thinking about this one because they probably figured after the last game, yeah, they're probably going to ban it out now if we don't pick it. So secure themselves that powerful team fighter yet again.
Yep. You get a Baden banned out as well on their side, which is interesting. I'd imagine that Aster would be kind of inclined to grab an Abaddon.
Yeah.
I wonder if that means... What hero do you think they're going to pick up if they ban this one out?
Mm,
Are they going to go for a Bane position 5 or something?
I think you want something that can disrupt this kind of chain stun from the Shaman or Dragon Knight, right? So Abba would have done that. Omni Knight would do
No,
that.
but they
it's
banned
kind
it
of
out
Why
on...
would they ban it out themselves?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Abba's also pretty good against the Brewmaster. I think you can bring people down from the lift, right? I'm not sure. But then again, Brewmaster will just lift the Abba. I don't know.
Yeah, you can get them down on the Abaddon by pressing your ultimate, though.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So, I don't know. I'm sure we'll figure it out eventually with whatever their next pick is going to be. It is a little bit of a surprise to see that one come out. Maybe they've
Extreme
planning on letting
respect
this
the Bane.
Brewmaster...
Look at that.
Yeah, so it was probably correct. Otherwise, it means Aster plans on running this Keeper Light position 4 and Brewmaster 5, and they don't want to play against 5 bad if they don't plan on picking him up themselves. It's also something that could be the case here. They go to the Elder Titan again. Surprised that they respect this one so much.
Yeah, it didn't really
But
look
maybe-
like amazing in the last game.
Yeah. It could be a sign they plan on playing in a agility carry that doesn't really like building armor items, and that's the case. The Elder Titan is very annoying to play against, as well as illusion heroes. So Terrorblade could be in the cards to the side of Aster.
That could be interesting. Yeah, we haven't really seen much TB in the China region, honestly, which is surprising because they used to be one of the staple heroes of the region. They were the first team region to really like spam the hero back in the day when it was really broken.
Yep. Snapfire banned out now. I'm not a fan of this hero at the moment. I don't really care that it's gone, but they need to get rid of it so the tombstone doesn't go down easily.
Yeah. So when you ban Snapfire, you basically want to pick either Undying or Phoenix, or both. That's the only reason why you would take it out, I think.
Yeah, might be tempting to go for a Mirana here on Aster, but I really don't want them to do that. They need some reliable stuns.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about Mirana if you don't have anything to set up for the arrow.
Same.
And right now they don't have anything to set up for the arrow.
Yeah, but you do have the self-setup, as I like to call it, from the Shaman. When you throw down the shackles, you just kind of make yourself a target in that regard. And then, of course, the leap to kill off the tombstone.
Yeah, of course.
Can they just get Lina here?
They could. They need something to do with the tombstone. It's actually a massive problem in the early game. Like they have a great way of taking towers. They set up with the tombstone, and they can just pop Elder Dragon form and Shadow Shaman. They do go for the TV that I was talking about, though.
Yep.
Yeah.
Makes sense with these other bands.
Yeah, but again, very, very low on control here on Aster. I mean, they've got the Brewmaster, obviously. Brewmaster, very good. But, it's not that instant catch, which I'm looking for from Aster. So hopefully they get like a mid laner which can fulfill that role, or they still got themselves a supports pickup as well, which is probably coming now.
It's going to be a support. I mean, I imagine they're going to last pick them in.
Oh, they go Grim. Okay.
Not what I was expecting at all.
No.
Really?
I don't know why they'd grab this, in fact.
I don't know if I like it.
I don't. I hate it.
Oh god, you guys are hating. I mean, it works pretty well with the Brewmaster though, right?
Kind of.
So-
You've got no stun to set up for your ink swell. Like you can come in on the Brewmaster, and it takes a moment for the stun to go off. So a lot of time they're going to be able to pop their BKB or something like that to be able to react to it. Is my
Yeah, but in the lanes, it does work.
Yeah, it works in the lanes. Assuming this is even going to be position 4 Grimstroke.
Yeah,
could just be
Boboka has
played in
been
the
playing
5.
Coddle in the last 2 games.
Mhm.
I would have said maybe Puck for Aster as well, just as a one of these heroes who can go ahead, scout out, burst the backlines down, can interrupt the Shadow Shaman plays and whatnot.
Yeah.
But Extreme take it for themselves.
Well, they ban out the Faceless Void. I would not imagine they pick up the Faceless Void on the side of Extreme, though. They've got a little bit of everything already. They've got their front line, Dragonite. They've got decent tower damage. They've got area control with Puck and Undying as well. I think they just need more like DPS getting into the late game on Extreme. Maybe it's just the issue they didn't really have any save from the Chronosphere, and Brewmaster would just get blown up, and there's not really anything they can do about it.
Actually, I'm not sure if they should be going for late game here. I mean, Terrorblade's very tough to fight into there, and you also get Terrorblade and Grimstroke. Those are 2 heroes that can make illusions of your carry. So if you picked something like a Medusa, you just kill your own team with it.
Yeah.
You also have a Dragonite, Shadow Shaman. You've got a lot of tower push in the back of that. Undying, very strong early game fighter, Puck as well. Won't be too surprised to see Extreme go for some sort of early timing. The downside is that you're going to have to contend with the Brewmaster and the Coddle just pushing out their waves.
You know what you don't have on Aster, at least as the moment, you've got no backline jump.
Yeah.
So you could get away with going for something like a Drow Ranger or a Sniper with this lineup that you have right now.
Yeah, you really could. I mean,
it depends what their last pick is.
You've got Brew though, right? Like Brew is definitely something which can penetrate your backlines, but yeah, there's no mid. But you know, mid hero coming up now. Ember, Storm, even Void Spirit. All the spirits are gone. Puck is gone. Queen of Pain in the pool. Lion. So who's the mid? Is it mid Coddle?
Mid Coddle or mid Brewmaster? Probably mid Coddle.
I think it's mid Coddle. Yeah, that seems to make the most sense.
Yeah, Brewmaster's offlane, right?
I rarely see Brewmaster mid, but Gunner sometimes ran this in NA. It's unlikely here, though.
Mid Lion?
Even more unlikely. Even more unlikely.
You can get 2 figure stacks for the price of 1 with the Grimstoke.
True. The combo is there.
Yeah.
I mean, I've learned not to doubt Dragon Drop, okay? I know it doesn't make sense, but just accept it.
High praise,
all right?
that I do not deserve, but thank you. I think mid Coddle is probably more likely, but that would be quite a curveball if this was mid line in the game 3 of a series.
I mean, I'm here for it. It looks like honestly like it's a good Lion game. You can shut down this Puck really nicely. You know, the right clicks, the finger stacks with the Grimstroke, as you mentioned before. Like, but it does feel very cloudy to pull out on a game 3 of this kind of a series of this magnitude. But you know, Aster said, you know, we're not too worried about regional finals. It's no major, so whatever.
I mean, I'd be worried about those DPC points quite a bit.
Yeah, surely.
All right, 20 seconds left. I'm thinking it's got to be Drow Ranger in order for them to get through this TV. That is my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah.
They could.
Do they agree?
But I'd hate it if they did. Oh no, I hate it.
I mean,
no.
The thing I was thinking during that is like, yes, in the last patch, Morthland would be amazing here.
Yeah.
If you could just E-Blade and then Adaptive Strike the Terrorblade and then like waveform in, you could basically kill him. Like, you nuke him down alongside the Puck. But that's not how Morthling's played anymore. But they go back to that anyways on Extreme. Is it good is the question. My answer is no. What do you guys think?
Yeah, there was a while where it was like, oh yeah, but you get the meta, and then that changed a little bit weirdly.
Yeah, that one's buggy as hell.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that's works and how whether that's gonna be good enough for Morphling to turn into a carry.
Also, you're playing against Lion Cottle. This seems
Exactly.
absolutely absurd to me. Like, going for this Morphling pick is just. I'm ready to be proved wrong, but I don't think I will be. Like, Lion Cottle is just brutal to play into for a Morphling. Like, the thing you want to do early on in the game, pre BKB, is like not die, not get one shot. You got this mid Coddle running around at like 5,000 movement speed. He's basically, Coddle in this patch played at mid is essentially just an old guy on a motorbike with a gun, and he just rides around and just blows people up and just shoots people, and you can't catch him even though he looks old and decrepit. He's still flying around at a million miles an hour because he's on like a 1,000cc motorbike. It's pretty tough, and yeah, I don't think Puddle stands much of a chance against him. So, bit of a tangent I'm going on here, but the summary of it all is I'm gonna go for Extreme Gaming, and I think both of you two are as well.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, take it away. Game number 3, the deciding matchup here. It is Extreme Gaming versus Aster in the regional finals. Who will go through to the winners to place against LGD? Who will go down to the losers to play a death match against RNG? Let's find out with this match starting here with Dragon Drop and Neth.
So many questions that will find answers right here. Both teams smoked up, placed down these early wards, and not running into each other just yet. So of course it's suicide going up the high ground, and Tank is not as crazy as that. Surely he's
absolutely not. Absolutely not. Especially not given that the enemies will probably have vision somewhere around there. The Dire team on a lot of these Benny teams seems to hold the area behind this mid tier 1 tower. So walking up to the high ground is like a big no-no against it. Because if you can get good vision behind this at the start of the game, or walk up into the small camp, get over there, where that it stops a lot of the farming as well, which is what you want to do on the Keeper of the Light. So they kind of check the counters to them at the beginning of the game. So not going to go for that crazy play. I do believe they scouted out old 11 over here just a moment ago. I saw him walk up around the back, and they'll probably try to snatch the rune. He hasn't put any points in the abilities yet. Actually, DY's coming up here as well. He's got Decay, but not Tombstone. He might get punished for this.
Stun connects, DY super low, and...
No decays!
What?
He missed everybody. He tried to get like a 2-man decay, and on both of the targets ended up sidestepping. He got 0. So no stacks as he walked away there.
0 DK, boy. That's very embarrassing.
0 DK, boy. Baby DK.
All right. Well, Tank. This audio file, this voice line is bothering me because the audio quality.
There's no way that's
off.
4 seconds. These are supposed to be 4 seconds. It feels longer than 4 seconds.
All right, we'll see how this one works out. We do have this mid call in the hands of Ori. Very excited for this. Super annoying hero to play against.
Super annoying hero in general. I'm not a big fan of the mid coddle. I think it is very underwhelming. It doesn't make that many things happen, but it gets around from place to place very quick, and you can farm extremely fast.
Yeah. Oh, Lion's Courier is just baiting. But why? Can't even get to it. Just enough slows, yeah. So the wind lays not enough to reach him.
Dude, DY is getting clicked down. Going to lose strength pretty soon as well.
Yeah.
Down to 12 now. He's gonna need like a salve to come out to him or something like that. I'm pretty sure if Boba hits him with like another stun and a couple of right clicks at the same time, he loses more decay stacks. He just ends up going down.
Yep.
Rough lane, man.
Gotta watch out. I mean, whenever you get hit by the decays from one dying, your rationalization is, well, at least my tangles are going to be more effective. The flip side is true for DY. Like, if he's got a lot of strength stolen, then his tank was not going to restore nearly as much percentage-wise. So, we'll see. But XS overall, he should probably be fine in this lane.
Yeah.
That's all that really matters.
Yeah. The question is if he's able to do anything to Lou after a little while. I'm pretty sure the Morphling just like continues to farm up if he's left alone. But you don't really have any heroes that are amazing at rotating either. Maybe once you get Spirit Vessel on the Keeper of the Light.
Tank with a big plays, though. Once again proving that he's a very stable genius. Not just not going up the high ground when it was dangerous, but also blocking the camp with his body so that stack doesn't go from small camp and finding the big old courier snipe. Making it happen. What about the mid lane though, in general? Like, can Puck do anything up against this Coddle, or is this just going to be one of these? Oh yeah, I'm going to blast a creep wave, and I'm going to blast some creep camps.
I mean, he can get level 6 and eventually find a kill off to him. Shadow Shaman can help him secure that, but for now, he can't do too much against the Keeper of the Light. Pretty sure the Coddle's just going to eventually outfarm him.
Yep.
They can both kind of do the same thing, but Coddle does more nuke damage, so he does it just a little bit better. And he's got more camps to stack over on the Dire side.
Yep.
Puck is to go further out of the way. He can only really get these small ones.
Alright. What do you think the first blood's going to happen here? Because probably not going to happen anytime soon, considering that where's the hill potentially even coming from if Puck doesn't have level 6?
I mean, I imagine First Blood down the bottom lane, but it probably happens after Paparazzi hits a 6.
Yep.
He's farming reasonably well at the moment, so he'll probably get it fairly quickly. Next, how much XP is he left? Looks like 2 waves and a small camp later. He'll have it as long as he has enough mana, water runes, and bounty rune should secure that for him top lane.
The play being made there, going on top of tank. Monet just walks straight past old 11, gets a right clicks out, and needed a couple more right clicks, which they did not get. 11. The fire almost gotten him there.
I'm pretty sure that Stroke of Fate didn't hit him.
Yeah.
It did not. It was right in front of him.
Oh no.
And it should have hit him, but it didn't. It would have slowed him and did enough damage for him to go down there. Yeah, open up the combat log. He definitely didn't get hit by it.
Well, call 0800 Gaben and complain about that one. I think that's the way to handle this. As the shotguns are now catching the Brimstroke. Monet is right there, just run interference, if nothing else.
Yeah, he cast Shadow Shaman, receive Stroke of Fate. Oh no, maybe he did get hit by it. I'm crazy. I forget what I said.
Alright, Nevi, gotta stop playing with my feelings like that. It's too much. And it is what it is. I mean, old 11, he's gonna be absolutely fine up here. Very annoying towards Monet. There's more lasses than him at the moment. Of course, Terrorblade, one of these heroes that can easily dip into the jungle with a bunch of illusions and catch up that way, is Lou down bottom. Kinda low, but can still shift a little bit. And waveform away.
Wait, he received the debuff, but he didn't receive damage from it. Alright, I'm gonna look into this after the game.
I was like, come on, are you still on that?
That man should have died there. Of course I'm still on that. That man should have died there. My eyes have been tricked. We can get back
bottom
to,
lane, speaking of dying, that's the Puck Ultimate, the Dream Coil being used. Only level 4 Brewmaster, so no way for him to get away from this one. First one being drawn, Boboka, next one on the list.
Oh, we know he
Undoubtedly.
was hit. I'm dumb.
Why just take them?
Yeah, he goes down.
Alright.
Right. Now, Paparazzi gonna grab himself a bounty rune, head back over to the mid lane. That, which tank is taking over for a little while, so he's trying to get himself a little bit of XP, get closer to his level 6. And it's pretty important that he finds some of this XP. He'd like to find himself an early tower with wards at like level 10. Or sorry, 10 minutes into the game. Use the 6.
Yep. Alright, starting up on the Terrorblade. But Boboka's right there. They made the turn around rotation. Goodbye, old 11. Not expect the line to show up there.
Now they're gonna just whack away at bottom tier 1. Or sorry, top tier 1.
Yep. Old wave.
Tank.
Minutes.
Yeah. Walks in the Shadow Shaman, but not any follow up for that one, unfortunately. And DY. Alright, take a look at this one. Boarding up the camps over the triangle, stopping the Keeper Light from being able to farm that one up, or the Terrorblade if he's forced to exit over into his triangle.
Yep.
Nice sentry placement there by him.
Or first item boots to travel. 391 move speed with the wind lace on top of that too. He's just very fast.
It's faster than that. It is bugged out.
Oh, is it?
He's much faster than this. Yep, he should be at like 550 or close to it right now.
Very annoyed.
See, it says that he's at 340 at the moment, but
What?
he's much faster than that.
Why is that a thing? Why is that
We're
broken?
in a beta. Yeah.
I'm
Don't let your eyes deceive you. He's much faster than 340 movement speed right now.
Yeah, I will. Okay, let's just move on and look at the DY, who drops the tombstone on the high ground, decks over on Park. Probably just walk away from this with the spell being forced out, but Ori blasting in just to make sure that they get the message. What is being placed? I saw that though now. Ah, just a sentry.
It is super annoying to try and deward the snow ones. It's hard to tell apart which is the observer and which is the sentry at first.
Yeah,
That's actually that's like a pay to win ward right there. That's sick. I didn't do it myself. That
I just got to click on it to double check, you know.
yeah, but it like takes a moment.
Yeah,
and which can be very crucial when you're going for like a clutch team fight. You need to place vision or get rid of the enemy's vision.
well, what you gonna do about it?
Absolutely nothing. Well, again, it's like I can't beat him, join him situation. I'm probably gonna buy it. I think my wards.
That's the way Dota works. What can you do about it? Nothing. Well, guess we'll just keep playing, you know. Both teams just very happy to not do anything at the moment.
Yeah, they're working on a couple of items right now. I mean, Morphling is Morbid Mass coming out to him. He's probably going to get either like a BKB or Lincoln Sphere early before he takes any fights. Terrorblade, he's going to want like Dragonlance to disassemble into BKB before he
Shackles
plays
the mid, pressing down line. All right. Coil also cashing the keep of the Light. Shadow Shaman will be the trade, though, so Ori finishes him off.
Gets his earn charges from that one on the Coddle as well. So once he gets his Spirit Vessel, he's going to be pumping a lot of damage to people. Drop a Solar Bind onto him, hit him with Illuminate, Spirit Vessel, and usually a second Illuminate. Chakra Magic, and it'll secure you a kill. So something you have to look out for. They're TPing back mid again right now on Shadow Shaman. It looks like they want to set up for the tower or something like that around here. 10-minute rune.
White's hanging around. Nice got the rune. Hacks over on the line. Gonna burst him down again. Tank. Maybe trade it. Not this time. Just walk it off.
Yeah. If he had Spirit Form up on the Coddle, he'd definitely find that kill with that Solar Bind. Just drop another Illuminate forward. But the fact that he would have had to channel it there means that he wasn't able to finish him off.
Yeah.
He's going to walk back in the jungle. Nice use of the Tumbler Toy there, hopping up on the high ground and securing that kill onto the line.
Well, it's been a very quiet laning phase, that's for sure. So everyone's very close to their averages, some hitting quite far ahead of their averages. In the mid, it's just been a farm fest. It really has. Coddle is the highest last hitting hero in the mid lane by quite a mile. His average is 91 last hits in 10 minutes, which is extremely high. But he still did better than that. He did 116 by 10 minutes. So Coddle is owning. Puck as well. Usual is 63. This game, he was 93 at 10 minutes. So again, absolutely owning. They're getting so much money. These mid laners are going to be absolutely rich and very much controlling the tempo of the game, whilst the carries have lagged behind their averages a tiny bit, but nothing to really be too concerned about.
All right. Thanks for that update.
Yeah, appreciated. Is Terribly really that far behind where he normally is at 10 minutes to the game?
No, not really. He's like 6 last hits behind his average for 10 minutes. So
it feels like he's doing reasonably well in this game.
Fine.
I want to say that if the game keeps going on like this, Aster is going to be the ones that are more happy about it. Because Terrorblade is just such a powerful late game carry.
Yeah, Morphling isn't the same counter to it than it used to be. We're talking about that one in the draft. The fact that
Smoke a break here, actually. Under the line down bottom, trying to burst him down before he can get any spells out. Blue taking over the front.
They can take this fight, though. Blue's going
work with. If he needs to, there's a double. Sans not quite connecting, but Puck can't leave for the moment. Monet makes the rotation and the blast finishes both of them off. Easy extra gold from Tombstone. 9 ends up with a noble sacrifice as Aster just straight up outnumber XG in his bottom lane.
Yeah, Illuminate's blasting these people, end up doing like 1400 damage there on the Keep of the Light, and Morphling's forced to move over to the jungle now. Yeah, and that is a tower going their way. I don't think they have a slowdown either. The fact they didn't use Primal Split means it's very easy for them to take another team fight after this as well.
Yep.
Old 11. Dude, this Dragon Knight's got a Blink Dagger.
Oof. He's been quietly farming away and not really being bothered too much, apart from the one death.
He'll probably, like, at the rate that he's going at, very easily have, well, not easily, it'll be kind of close. Egnum Shard at like 50 minutes alongside the Blink Dagger and your Power Treads. These are pretty good timings for the DK. You feel super strong at 50 minutes when you have all these things. And this tower will make it that much easier for him to secure.
Yep.
As long as he gets the last hit on it.
Walker second round walks into tank, and this time it's Boboko gets the initial hit out.
Yeah.
Free kill and the free stack. Tower does go down, and Old 11 does get away.
And look at the setup of play now. They smoke up. They want to make a movement, but you've done this after the play happened up in the top lane, not before. It might connect anyways on Monet. He's got to feel like something's up at the moment. He sees like the wave, nobody pushing it mid.
Still find it though, Blink stun going forward. Does have Thunder to work with here, but he cannot get it out. Silence just lasting way too long.
Mid lane? Nobody's able to connect the tank, unfortunately.
One can pressure mid in exchange, I suppose. Brewmaster being sent forward here, gets in range of the Shadow Shaman. And just drops the wards here before being nuked down. Kind of blocking the next success for a moment. Stuns down in the middle. It's Paparazzi. Here's an Arcane Rune going. Easy pickings for the line as well as the Grimstroke. And now Brewmaster, can he finally get his ultimate off? He can. But it's just to save himself. I'm not sure if they can actually do too much. Old 11. Kinda low. Where's the blast? It's coming in now. Goodbye, Dragon Knight. Ori able to work his magic in the sidelines of that fight.
Yeah, it's difficult to get on top of this keeper lane. I mean, they're trying. They did a little bit of damage to him, but he ends up getting away. Yeah. Brewmaster can just walk away, though. He got his Cinder Brew off before the Silence came, so did very little damage to him on the puck there. Looks like both teams just want to step back up in the mid lane, though. They'd love to take this tower, but now without Primal Split to fall back on, I don't think they're going to do a bit of a job at shoving forward.
Yep.
Yeah, you've got Dream Coil available again as well, so Bavoka has to walk away.
It's very low cooldown with that Arcane Rune that he had in that last fight.
This did slow down Old 11's game a little bit. He was about to reach that. Oh, no.
Yeah,
about to lose Grimstroke.
That'll happen.
Yeah. It wasn't worth much gold, that kill. Anyway, Dragon Knight, he's working on a pretty good timing to his Aghanim Shard. Unfortunately, that death ended up slowing him down quite a bit. So, he now has the gold for it. Buy it? He hasn't bought it yet. I'm wondering if he can get something else.
He's fighting mid right now. Maybe that's why. As Brewmaster in a lot of trouble. It's a bit of space, but there's no way out for him. 4 against 1, more or less.
Yeah. Very tanky hero. Always gonna blast out this wave.
Oh, there it is. They can actually get the wave alive. Another being stunned forward onto the lion. Burst him down very easily indeed. This is a catapult wave. That's a creep that you cannot blast away very easily. And constantly even trying is way too scared.
Yep. They even commit the wards to be able to secure themselves this tower, and this is what they didn't have going for them in the previous game.
Yep.
This mid tower is worth a lot as far as map control goes, and EB still trying to farm. So they win this one despite the fact that Lou was forced to participate. He can just continue doing his thing, work on his Manta style, work on his BKB. Well, they're going to have to pick up the pace pretty quickly here on Aster, but they are working on this BKB on Monet to be able to get there. They doesn't want to just drop in these team fights, heavy magic damage, and stun lock.
Yeah.
Made the triangle. They're about to get loot.
This would be big if they can get it. Then doesn't actually quite make it that far away, but they have to deal with the Undying and the Tombstone first. So they do. Leash Up Brewmaster can still rely on his ultimate as the line ends up dropping. Dragon Knight, not linked to anyone, but stunned up. They should be able to finish him. Certainly with Ori also still being in the vicinity. Blasting away. They also find the remnants of their stacking action here. Yeah. Not the worst trades in the world. The DY actually ended up buying back. Not sure what for. He already used his Tombstone. Now,
figured that
without
it'd be-
Exocast Ultimate, maybe they can get something here, but this walk forward tank is being left in the front line. Not enough backup here. Lou's trying to click away, do what he can, but it's really paparazzi where the damage is going to have to be coming from. And
oh my god,
it's
Lou might just die.
quite
It's gonna be-
enough. Yeah, Lou being run down further and further. He should make it back up to the high ground.
Yeah, he had a little bit of HP left to work with there. I was a little bit concerned when I saw the Cinder Brew come out onto him after that Spirit Vessel. But didn't make it away. So putting the pressure up here on Aster, but not able to get too much from that, unfortunately. I mean, they invaded the triangle, but they don't take control of it. They don't get the mid-tier 1, so really they make that fight happen, but for what, you know?
Well, they finish up the Brewmaster Agnum Scepter on the back of that. Maybe that's just enough. Terrorblade also working on that BKB, as you mentioned. Do you feel like they're getting enough of the Carl? Maybe Volt 11 ends up dropping here again, but Boga's hanging around for follow-up control.
Yeah.
It's a nice little kill. Do you feel like they're getting enough out of Ori right now?
Sure. I mean, they're always doing the best on their team.
But is it
I would
enough?
say that he's significantly out-damaging everybody. He's the highest impact. 100% enough.
That wasn't the question, though. You can have high impact, it's still not be enough. Like Lou, look at Lou. Like, he can have all the impact he wants in this game, but might well not
He's
be
not
enough.
having any.
Yeah.
He's not really participated in any of these fights. Like, he's been there a couple of times, but it's same thing we saw in the Morphling the previous game. You couldn't really feel his presence, and you have to build a couple of items on the Morphling to be able to feel that effective. It's not like how it used to be, where you go E-Blade, Adaptive Strike, Waveform in, and you've like picked off a hero and you've done something, and your team can fight at that point. You need a lot of items in the Morphling now.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same network as Paparazzi, but the impact that these two heroes have are vastly different. As they actually,
He's good.
stun forward here, Boboka. He's not shifting, he's just being kept silent, stopped. They need a little bit of extra burst, and they got it! They just straight up killing inside the Roche Pit. Except what's happened, committed to tons of damage. The Shadow Shaman hanging up on the side. This Tombstone is still initial zombies started to stack up.
Yeah, this is a problem. This is a major problem, actually, because the Shadow Shaman, look, the zombies are causing Roshan to prioritize them. You know, the Shadow Shaman wards are... Wait,
is this a problem
aren't
for
attacking?
Aster, though? Because Roshan is just falling lower and lower. In fact, the
They
Shaman's
stopped-
not even attacking Roshan.
Yeah. They weren't attacking Roshan with these Serpent Wards. They intentionally didn't attack them so they wouldn't give up the Roche because they figured they wouldn't have them in positioning. It's actually a super big brain play by Tank.
But
I don't think it's
change the outcome here, but yeah, absolutely.
It just makes it take longer. It is crazy that he thought to do that there, though.
Yeah. Oh man, but yeah, I mean, if the wards are out, if the Tombstone is out, you can, and if you can just wait on them, wait until they expire. Yeah, what else does XG have to throw at them, other than the puck just kind of being annoying?
Yeah.
Just so you know, at the moment, the Coddle is pretty much on trend for one of the richest Keeper of the Light games we've ever seen. He's...
Oh, another rich boomer.
Oh,
Good
hold on.
stuff. I love to hear about that.
Well, it's the Shaman going down. Undying next on the list. Tombstone will be right-clicked for some juicy extra 200 gold instant smoke afterwards. Aster putting the pedal to the metal right here, and look at Keeper of the Light go. Just, gas. It's made of gas.
Again.
Just blowing past everybody.
Yeah.
You did not
Definitely
know how
faster than the
courses work.
360 that he's listed as.
Radiant are scared.
I mean, it's if you strap the jet engine to a horse, you know, that's what Coddle is.
Yeah. I make sure to strap check.
I'm sure someone's tried.
Go fast. I'm sure somebody has tried. I have no doubt in my mind about that. The things
In a world where
people,
America exists, yes. Someone that's tried that.
Yeah, the freest horse. They're going to lose this tier 2 tower off of this one, and Outpost not long after that. So taking map control and Aster still only up like 2k, probably 3k net worth lead after they take this tower.
Yep.
Doing well for themselves, though. The question is, I think the more appropriate question you're trying to ask earlier is the Keeper like going to fall off as this game goes on?
Yeah.
My answer is kind of.
Radiant's bottom tower
I think he's very good at dealing with both the Dragon Knight and Shadow Shaman, pretty good against
Again,
Morphling.
DY.
Yeah.
Brought down very quickly indeed.
But they're working on BKBs on a number of these heroes, and then the game gets a lot harder. I mean, even Shadow Shaman's going for a BKB.
Yeah, if you don't have that, there's no way you get to live through the shackles. Or get to live to maybe get a second round of Hexes out up top. Gold 11, he also desperately needs his own BKB, 500 gold away, give or take.
Yeah.
Area nothing on it, so even
But
if
like
they
you
win,
mentioned, rocket horses, not letting them farm these BKBs.
Exactly.
Yeah. I do like the aggression coming out from them. The pop a smoke on DY. I think this is to try to reestablish vision of his jungle or something like that. I don't 100% understand why he did this by himself. Yeah, okay, he's invading the enemy team's triangle. They're going to play around here, and he's worried about them having wards and catching him out as he goes up.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, we got
And
tier
the interesting
1.
thing about this game is, as well, is like they're bullying this DK, right? Like it feels like DK should have a BKB by now, but that's not true. Like he's not gonna be far behind his average time. If he hadn't died there, it would have been way before the average timing of a BKB on DK. It's just the pace in which Aster are playing it makes it feel like Extreme need like 10 more items than they have already.
Yeah, they're not waiting for them to farm anything at this point. They're just going.
Yeah.
And Morphling kind of makes this hard because, again, at the moment, the way you play this guy is E-Blade is no longer an option. So you need more items, and you don't do as much with those items. I'm surprised to see people continue to go back for this hero, despite the fact that we're on 7.31, but maybe it's just a comfort thing. It is super popular within the region.
Yeah. I do want to give props to Aster though, as actually DY. On the high ground, they see him. No one's there. They just do not want to deal with that. Oh, Paparazzi gets a gets a kill on the way out at least. It's only on the line.
Yeah.
I want to give props to Aster for playing like this though, because like there are teams who would say, "Oh, we've got the late game. It's fine, so we don't have to play super aggro here." But they still recognize that they're on a pretty good timing, that they can just play with that momentum and gets a lot out of the map as a tank just hanging around. Going AFK next to his wards, ends up dropping.
Yeah. And this is them trying to force them elsewhere while Morphling continues to work on his items. He does have this BKB now. He disassembled his Dragon Lance into this.
Yep.
This was a very important timing for Lu to hit. So now we can kind of take a fight into them. Like his goal is going to be trying to jump either Keep It Light or Lion in the back line. Grimstroke is okay as well.
Yep.
But he does not have anywhere close to the movement speed that this Keeper of the Light has, is the issue. So if he can't get on top of him, like burst him down right away, he's not going to be able to finish him off. This old man just walks away. This is so frustrating to think about. The fact that he gets his BKB now and the call up, you just like choose to ignore him and walk away from him.
It's BKB, bro. I'll talk to you later after it's gone.
Yeah, let me motorcycle away, is what I'm saying.
Oh, it's always the threat. Not enough to have protection, you also have to have the ability to keep people in place for you, and it's really just down to the puck for the most part. I mean, Shadow Shaman is too squishy at the moment to really reliably hold them in place for long before he ends up dying himself. Then it's...
Yeah, because he's working on his BKB though to fix that problem.
Because the other one's old 11, like he finished up his own BKB as well, so the blink stun from the Dragon Tail is going to be clutch if they can get that out on the Coddle, who's just finished up a Cycle of Ice though. So Ori's just adding his own lockdown to the mix. The CDY. Do they? Surely. There we go. They're going to get the vision from the blasts.
Does Dragon Knight's Blink Daggers can't jump up on the high ground to stun him?
Tank? Not sure he wanted to blink in there, straight into the stun.
Unfortunate, for sure.
It's a place he cannot walk away from.
I didn't even know you could go there. It's like the shopkeeper's back room.
Yeah. They keep his drugs or something. Here.
Unfortunate that he ended up behind there, though. I don't think he has a pathable way out of that one. Maybe it was just a tree blocking him. It was hard to see, though.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, you don't often see that, you know. Just,
Yeah.
I mean, if you're that player, you just you have your camera on where you want to go. The blink is just short, and you're like, eh.
Yeah, not quite. You just want to
yeah,
be a
maybe
little
next
bit
time.
above it. When you're like blinking nearby a cliff, it can kind of throw you off sometimes. Though you like either click the top of the cliff and end up on the bottom, just due to how the game. You do it a lot when you like throw arrows either up or down cliffs with Mirana. It kind of like messes it up a little based on where it's going. You're a Tusk player. I'm sure the same happens with Ice Shard sometimes. Nomad.
Yep, definitely does. And Hook. It's very frustrating when you get hooked across the river and it's like, oh, that didn't look like it hit me at all, but okay.
It's terrible illusions
Going
fighting
for me
each other
until
mid,
it
by the way.
curved.
One of them ended up winning.
Very good.
Oh, Morphling, what are you doing there? Being caught out and blasted to pieces. And now, linked together, Dragonite and Shadow Shaman, they're keeping Ori in place though. What Shaman wants, he's running. The last couple of right clicks, not just enough to finish him. Golden XP going the way of Tank. But at what cost? Triple kill for XXS. All is said and done.
Right, that was the only way you were going to kill him if he walks. If you trap him with the wards, otherwise even if he's hexed up, he's too quick. So they dealt with them, but unfortunately, Terrorblade is now on your high ground. He's doing a lot of damage as well. He's going to tear through these Raxes, no time at all.
Yeah, he did the majority of the damage.
They've got
there.
buyback though on all these heroes. I'm pretty sure they're baiting this one out. Shadow Shaman buys back. All right, never mind. 10 seconds left. It's very unlikely he does that.
Radiant's top tower is falling.
Barazzi, oh, gotta be very careful in this hero. Tombstone is out though, and Aster will let Sleeping Dogs lie right now and say, alright, we got what we wanted. And he just yoinks some extra health from the Boga.
He'll get it
As you
back.
do.
He's got train
Yeah.
boots. He's a support. He doesn't matter.
Michael's gonna have an Aeon Disc of his own.
Holds on to the Enchanted Quiver here on Terrorblade. He throws both the Cloak of Flames and the Paladin Sword back into base. I wonder who's going to take the Paladin Sword.
Dire's
If anybody. I thought that you want that on TV.
Yeah.
Wait, Roche responding in 5 seconds. It's possible. Grimstroke, does he scout it out? Come on. Nope.
No.
Wait, it's not up? Okay, there we go.
Probably takes a few seconds even when the timer goes down because Dota is a very normally programmed game as okay, old 11. Straight up blinking away, say running into the wrong neighborhood.
Yep. It is. They see it now.
Figured out, yeah.
Yep. And fortunately, they've got a split again back up on the Brewmaster. He's also the Refresher Orb, so he's going to have 3 splits to work with in this team fight. You have Tombstone. You have BKB completed on the Shadow Shaman now, though. And he's trying to wrap around the back. All right, this could be a super sick play. They established vision with this Observer Ward as well. So they have vision advantage in this next team fight. But everybody is smoked up on an Aster and on the opposite side of the pit from where they're coming in.
This is Dire side playing from the Radiant to the side around the Roche pit here. Says CTY burst them down. No tombstones, no nothing in this fight for the moment. As XXS just goes in and sees what's up. Buying some time for Monet to work away on this Roshan. It's not going terribly quickly though. Fireball on the inside. And that was a real Lu that they actually caught here. Didn't have the fall control. With the Scotty clicking away, they can burst down Lu. He doesn't have buyback. He's down for the count. So is Tank. So are the wards. Happen again, Nev. Lu being caught out and just being slapped around like a little. I don't want to say.
Yeah, don't finish that
As soon as he ended up landing on the ground, like that was when he had to activate the BKB, but it didn't look like a good time. Then he gets stunned out by the Hero Boulder. He gets hexed up after that. Then he gets by another hex from the Lion. It was just no way he was moving. So didn't manage to pop this BKB and hasn't managed to pop it a single time this game. This Morphling pick just is not going their way.
It feels like we predicted this.
I mean, you fall back on the Morphling because you feel like it's going to be super strong. You've had like good games on it, but it's a different hero than it used to be, I feel, and it's not matching the tempo that you needed to match in these games. And its strengths don't seem to make up for its weaknesses right now.
One upside is that Terrorblade's not necessarily the best Aegis carrier, because he's a transformation-based hero, but I'm not sure if it matters. They're just going to be able to safely click away with Brew Splits.
Is he not going to go back on the Earth one? I guess not. Surprised that he doesn't. Oh, I guess he's concerned about the enemy jumping his team on the backline or something like that. He keeps the air one and he tosses people up in the air, and he's kind of annoying. I've seen some very annoying rat Dota with this Brewmaster.
Yeah.
People just, run the primal split at buildings, and they run back on like the Wind Panda. And they have like the fire and Earth whack away the buildings with the demolish and the extra damage from the Fire Panda. It's actually pretty effective.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
There's nothing better. You find
Stonks, baby.
picked up like that. Okay, there's a fight breaking out. No double hex coming through. Sham pops with his BKB, but Monet doesn't care about that. He's just clicking away at one and the other. Lou turned into his own Terrorblade, and that's actually a bit of a concern. But Monet finds a health point bank in the form of his teammate Barazzi, kind of very deep behind enemy lines, but only so much he can actually do here. The Hex actually comes out there from Ori as the follow-up stuns are real. The death to follow. Stybek from Tank is, I don't know what he was doing there.
Bought back in the game, wanted to be part of the team fight, but
it's just
couldn't get
over.
anything off. Yeah, I mean, he got soulbound after popping his BKB as well. Like, these BKBs end up just coming out way too late on Extreme, or even with them, they suddenly had the tools to deal with them because this TP is huge. He has Daedalus, I have Scott, a BKB of his own. They can't fight into these heroes anymore.
Getting right on top of Farm Terrorblade, doesn't matter if you're BKB or not. And he just clicks you to death, and well, none of them have buyback anymore. 20 seconds on clock still for DK. Lou not nearly as farmed enough as it needs to be, and they realize it too. They did the math, and it's like, yeah, there's no way. There's absolutely no way. And Aster turned it into a 2-1.
Clean game there by Aster. I mean, I'm not a fan of that mid keeper of the light, but my God, did it do work this time around?
It really did.
Everybody, Illuminate's doing way too much damage. The early Spirit Vessel coming in clutch against most of these heroes as well. And super well played this game.
Yeah, I mean, that was a hell of a performance from them from start to finish. Looked very, very clean. Didn't really work out, unfortunately, for the side of Extreme Gaming. I mean, they keep falling back on this morphing. And yeah, we said after the game, is this a remnant of the old Extreme Gaming, which tend to move things in a slightly different direction? It doesn't really work out for them, and it did feel that way with its Morphling pick.
Yeah, something that's not really common in the meta right now. I guess they fell back on this because they felt like, okay, it's something that I'm super comfortable with in the past, but you got to adapt here. It feels like Aster adapted very well to 7.31C, but Extreme Gaming playing in 7.30 or something, where Morphling was still a viable hero.
Oof.
I feel like they did a good job of slowing down like old 11 and whatnot as well. They never really got the jump on anybody, and they were forced to use these Shadow Shaman wards and wanted defensively instead of pushing towers at every point in the game. You wanted to hold objectives with all these heroes, but instead Aster just kept running at you, forced you to use your cooldowns at awkward timings.
Absolutely, it didn't really work out. Meanwhile, the Coddle, as you say, having an absolute blinder for performance, just running around the map, doing what he wants, when he wants. It didn't really feel like they had the catch to really punish that on the side of Extreme Gaming, even though they had a puck. It's kind of concerning when that's the case, isn't it?
Yeah, he was allowed to he did build a BKB, yeah, but he didn't have to go Lincolns. He was allowed to get away with going a Scythe, which ended up being exactly what he needed against Lou, who had no time to go for Lincoln Sphere this game. The one time that they did catch him out was inside the wards, and that was pretty sick.
Yeah.
Well played by Tank there.
Yeah.
Yes, he runs very fast if I hex him, but what if I just ward trap him and his allies don't get him out?
Get out of this, old man!
Yeah. Yeah.
The snakes are too much. He's afraid of snakes. That's his only weakness.
It was sick, though. Ori definitely played super well. I thought that he did more damage from this. He only did 22,000. Monet did almost that much. Ori outdamaged him a little bit, but Monet was only really part of the last couple of team fights. Once everyone had their BKBs, well, old man already did his job. He got Monet through college, funded the whole thing.
So I was
He's allowed to retire at
rampaging
that
through the
point.
world, just doing 17,000 building damage,
Yeah.
Good job, Grandad.
So,
Thank you very much.
yeah.
You can
And
leave
this
on
kind of
your
thing that doesn't
legacy.
help.
Yeah.
Like Lou being caught out like that. Morphling has always been a hero where just a couple of kills can just derail you, and that's even more true nowadays. I would say.
I mean, this was a fight where I thought, okay, maybe this Morphling could do something. So watch it. We basically have the Spider-Man meme of the
Yeah.
two Terrorblades just fighting each other. Look at this. They're literally just
Then
like,
he took
I'm
some
you,
damage,
but
right?
you're me. And yeah, I mean, Lou does win that trade. Like, that's the thing. Like, Lou does actually get Mono down pretty low, but unfortunately, his team have already ended up dropping. They've had to back away. Lou can't really get into the fight anymore, and they managed to catch a puck on the backlines as well. So it all goes pretty wrong pretty quickly. And yeah, unfortunately, that's. Do you want to be doing that as a Morphling? Though? I mean, I don't even know how this hero functions, but do you want to be running into the fight and just trying to like lock horns with the enemy carry? I don't know, but what I do know is that Team Aster win the series, and that's going to secure them their place in the winner bracket finals, playing off against PSG LGD tomorrow.
Wait, hold
for that
on.
spot
They're
in the
winning.
grand
That doesn't
final.
sound like a winning scenario. You have to play against one of the best teams in the world after you win a game. Yeah, that's rough, man. Your grand
Congratulations!
prize. Now you have to play this really buff dude now.
Congratulations! You've won the chance to get kicked in the face by LGD.
Hey, they've done it before. Aster were the only team to beat
Exactly.
PSG LGD in the DPC, so it is possible that they can pull it off again if they have LGD's number, but it's a hell of a number to have, and we know LGD are always capable of stepping it up and stepping it forward, especially when there's this much on the line for them. The possibility of qualifying to TI might come down to just getting the first place in these qualifiers for a Chinese team, which is such a tricky situation. Meanwhile, down on the lower bracket, we're going to have RNG now playing off against Extreme Gaming for that fourth place. And again, so much on the line here from all these teams, as we keep saying. Getting that fourth place, it nets you 10k. It's not much compared to what these players are really after here. And more importantly, you get no DPC points. So it's so brutal to come third or fourth in these in this event. It really is tough. So you got to make sure that you pull it together. And yeah, it's going to be a very, very exciting day. We've got an exciting couple of days ahead of us. But guys, before we send it off, let's talk about our predictions for tomorrow. What do you think is going to happen in these games?
Can I embrace chaos? Is that allowed?
Absolutely.
Sure.
Embrace anything you like, my friend.
I will say that PSG LGD are going to lose. Teams don't win in my world; they lose.
Okay.
Glass half empty guy.
That says a lot about you as a person, Neff. But go on.
Thank you. I just don't see RNG winning after everything that's happened recently, which is very rough. I don't see a reality where they end up doing well, but maybe they finally pull things together. I mean, obviously they would have tried a lot of these players out. I don't think they've really had much of a break, and they went, okay, this is one that worked. Hasn't really worked any of our officials yet, but maybe this is where RNG finally clutch it out. Is what somebody could say, but it's not what I'm going to say. Extreme, baby, let's go.
Alrighty, that was a roller coaster. Thank you, Neff. Dragon Drop, what's your expectations?
I think I have to agree. I think XG, even though they did end up losing the series, still looks a lot better compared to RNG, because that first series that was not putting them in a good light, and arguably they only got here because VG Gaming forfeited. So that's also the question mark, about the tiebreaker scenario. And if you're evil, you could say, they don't even belong in the first place because VG Gaming would have wiped them there. But
yeah, we might have beat them. We don't know that.
Yeah,
but,
we don't know. That's
they haven't earned their place as other teams have. They got here with a forfeit when there should have been a tiebreaker. So yeah, you can definitely take that into account for sure.
So yeah, I also have to agree that RNG probably not going to win unless they just look completely different than they did today. The other matchup I'm not so sure about, honestly. I do believe in Aster. They've been showing time and time again that they can take games off anyone, including PSG LGD. As you said, the only ones that did that in the regular season. So if they catch PSG on a bad day, maybe they're like, it's fine, it's only the upper brackets. We have that second second chance anyway, so maybe they're going to be experimenting with the new patch and with new heroes. Who knows?
I think we've seen enough from LGD to know that they will be on their best behavior, especially when it comes to the DPC. They have one goal and one goal only, and that is to get to TI and to get their sweet, long-awaited revenge and lift that Aegis. Nothing is going to stop them.
There's a lot more riding on this for LGD than for all the other teams, arguably, because of that, yeah.
There is, I would say there is. Yeah, they're the highest motivated team at the moment, that's for sure. And we shall see how they do tomorrow. So, guys, make sure you tune in tomorrow from the same time, as we'll be running through both of those series, starting off with RNG versus Extreme, and then moving into LGD versus Aster. It's going to be a hell of a matchup and a hell of a day. Stick with us through these regional finals, but from today, we are all done. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time for more China DPC action. Goodbye.
So, who wants to play a game?
Yoink! And again!
I always get what I want. In the bag.
Your bedroom. I had a feeling you'd come back and save me from all my slip-ups and mistakes. And now I'm just pointless without you. Why don't we go back to? Why don't we go back to? Never wanted to end things like we did. I'm sorry for all those promises I made you that I couldn't keep. But it's like something feels different from back then. Why don't we go back to? Why don't we go back to? Honestly, I'm open wide. I don't feel like waking up without you by my side. I still see your silhouette.